Chapter 1740. The vast and mighty primordial light illuminated the entire void. The aura that originated from the primordial spirit descended on all levels of the void. That aura had already taken shape. In the void, everyone at the void front line could feel the primordial spirit that originated from the birth of the great primordial realm. Moreover, there seemed to be something else amidst it, which made people feel a little uneasy. That power made people from both sides feel a little restless. However, the people from the world of order were still rather calm, because everyone knew who was the one who caused the commotion. As for the people from the underworld, it seemed like they were unable to calm down. They were clearly intending to focus their fire on Node 0, which was why they had reduced the impact on the other nodes in the Void's front line, intending to concentrate all their forces on Node 0. There had been news from 200 to 300 nodes that all Abyssal Death Shroud forces were converging on Node 0, intending to finish the job in one fell swoop. However, there was a feeling that something was holding them back, that their bodies could not keep up with their mind. They wanted to do so, but they could not, or perhaps they had already done so. Logically speaking, it should not have stopped there. Their aura and suicidal momentum were very fierce, and a chihuahua had pretended to be a large creature that was 4 to 5 meters tall. Although they were definitely not chihuahuas, that was what they were acting like. They could only guess that there was something holding them back. Moreover, looking at their increasingly fierce attacks, it seemed that they were forced to use their own strength. It was likely that some small conspiracy behind the scenes was coming to an end. However, they had no good ideas. They could only fight. If they could kill as many as they could, they would. If they couldn't kill them, they had to kill them. That was the current situation of the battle in the Void front lines. Though he had been hanging like a puppet in the first light, he was also observing the entire battlefield through the augmentation of all order powers in the Void front lines, so that he would not have the time to react if something unexpected were to happen. Well, he was sure that something was going to happen. Now, the problem was where. Node 0 was a good place. It would collapse in one hit. As long as no one survived, the Void of Order would be finished. It was also possible for something to happen in other parts of the Void front line. They could catch them off guard and break the Void blockade within a minute. Then, they could take the opportunity to enter the world of order and engage in a chaotic battle. The world of order that had lost its position would turn from positional warfare to guerrilla warfare. Its strength would definitely drop by a few hundred levels. So far, everything seems to be going too smoothly. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but murmur softly. As his voice reverberated, strands of energy rippled out from the light of primordial light, as if the void was responding to his words. "How do you feel?" The little angel raised her head in the spiritual world and nodded. The power of the abyssal death mist is already showing signs of being suppressed. The energy and scent that are spreading out now should be a warning. When everything is fully activated, the power of suppression will instantly spread to the entire front line of the void. With any place in the front line as the center, the power of chaos in an entire region of the void will be suppressed. Yun Nuashing heaved a long sigh and shook her head. "I know. I'm asking about your situation. Do you feel any discomfort?" The little angel was stunned for a moment. She stroked her silver hair with a chuckle and said, "I'm fine. What accident can happen in your soul world?" "That's good." Yun Nuashing nodded. It seemed that the large-scale suppression power that was about to appear would not penetrate the spiritual world and affect the life inside. He raised his head and looked at the void where the first light surged. At this moment, a mysterious rune of energy appeared in the void. It was a pattern of golden runes and colorful divine patterns entangled with each other. They flashed in the void according to a fixed frequency, and with each energy tremor, they flashed from near to far like a circle of waves that kept spreading in the void. At this moment, the mysterious pattern had encompassed a considerable area, so large that it could cause the order and rules in a region of the void to lose their original function under its guidance. Reshaping the rules of the void. Yes, he could do it if he wanted to. Although the area of effect was only this region of the void, and including the front line of the void, it was only a relatively small region of the void. He could reshape the rules himself, but it would take a long time. The rules and order that he casually created would not play any special role in dealing with the abyssal death mist. And just casually doing it would take a lot of effort and effort. It was a strenuous and thankless task. It was better to just do as he planned, hold this region of the void, suppress the power of the void, and amplify the power of order. That was all. It's almost time. The three important things had all been fused by him. The doorknob, that was the subcore, had also been reshaped. From a fragment that was casually torn off, it became a diamond-shaped energy crystal that was at least 1,000 feet in size. It was encircled by rings of energy of different sizes, and was currently hanging at the apex where the first light touched the void, acting as an energy node used to sense the void. He was making the final adjustments, and when everything stabilized, that grand energy baptism that spread across this region of the void would certainly be a symbolic event. But what kind of event would that be? A counterattack event? They were fighting right now, so it couldn't be considered as a counterattack. As for calling it the Horn of Victory, forget it. At most, they would die with more dignity. The main event of the underworld hadn't arrived yet. If anyone said, "We won," after defeating this group of manifestations and constructs, he would definitely slap them from the 8th elemental realm to the 1st elemental realm, and they wouldn't even need to teleport in between. So what kind of event would that be? Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just ignore it. Let's just treat it as a turning point. Maybe they would be the one to suppress the other party from now on, or maybe the other party would become angry out of humiliation and press them into the void to beat them up even more violently. Why is my mind getting more and more distracted towards the end? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly upon hearing that. Because it's very serious. It's a very serious matter. Whatever the world of order does will cause the other side to target them severely. I have to make plans in advance. Well, although my plans are limited to a few steps, but it's not impossible to jump out of the box occasionally. After all, warriors can also serve as support. The little angel was slightly stunned. What are you planning to do? Yun Nuoshing grinned but did not continue the topic. He continued, "Now, I'm just worried about this counterattack. No, mischievous. How would it agitate the other party? What a difficult problem. If they did not resist, they would be pressed into the void and beaten up. If they counterattacked, it would be like playing with them. They would be even more excited to press them down and beat them up. What kind of void joke is this? Are they treating us like brothels?" She was a little worried when she saw a pair of eyes that flickered with some kind of profound dark energy. That little fool must be thinking about some kind of even more reckless and brutal backup power. That power was enough to make the entire void tremble. As long as he judged that even if there was only a 50% chance of success, he would not hesitate to charge forward, just like that time 100 billion years ago. She felt that he might have sensed something following the movement in the void. Perhaps it was some kind of intuition. Just as they were thinking about some kind of extremely dangerous thing at the same time, a soft and clear energy hum sounded like the first melody of a soft plucking tune, quietly echoing under the void. Accompanied by that sky-piercing light, all life in the void front line noticed this soft hum. Now, time's up. Come. The abyssal death mist spawn and those huge chaos constructs suddenly froze at that moment. The scarlet in their eyes instantly turned into a deep darkness. Then, like a stone statue, they froze in their last movement, causing everyone in the void front line to tremble. This is... Hui was also stunned when he saw the sudden stiffening of the spawn and constructs in front of him. That soft melody only sounded in his heart at that moment. He quickly turned around and looked behind, slightly widening his eyes, and shouted in joy through the soul transmission. It's done, it's done. Maple's done over there. Everyone's riled up. Press them all into the void for me to take a bath. That ray of primordial light was still endlessly transmitting its primordial aura into the void. As the crystal suspended high in the void trembled slightly, two energy halos, one bright and the other dark, quietly formed. Then, they quickly swept across the entire void. The two halos, accompanied by the initial presence, swept through the entire void front line through the node. Every manifestation, construct, and abyssal death shroud that appeared near the realm of order were all dealt a destructive blow. Countless manifestations and constructs were instantly vaporized, truly so cleanly that not even a single strand of energy was left behind, having been completely wiped out. So exciting? Hui was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect that there would be such an effect. This was not considered weakening, but directly purifying the power to eliminate chaos. Wasn't it directly purifying those bastards? Brother Thunder took a few glances and reacted. He shook his head. It's just that the energy disturbance at the moment when the realm is released is too great. Because this power has been accumulated for a long time, when it is released in an instant, as long as it has something to do with chaos within the realm, it will definitely not be able to escape. However, it's only for an instant to cut off the reaction of the chaos energy. Take advantage of the fact that they can't move now and quickly kill them. On the other hand, Jing Yun and the others instantly unleashed their full power, unleashing all of their energy without the slightest bit of hesitation. Just the might of their normal energy attacks was already enough. Just by unleashing their attacks in all directions, they were able to harvest countless manifestations. Take it easy over there. Be careful. Hui had just reminded them when his expression changed. He hurriedly withdrew his guardian shield and rushed toward Jingyun. The shield propped up a huge energy barrier in front of it, deflecting a chaos attack that had surged out from a large crack to one side. The chaos energy that was abnormally powerful and destructive made Huey's expression tremble. When this energy rushed into the realm, it was instantly weakened by more than 20%. However, it still caused his guardian shield to tremble violently. Just by deflecting it, the shield flickered, as if it was about to collapse. Oh! High energy reaction, hurry up and retreat. The other side is going crazy. Brother Lei's expression changed abruptly when Hui withstood the massive chaotic impact. They had opened a dozen cracks in the vicinity, but there were still 20 to 30 large cracks that had yet to be closed. At this moment, 3 of the large cracks suddenly emitted an extremely surging and vast aura, causing Brother Lei's expression to change. High energy reaction? Hui was stunned when he heard this. For him, a mid-level yuansher, to say these words, wouldn't that mean Brother Thunder did not have time to respond to any more questions? He waved his hand and threw out a torrent of energy, hitting the chaos attack that was coming from the front to the side. He stretched out his hands to grab Hui Jun and Jing Yun and hurriedly ran away. Hey! It wasn't easy to get an advantage, and now it's messed up again. Forget it, since we're already here. We have to take some things with us before we leave. Hui roared and used all his strength to pierce through the Guardian shield with the sword of the Guardian. Then, he used all his strength to throw the shield out. Like a golden meteor, it pierced through the void. The surging divine energy expanded by more than 10,000 times in just a few breaths, shattering all the manifestations and structures that were still in the state of being petrified. Then, it crashed into a large scarlet crack. The divine light boiled and exploded. The dazzling energy storm swept out for hundreds of millions of miles, crushing the fissure that had collided head-on into ashes. The countless manifestations and structures in the surroundings were in a defenseless state, and they would be annihilated just by being grazed by the divine energy. Who knew how many manifestations had been annihilated within the range of the storm? The divine storm did not wreak havoc for long. The 2-3 vast auras that Brother Lei had just sensed had become much stronger again. In just a few seconds they quickly became clear. A moment later, the divine storm suddenly paused. An energy that was many times stronger than before surged out from within. It pierced through the divine storm and chased after the three of them. Tisk, I'm too slow. Brother Lay suddenly turned around. The silver lightning on his body flashed, and was about to block the attack. A golden light suddenly descended on the three of them, startling them. Before they could react, their bodies had already been swept away by the light. The energy that had pierced through the void like a soul-chasing spirit had also pounced on empty air. Everyone, shrink the defense line. Everyone, return to the realm of order. Quick! As soon as they returned to the realm of order, Hui waved his hand as soon as he landed. Then, he hurriedly poured out all the energy towers that he had brought with him. Lines of energy runes appeared and connected all of them into one. Throw out all the energy towers. All the energy crystals. Take out all the special crystals that contain the origin energy, reserve echelon. The large equivalents that I asked you to prepare, start gathering energy now. Gather energy without limit. It won't be a problem to destroy as many energy towers and energy crystals as you want. Get ready for a destructive force that can sink the entire void into nothingness. Brother Lay was also shocked by the continuous yelling. He hurriedly shouted through the soul transmission. Sister Qing, Suifeng, hurry up and get ready. There are 3 super troublemakers at the front line. Gather everyone's origin energy. Bring our guys and get ready to fight. TSK, they're too early. I didn't expect that they would come to deal with the realm just as it was formed. But that's to be expected. We're also prepared. Hui swore as he poured tons of energy crystals onto the ground. He did not feel the slightest heartache as he stuffed them into the energy towers. The energy aura of these tens of thousands of energy towers skyrocketed by tens of thousands of levels in just half a minute. He had a ferocious look on his face as he said, "Fortunately, they did not do anything for the past 100 billion years. We have accumulated 100 billion years worth of energy, resentment, and hatred here, you bastards." Lord Huey's overflowing resentment and anger swept through the realm of order, causing the people who were already rushing to act to tremble. They didn't need anyone to remind them at all to recall the light that shone in the void 100 billion years ago. That scene caused them to be filled with irritation and fury. A group of people simply turned the spatial array upside down and threw everything on the ground regardless of what was inside. They all knew what had happened, and right now, it was just happening again. Jing Yun returned from the distance, carrying a crystal pillar that was 1,000 feet tall. He quickly came to the front of the realm of order and placed the crystal pillar right in front of the realm of order. It's here, it's here. This thing is ready. It's specially made for these damned things. Gather all the energy gathered by the energy towers here. It was a colorful energy tower made entirely of energy crystals. As for what energy it was, what else could it be other than origin energy? However, it was made from 147 types of origin energy. Every inch of space was engraved with dense energy runes, each rune not much bigger than a strand of hair. It was so densely engraved that the crystalline energy tower appeared to be covered in a layer of golden light. Notify all Void frontline personnel. Leave 2/3 of the energy in each node, and gather the rest through the origin node to node 0. Vast energy streams converged from all over the Void through the origin temple toward node 0 in a mere 5 seconds. The origin temple that stood at the very center of the Void was as bright as an extremely violent sun. Jing Yun had to suppress the dazzling light so that everyone would not be blinded. The mighty holy energy storm slowly dissipated, leaving only scattered manifestations and broken structures lying in the background. No one had the time to care about the defeated soldiers. At the spot where the storm had disappeared, 3 figures that looked no different from ordinary people slowly appeared. The unusually surging and vast energy aura penetrated the Void and landed in the order domain of Node 0, causing everyone's heart to sink. Then, everyone's eyes became ferocious, and the speed at which they gathered energy increased by several notches. World of order. You really think we don't have anyone to deal with you? The cold voice was just like the high-tier Yuansher who was sacrificed in the void the last time they met. It was directly transmitted to them through the void and the realm of order. Do you see that damn thing? Divert the energy of the energy towers. Gather the power of the origin temple. Shoot them down. Hui regenerated the guardian's sword and yelled as he pointed at the three damned things in the distant void, his body trembling in golden light. Wait. This energy might not be enough. Wait a moment, just in case. Brother Lei hurriedly waved his hand to calm the restless crowd. With a third of the void's frontline strength and nearly 100 billion years' worth of resources, coupled with the 147 origin energy creations that Brother Maple had provided as the final node and energy discharge point, if these things were to be blasted into a pot of chaos, the three high-tier primeval would definitely lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. But they did not want to see that happen, they just wanted the enemy to be completely and utterly dead. You rats! Every time you come out, all you do is spout nonsense. The murmurs that seemed to fall from nothingness reverberated throughout the entire void. The roaring movement seemed to be the awakening of the will of the void, which made the irritable people in Hui and order calm down a little. Then, they continued to lower their heads and hurriedly gather energy, and continue to gather energy. A figure accompanied by the light of origin and the light of chaos appeared at the forefront of the realm of order. The colorful azure wings behind her fluttered even though there was no wind, and the movement of the entire void swayed gently with the fluttering of the azure wings. The initial light fell in front of her. Yun Nuashing slowly opened her colorful eyes and stared at the three figures in the void. They are the same as you. Relying on their absolute power, their conceit and arrogance, they fell here. You have concerns, I can see that. No, it's not just you. The underworld itself has concerns. As a race of the last era, it's fun to be on both sides during the war between order and chaos, isn't it? Being a fence-sitter is quite easy for you, isn't it? Until the end, you succeeded and retreated. After surviving that disaster, you showed your power in this era and did whatever you wanted. You are as timid as mice. Can you understand our determination and willingness to face death with equanimity? The three high-level primevals' expression gradually turned gloomy. What she said was bullsh*t. When they knew that the situation was fixed, who would casually put their lives on the table as a card to be casually played? Even if they could be reincarnated after death, whether they could come back to this place was another matter altogether. High-level primeval. The underworld. How much did they sacrifice for this step? That's right. The situation was fixed. The situation was fixed. But none of them expected the world of order to be so tenacious. They also had the power of the heavenly god of origin, but it was only the power that they stole. After all, it was not comparable to the power that they really left for the world of order. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to take down the world of order for so long. Afraid of death? Nonsense. Moreover, a war would only start when one side had an absolute advantage, unless there was some kind of monstrous hatred. They should have been the former, perhaps. They thought they had the absolute advantage. Yun Nuashing sneered when she saw the murderous look on the faces of the three of them. She slowly spread her arms and the light of primordial on her body surged even more violently. Hey, hey, primordial heavenly god and primordial heavenly god. You arrogant winners. In front of you is the world of order that you can conquer anytime and anywhere. Come and kill us. In front of you is the entire world of order that you have been dreaming of. Kill us and everything will be yours. What? Don't dare to attack? You don't dare to fight with me? Take a gamble? Haha, you think that victory is within your grasp, so you're not willing to gamble with your lives, right? Unfortunately, you don't dare, but I do. Abnormally surging origin energy surged out and engulfed the entire region of the void. A massive planetary system with several stars descended upon the front lines of the void along with the light of primordial. The surging origin energy, the light that could disturb the void and the void. Brother Lay felt as if his eyes were going blind. The number of origin energy definitely exceeded 147. Oh no, this energy. The expression of the leader of the three changed drastically. This was the energy that he had used to kill their great guardian last time. And it was definitely more unreasonable than 100 billion years ago. That uncompromising determination and madness was enough to shake them all. Come on. Come and fight. This is the war that you have been longing for. This is the result of your prayers. This is your long-cherished wish, your path. Kill me. Destroy the world of order. Otherwise, I will let all of you die in the primordial world. Chapter 1741. Fire! Several roars with different tones but the same meaning resounded in the void at the same time. The terrifying amount of energy that had gathered in the realm of order surged into the giant crystal tower in an instant. The light that bloomed in an instant overshadowed Yun Nuoshing's light that illuminated the void. The light that was enough to shatter the void, after condensing for a moment, suddenly burst out with the explosion of an energy ring. It crossed the void in an instant and pounced on the three high-level primeval gods in the distance. The three high-level primeval gods were shocked by Yun Nuoshing's crazy attitude and quickly recovered. Looking at the light that had gathered the energy of the entire void front, their eyes became unusually serious. With a wave of their hand, the abnormally active chaotic energy suddenly came from the abyssal death fog crack behind them, turning the scarlet light of the crack into a dark gray light. A moment later, the abyssal death fog and the dark gray chaotic energy spewed out of the crack and quickly formed a huge energy barrier in front of them. Boom! The indescribable sound of energy destruction suddenly spread throughout the void territory in the next moment. The void was instantly skinned under the impact of the unreasonably destructive energy and went on strike with the void. It was instantly annihilated like two realms that were destroyed. Blocked? The energy explosion that encompassed hundreds of millions of miles of land before him did not obstruct his observation. The brilliant light that seemed to have gathered all colors instantly crashed into the energy barrier formed by the three high-level primeval gods, and was blocked just like that? It's only temporarily blocked, but TSK, as expected, three high-level primeval gods are not that easy to kill. Jingyun cursed as she clapped her hands and waved them. Continue to pour energy into the void front. Leave a minimum amount of energy in the void front to protect the void lock circle. Gather the rest. We have to continue to increase the energy before they react. If they react and open up their divine right domain, this attack will be wasted. Then, just make it so that they can't react. An indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears along with the echoes in the void. Everyone trembled and turned their heads around. Yun Nuoshing slowly raised his hand and the primordial light on his body trembled slightly. The light gradually changed and turned inside out. The energy of chaos took over the main body while the energy of order surrounded the chaos and expanded rapidly. The huge stellar system spun at a high speed and fell from above, slowly merging with the gradually expanding original light. All the energy flowing in the realm of order also began to gather towards it uncontrollably, causing the light that symbolized the creation of the Great Yuan realm and the light released by the world core to become the only thing in this void. Throughout the entire void, as long as one had the time to look into the void, even if they were not in this region of the void, they could still clearly see this beam of light descending into the void. I'll break through their defenses. I'll leave the rest to you. Yun Nuoshing turned her head slightly, looking at Hui, Brother Lei and the others with a pair of colorful eyes and a pair of dull gray eyes. Can you do it? Brother Lei suddenly came back to his senses. That was actually a question for him. He nodded fiercely, the silver lightning on his body surging even more violently. No problem. Suifeng, are you ready? Get ready to kill those three bastards. It's coming, it's coming. What the F***ck is this? One figure after another descended into the order domain along with the vast aura of origin. The moment they came out, they saw the vast energy impact that spanned across millions of miles. They also saw the light that was constantly releasing the aura of creation above their heads. The group of people who had just come out were all stunned, especially when they sensed over 100 types of origin energy above their heads. It was even more, so much so that they were about to go blind. Don't stare at that place for too long. We can't even hold it ourselves. Brother Lay quickly came to his side and put on the thing that we brought for him, a pair of boxing gloves. Then, he pointed at the place where the vast energy light shone. Do you see that place? There are 3 bastards that are being shown on by the truth of the void. They are holding on for now. Later, when you break through their defenses, we'll... Brother Lay suddenly drew a silver light in front of his neck, and everyone expressed that they understood. Suifeng slowly raised her head and looked at the primordial aura. Her blue starry eyes reflected the figure in the light as she whispered softly, "It's very dangerous. His condition is very dangerous, so there's only one chance." We rubbed his hands with a gloomy expression. Don't think about sharing anything with that guy. His talent is to play with his life. This is the mission that he has branded for himself. What we need to do is to clean up the mess after he plays with his life. That's all. If that's the case. Suifeng turned around and looked at everyone around her. Then, she nodded. I won't let you down. Creation of the void, chaos, collapse of nothingness. An indescribable pressure suddenly appeared in the void and nothingness that had already collapsed. A distortion came from this empty area. It was a strange feeling of distortion and chaos that was enough to swallow the entire primordial realm. The storm gathered from nothing to engulf the entire void in an instant. Everyone who could see this scene felt their hearts skip a beat. An aura that was enough to reduce the void to 0. It was as if they had returned to 100 billion years ago and witnessed this scene with their own eyes. In Yun Nuoshing's eyes, 2 tiny arrays slowly rotated and quietly shattered. The energy that had already gone completely out of control was forcefully restrained in her hands. Her right hand that was full of cracks bloomed with the light of the fusion of chaos and order. Her raised hands moved slowly, and an overlapping array that had already gathered trillions of arrays appeared in front of her. It was like a thick cake of light. Go, fall into the void. The mighty flash that seemed to have condensed the entire void flickered for a short half a second before suddenly exploding. It was as if a large piece of the void had been ripped off from its concept and rules. It brought with it a light that was powerful enough to beat the primordial realm back to its original point and broke away from the realm of order in front of the big crack. The 3 people who were frantically resisting the vast stream of light were desperately releasing all kinds of high-level premier powers, the power of divinity and the power of godly right. The 7 divine halos behind them were constantly shaking because the power that they could mobilize in a short period of time could not keep up with the consumption. It seemed like they would collapse at any time. No. This light can't be neutralized by normal means. We can't completely block the attack that has condensed half of the power of the world of order and the power of the heavenly god of origin. A dignified and low voice sounded from the leader's mouth. The mighty torrent that had condensed half of the weight of the void of order kept bursting with energy that made the 3 of them shudder. Their shadows were elongated by the colorful light, and 3 lonely figures were projected in the void and the big crack behind them. Ironically, the condensed energy barrier in front of them had already been broken by half. They resisted with all their might and kept detonating the power of godly right and divinity to barely hold the stream of light in place. But as long as the group opposite them did not withdraw this attack, they would still have to pay a heavy price to neutralize this desperate light. World of order. World of order. TSK, I've underestimated these fellows. I thought that the origin would be gone forever. He gritted his teeth and kept condensing energy. Origin. Fortunately, they did not change their own order nature and still belonged to the power of order. If the power of chaos were to receive this attack head-on, with the destructive power of countless order and rules in this attack, they would probably have been reduced to ashes by now. As he muttered, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. His gaze penetrated the barrier and looked in front of him that was covered by the light. His uneasy gaze suddenly saw that in the void, the first light that was tainted with the gray of chaos. A pair of eyes that contained both order and chaos met his gaze, and his heart unnaturally skipped a beat. "Fall into this void, rat." A cold voice rang in his ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A light that was tainted with gray, but was so bright that no living being could look directly at it, that was chaos. It was the power of chaos. The moment he identified it, his face turned pale with fright. However, at this time, they were restrained by this stream of light. There was no way for them to activate the barrier of order to deal with the power of chaos. That light of energy that was like a supernova that exploded with billions of stars smashed heavily on their barrier, fusing with the colorful light. The two powers of order tore apart the divine barrier that they had put up in an instant, and the two colors of light that rushed towards him swallowed him whole. Chaos. Endless chaos. Yet it was also incomparably pure order. That light, heavy, it contained the endless sorrow and tears of the world of order. He seemed to have seen something in it, but he could not grasp it. Was this the light at the beginning of the birth of the great primordial realm? No wonder that person said that they had to be wary of the realm of gods. Boom! The monstrous energy ended with an explosive sound that shattered the void and suddenly dissipated. He was immersed in the two energies for as long as an era. When he came back to his senses, his whole body was pressed into the void by the two energies, and he did not know how far away they were. He only felt that his divine soul had been torn apart, and his body was no longer listening to him. He did not know where the energy came from, but it was still supporting him to stand in the void. Even his body was no longer in shape. At the same time, the energy runes that were tainted with the power of order and chaos climbed up his broken body. He could feel that the energy runes that were constantly spreading were eroding his body and soul, and using his own power to deal with himself in the distant void, probably in the direction where he had retreated. Two vast and mighty energy raindrops bloomed in the void. The vast and mighty phenomenon occupied the entire void. It was incomparably splendid. The abnormally surging and mighty energy sprinkled all over the void. It was as if there was an energy explosion, exploding in the form of several energy rings. It spread very far away before slowly dissipating. This made him absent-minded. The last time he had seen this scene should have been more than a dozen epochs ago. Ugh! He raised his hand and used the remaining divine energy to cut a scarlet energy rift in front of him, and staggered into the rift. This is not over, not over. I have to go back quickly. I have misjudged the remaining power of the world of order. I have to tell them. At the place where the vast light rain sprinkled, Brother Lei looked up abruptly into the distance. I found the remaining one, but it's too late to go after him. Sui Qing looked at that place and narrowed her eyes. He has escaped, but it's fine. His body and soul have been tainted with the chaotic power of the original light, directly damaging his divinity. If it wasn't for the heavenly god of origin or the conceptual body of chaos, he would not have escaped death. But if we let him escape this time, the previous information about the underworld's misjudgment of the power of the world of order would also be sent back. Hui frowned as he felt a headache and then laughed bitterly. Although, even if he doesn't return, the other side would have more or less sensed this information. It's just that we don't know what they would do next. Defense. Can we also? Just as Hui suddenly came up with a plan that seemed feasible, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's mind. They have misgivings. They think that victory is already in their hands, and are unwilling to gamble with their lives with us. which is why they keep making mistakes. But we. No, I have no misgivings in the first place. If they die, they die. War? That's right, but it's not just that. In the battlefield between order and chaos, there is only destruction, and this life is nothing more than that. It's not a loss to kill one of the higher tiers, and it's a gain to kill two of them. Excluding this point, we actually have our own misgivings. You must have wanted to say that since we already have the power to defeat a higher tier premier, why don't we just go straight to the underworld? It's very simple, the underworld is still being held back by something. Their power is not complete from the beginning to the end, and they are only constantly sending cannon fodder, wanting to wear down the power of the void of order more or less, but they keep making mistakes one after another. 100 billion years ago, the fall of a higher tier premier was definitely not part of their plan, but they still endured and suppressed it, which only means that they are still preparing for their trump card that can turn the situation around. This is a good time, yes, it should be a good time. Phone. Hui laughed dryly, and quickly waved his hand to bring everyone back to the realm of order. When he looked at Feng, he could not help but be stunned, and his face was filled with worry. Are you okay? The initial light and the heart of the world had been retracted, and Yun Nuoshing stood in the void with a sword. His body was pale, and the body made of energy was full of cracks, and the light of energy was bursting out uncontrollably. Such a ferocious scene stunned Brother Lei and the others, needless to say, but it was really the first time they saw Feng like this, and they immediately put a label in their hearts. This is a guy who doesn't care about his life, enough to drag the void down with him. Brother Lei felt that he seemed to understand what Hui Jun said to him. It's okay, I'm used to it. His upper body was full of cracks, and he looked like a broken porcelain doll. Everyone was silent when they heard his words, and looked through his body to see the realm of order behind him. Their faces were filled with horror, and their heads were covered in cold sweat. God knows how this guy tortured himself in the past. Even for an energy life form, this level of damage was almost to the point where it would break with a touch. Does not mean that for him, temporarily not dying meant that there was no problem? We saw that Feng did not seem to have any problems, so he did not mention it for the time being. He waved his hand to let I Ching deal with the realm of order first, and stood there to wait for him to nag, and when Feng was done, he would press him to recover. The timing you mentioned just now was supposed? Hui asked. Yes, it was. Now that we have the power to punish high-level primeval, and the underworld is calculating its own little plan, this should be a good time to attack, but we can't seize this opportunity. There are two problems. First, we want to go to the underworld, but there are not many ways to go, and all of them are very dangerous, and difficult to execute. This is the first problem. Second, we can only use positional warfare to our advantage, and positional warfare. We have already gone to other people's homes. Where would we have the time to build a positional warfare? The Void front line is a powerful defensive position that we have been working on for hundreds of billions of years, constantly improving and strengthening. Although we can also build a temporary position with our own power, it is only a temporary realm of order, and completely not at the level of the Void front line. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. To put it simply, they had switched from fighting at home to fighting away, and they had no advantage. And it seemed to be the case. Although they seemed to be able to kill the high-level primeval sent by the underworld, that was the power of the Void frontline, and Yun Nuoshing could only be unleashed when she risked her life, and there was no way to use this power frequently. After all, they did not have any high-level primeval, and that was their biggest shortcoming. As for sending a team to attack, and then shrinking the Void frontline to the underworld in one go, this is a feasible way. The former should be possible, with me leading, and more than 100 primeval covering, unless there are more than a dozen high-level primeval blocking the way, otherwise it should not be a problem to attack. But to move the void frontline, it is almost like digging out the void frontline and the void it encompasses. Can you guys do it by carrying half of the middle plane and countless middle planes? This is not the same as teleporting the void frontline back in the current void. None of us know what the situation in the underworld is like. That is someone else's world, not our void of order. Everyone smiled bitterly. We rarely used his brain and thought of many things in his mind, but in the end they were all dead in the cradle. The origin sanctum. What if we only bring the origin sanctum there? Jing Nuoshing asked in return. The void frontline formed by more than 1,000 origin nodes should be able to create the same power as in the void of order now, right? The origin sanctum is, after all, just a core that occupies less than half of the void frontline. Yun Nuoshing shook her head slightly. Even if we really have a way to deal with 1, 2, 3, or even 10 high-level primeval, we have no way to fight against the power of high-level primeval head-on. Hui and the others sighed bitterly again. This was the truth. In the face of absolute power, unless they used the power of the same level to fight, otherwise everything would be in vain. Once they rushed into the underworld and caused a riot, the result would not be good. Not to mention other things, if the underworld threw out 5 or 6 high-level primeval to besiege the void frontline at the same time, how many places could they defend? Yun Nuoshing sighed when he saw everyone shaking their heads with bitter smiles. It's obvious. That's why we can only defend. This is our advantage, but it's also our most passive point. If we defend, we won't be able to destroy the underworld. If we attack, we won't be able to achieve any obvious result. We might even die inside. This is the reality woven by the void frontline, the cruelest reality for us. There is no way to escape, and there is no way to change it. If we defend here, we can only ask for a moment of peace. In the end, we can't let all of this come to an end. When the underworld has finished its business, there is nothing to worry about. Yun Nuoshing's eyelids drooped slightly, and she let out a long sigh. Then, perhaps that time has come, hundreds of billions of years, fighting for more than a dozen eras, and ushering in their final end. It sounded ridiculous, but there was no way to choose, and there was no way to change the result. Wu, the horn, an earth-shattering sound of the horn, accompanied by an ancient aura that transcended time, reverberated in the void frontline. The expressions of everyone in the realm of order changed. The other places in the void frontline also heard this unusually grand sound of the horn, as if it was guiding the warriors standing on the battlefield to charge. This sound. Brother Lei's expression became a little unnatural when he heard the sound of the horn. He, Sui Feng, and Sui Qing looked at each other. We looked at them and asked, "What? Is it something that belongs to the previous era, your era?" Sui Qing nodded slightly and said, "It should be the horn of order that the origin heavenly god gave to the underworld. At that time, the underworld was still fighting for the realm of order. I just didn't expect that kind of thing to happen later." Brother Lei smiled bitterly, and then his expression became distressed. "This is troublesome. The horn of order was originally used to increase the power of the realm of order, but now in the void far away, scarlet cracks silently opened, and the abyss death mist rolled out. Along with the huge tide, countless incarnations and chaos constructs swept out. The aura of order on them made them fall into a deeper level of madness. The aura of madness spread to them through the void frontline, and everyone's expression became serious. The aura of a high-level yuanshi. Sui Qing gazed at one place and said softly, What I'm afraid of really happens. Are these guys done yet?" Hui scratched his head in distress and said, "The realm of order is urgently reorganizing. Are there any energy towers that can continue to overload? Crystals? Don't worry, the high-level yuanshi will not come personally." Yun Nuoshing also caught the powerful aura and interrupted Hui's emergency preparations. "Before they know our strength, they will not come personally. They can no longer afford to lose the high-level yuanshi. He is probably here to lead the cannon fodder to continue the attack. The horn of war, announcing the arrival of the final battle. The realm has taken shape. Yun Nuoshing looked up and said something that stunned everyone. The path from the pinnacle of origin to the level of Yuanshi is unobstructed, and the realm of chaos has taken shape. My job is done, and the rest. I'll leave it to you guys for now. Hey, Feng. We hurriedly caught the guy who fell to the side after he finished speaking. He smiled bitterly and said, "You just said that it's the eve of the final battle, and now you are lying down. Alright, thank you for your hard work. You should go and rest first." After asking Sui Feng to send the guy into the origin sanctum, we turned to look at Brother Lei and the others and shrugged. There's nothing else I can do. I'll have to trouble you guys this time. Brother Lei grinned. It's just a final battle. What's there to be afraid of? Just fight. I didn't catch up with the battle a dozen eras ago. This time, I can make up for it. The warriors of order are not afraid of the power of chaos. Chapter 1742. The sound of the ancient horn, accompanied by the sound of destruction, resounded in the void. It ignored all barriers and transmitted to every corner of the void. Billions of worlds and countless lives heard this long and heavy sound. They looked at the void with a solemn and doubtful gaze. They felt an ancient calling that wanted them to go there personally. However, within this call, there was an indescribable hostility. The dull sound of the horn reverberated in the void. Whether it was in the void of order or the void of chaos, this ancient sound that could not be stopped reverberated. It was as if billions of stars were trembling and echoing. Billions of worlds were swaying and resonating. Its momentum was like waves crashing against the shore. It caused the order and the laws to tremble. It was enough to shatter the void. In the depths of the void, in a place that was hidden from prying eyes, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Staring at the void that was filled with billions of worlds, the voice softly murmured, "The origin has already passed away. Why bother to disturb the void that is still riddled with holes?" Silence. Invisible waves rippled like water. They quietly spread and then disappeared into the void. Then, everything quieted down. The sound of the horn that shook the void disappeared without a trace. The void returned to its deathly silence. Sigh. After such a long time, when can I wait for the end? The gloomy void flickered with traces of dark gold and silver light, splashing some energy ripples in the void. As the murmur and the sound of the horn disappeared, the place once again regained its eternal silence. At the front line of the void, the loud sound of the horn resonated and shook the void. The derivatives and the constructs were infected by the power of order in the resonance, and became even more violent. The collision of the two powers of order caused their bodies to undergo abnormal changes. It was already strange enough. Now, it was better not to delve into that strange state. If I did, I would lose my rationality. Invisible ripples silently streaked across the void, and the annoying bugle horn that kept ringing in their ears suddenly disappeared. Everyone at the front line of the void was shocked, and in the midst of the battle, they shifted a tenth of their attention to the void behind them. The vast and boundless void of order was completely empty, and there was no movement at all. There were some energy waves coming from the Scarlet Rift. The energy resonance that shook the void was suddenly cut off, startling the people inside. The resonance of order of the horn of order is cut off? There's such a person in the order void. As expected, this damned order void really couldn't treat them as lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They had already gone overboard 3 or 4 times. Fortunately, they were more cautious this time. If they were to charge out like that fellow who had his body and soul destroyed the moment he came back, wouldn't he have turned into a sea of light by now? But it doesn't matter. The resonance of the horn of order has already strengthened the derivatives and the constructs. Time will slowly pass. A surge of chaos energy overflowed from the Scarlet Rift. Countless derivatives and constructs rushed out of the rift amidst roars and roars, fearlessly charging towards the void blockade. Why did the horn stop? Jing Yun turned to look at the void of order and frowned in suspicion. It seems like there was something in the void of order just now. Shoo, don't mention it, don't ask and don't care. Hui wiped away the chaos energy that was smeared all over his face and waved his hand. There are always many hidden things in the void. If we go too deep into it, we won't have the time to care about the mess before us. Yeah, Maple said so, and I'll add probably so by the way. Jing Yun smiled bitterly. He looked at the greatsword that he had picked up from God knows where and threw it into the void. Divine runes and runes condensed into a long spear in his hand. His body melted into the void like smoke, and when he reappeared, he was already behind a fledgling. The long spear in his hand pierced through the fledgling without any hindrance. The energy of the runes exploded and shook the fledgling into a vast rain of light. After that, he disappeared from where he was. Appearing from the void like smoke and brandishing his long spear, Jing Yun, who was about to unleash his might, suddenly froze. Beside him, tens of thousands of derivatives and a dozen constructs were all staring at him. The energy that was condensed in their hands was shining brightly. Tens of thousands of pairs of scarlet eyes the size of meteors and planets were staring at him, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Well, let's talk things over. Boom! A bright light that was as bright as a supernova burst out from a corner of the void. That vibration and that movement made Hui stunned. He quickly broke the Guardian's shield in half and threw it out. He rushed over like a meteor and quickly returned to the domain of order. Hey! Hui quickly ran to Jing Yun's side. He saw that his entire body was emitting smoke. The heat was shocking. Under the illumination of the order energy, white smoke was quickly emitting from his body. It looked as if he had rolled around in a hell scene before he was fished out. You're cooked through. Jing Yun's face was charred. He raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Then, his arm fell to the side with a thud and no longer moved. The movement of the chaotic energy slamming into the domain of order brought Hui back to reality. He quickly turned his head. The group of chaotic constructs had already pressed down in front of the domain of order. The moment they entered the attack range, they began to bombard it indiscriminately. Hui swung his hand and threw Jing Yun into the Temple of Origins. He ignored the elegant gesture, made by the charred piece of coal, and came to the front of the domain of order. He pressed his palm on the colorful energy tower. The Guardian's holy energy shone brightly. It carried a torrent of energy that penetrated the void and exploded like a wave. It hit the few chaotic constructs that had broken through the energy seal. Those few big blocks burst out with the energy of the abyssal death mist. They looked like they were emitting smoke as they fell into the void. They were swarmed by the holy energy and the chaos of the void and disintegrated completely. These guys are determined to destroy Node Zero's domain of order. Hui swung his burning palm and grinned. Since the high-tier primeval blew his trumpet and intended to bury the world of order in a coffin, attack the world of order, those manifestations and constructs were not just a little bit stronger than before. They were completely targeting the domain of order when they fought. They would launch one or two attacks at the domain of order whenever there was a gap. They would also travel a long distance just to slap the domain of order. Then, they would be pulverized by the boundless order energy. Hui noticed that there was a lot of black energy left in the void. It looked like the abyssal death mist. There were spots of scarlet light in the black. It looked very similar. However, its presence was a little more advanced than the abyssal death mist. However, it was a few levels weaker than the abyssal death mist. What's that black energy? Brother Thunder, who was fighting in the void, took the time to look around when he heard the voice in his soul. I don't know. I've only been here for a while, so I don't know. Looking at you, isn't that the trash left behind after the abyssal death mist dies? No. Hui shook his head. These things didn't exist before. Let me take a look for you. Brother Thunder responded with a howl. His palm suddenly pinched a manifestation that had darted out from the void. Silver lightning swarmed over and crushed it. He found a more spacious place and spread his arms slightly. The silver lightning on his body condensed to the size of a sun within a few seconds. The violent lightning and order energy instantly attracted the attention of countless manifestations and structures in this area. They actually suddenly gave up on the order domain and charged at him. The shadows of blades and swords flashed, and the death fog of the abyss surged violently. It was as if a celestial dog was devouring the sun, wanting to swallow that silver sun into its mouth. Silver dragon! A thunderous roar dispersed the approaching abyssal death mist. The silver sun suddenly became like a porcupine. Millions of silver lightning bolts that were at least 100,000 miles long surged out of it. Along with thunderous rumbles, they charged towards various places in the void. That rampaging energy merely brushed past them. The energy shock waves were enough to turn manifestations and constructs into energy and dissipate. We stared at the vicinity of the silver sun and paid attention. Among the tens of millions of manifestations that Brother Thunder had destroyed in a wide area, there were quite a few remnants of the black fog. It was as if the remnants were left after they were destroyed. Furthermore, the further away they were from the direct attack, the greater the amount of black fog energy remaining. Soon, a portion of the black fog would drift out and gather towards the direction of the Great Rift. The black fog that gathered from all directions surged into the Great Rift. After a brief moment, they turned into manifestations and reappeared. Was this reclaiming energy? Was this regenerating 1,000 from 10,000? That's cheating. Hui was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. He had never seen such a cheating method before. That amount itself was enough to violate the rules. Now, it was even regenerating energy by itself? How is it? Did you find anything? Millions of dancing lightning bolts circled around Brother Thunder. He was like a self-propelled, explosive weapon. Wherever he went, the battlefield would explode. I saw a portion of it. However, I'm still not very clear about what the black fog is for. Hui smiled bitterly and told him the other portion of the black fog. Then, a large wave of painful wails came from the soul transmission. That's against the rules. Suifeng's face darkened. Doesn't that mean that the part that was killed by the side doesn't count? That part of the manifestation can only be completely destroyed by a direct attack of energy? Isn't that bullsh***? Which guy has so much free time to do such a large-scale attack? Hui was silent for a moment. The guy you're talking about, who has nothing to do, is now lying in the Origin Temple. Suifeng. Brother Feng? Then it's fine. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was a high-level premier guarding the Great Rift. It was not realistic to fight at the enemy's doorstep. The high-level premier was also using his own power and methods to command these dumb things to attack the realm of order. During the battle, they could clearly feel that the power of these things was several times stronger than before. Fortunately, Feng's realm had taken shape. At this moment, it was affecting the entire battlefield through the nodes covering the void front line, weakening the power of chaos. After a while, the power of the manifestations and constructs was only strengthened by a little. The impact was not very big. The biggest impact was that they had an extra brain, a brain that stood at the rear and fought against them vigorously. From the looks of it, Node 0 should be facing the strongest impact on the void frontline. We analyzed from the gathered information that the enemy they were facing at this moment, be it in terms of quality or quantity, was much more exaggerated than the other places in the void frontline. As a result, they had even mobilized some of the node's power to gather at Node 0. Master Hui. That group of constructs with origin power is coming again. Hui hurriedly turned his gaze when he heard the urgent report from one of the Order warriors. That group of special chaos constructs was coming over in a grandiose manner. Furthermore, there were countless manifestations and ordinary chaos constructs following behind them. They were just like an army. Divert half of the energy tower's energy. Wait for them to come closer before attacking. The rest of the energy towers continue to clear out the surrounding manifestations. As for the empty defensive line, I'll fill in, Brother Lay shouted, taking over Huey's words. With a flash, he arrived at the empty gap covered by the energy tower's firepower. The surface of the sun that was formed from billions of thunderbolts began to churn like waves of thunder. The various destructive energies hidden beneath were lifted to the surface. The origin power also began to churn, adding a hint of sacred golden light to the silver sun. Moments later, the sun violently erupted with a new energy star. Indescribable destructive energies turned into a lightning dragon that engulfed the entire void. Lightning flashed, and countless manifestations were reduced to energy and completely dissipated. All the operating energy towers in the order domain had been overloaded for an unknown period of time. The destroyed energy towers were also replaced in batches. The replaced energy towers were treated as disposable bombs and tossed to the reconstructed backup echelons. This was to allow these useless and broken energy towers to be put to good use in their hands. The more they could get rid of, the better. The deep and dark void had been lit up by the endless energy. That group of special black constructs and magic circles were in place one by one. The vast light of energy illuminated the void around them. Small scarlet void rifts appeared out of thin air. A large number of black abyssal death mist manifestations and small chaos constructs gushed out from the rifts under the cover of their huge size and energy radiance. With the goal of destruction and protection, they launched an attack on the realm of order. The abyssal death mist manifestations and chaos energies were rapidly approaching the realm of order. The abyssal death mist manifestations and chaos energies were like a torrential downpour as they fell on the realm of order. In an instant, a large number of golden ripples appeared. Because the ripples were too dense, it even caused one's line of sight to turn gray. You want to tear down the realm of order? Why don't you ask for my permission first? Hui stomped his foot fiercely. The Guardian's shield held up a defensive barrier that withstood the small attacks that were like a torrential downpour. The Guardian's great sword pierced into the colorful energy tower beside him. The energy crystal on the top of the energy tower rapidly turned from gray to colorful. The overflowing energy turned into a dazzling light that soared into the sky. Go. Accompany your comrades in death. The most unique energy tower took less than 10 seconds to recharge. Then, it erupted with a mighty energy torrent that covered the entire battlefield. The army of constructs that ran across the long distance of the void to the front of the realm of order, but before they could unleash a chaos strike, they were vaporized into green smoke and dissipated into nothingness. The fused origin energy is indeed a big problem. There is no particularly good way to deal with it. A roar came from the Scarlet Rift. He watched as the army of constructs was wiped out. The dazzling energy torrent passed by from the far right side of the rift with a loud noise. He was silent for a moment. That energy could directly threaten a mid-tier premier. To deal with a high-tier premier, it would take a longer time to prepare. In short, it was unreasonable. The problem was that he could not calculate the time. He heard that the 3 guys who were already dead were bombarded in less than a minute after they rushed out. Now, they had gone to the road of reincarnation to report. Apart from the energy torrent mixed with the origin energy, the rampaging of the inheritors had also brought him a lot of trouble. Most of the constructs were killed by them. Looking at them now, it seemed that they had not fully unleashed their power. Except for the guy who was shouting Silver Dragon, in the void, the other inheritors had not unleashed their origin energy. It was difficult to deal with them. Phew. Forget it. Let's take it slow. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and shook his head. His gaze swept across the battlefield and fell on the black smoke that was left in the void. He was silent. The rift let out a dull roar again. It's about time. Anyway, let's give it a try. It's a new power. We have to try it. Hui waved his hand and sucked in a cold breath. Every time he used the Origin Energy Crystal Tower, his hand felt like it was going to be crippled. The principle of the tower was simple. Use ordinary energy to stimulate the energy crystals in the energy tower and convert them into Origin energy without any restrictions. That was all. It was simple, convenient, and fast. It was just a little taxing. Personally mobilizing the Origin energy, just touching one type, was already quite taxing. At this moment, he was controlling about 147 types of Origin energy at once. This won't do. Next time, I have to find someone else to fire the cannon. My hand will be crippled after 2 more shots. His gaze towards the void gradually became a little gloomy. In the past, when he fought in the void, he felt that time passed very quickly. Perhaps it was because he was dealing with a bunch of brainless war puppets. But that was the situation of the past. Now, the army of manifestations and constructs welcomed a powerful brain. The high-tier premier himself was quite a good commander. Ordinary tactics could be used in this place that was full of destruction, and the battlefield was almost infinite. Some small tactics could be used to make the war puppets more powerful, tenacious, and capable of fighting. But if the forces are concentrated, it's easy to destroy them. After all, the range of our cannon is big enough. If they dare to come together, then they won't be able to return alive. First, more than half of the Void's frontline forces were mobilized to kill the 3 high-tier premierships. Then, they had to deal with a high-tier premier who suddenly barged into the battle. It was more or less a little flustered. But that was just the beginning. Now, they had more or less regained their footing. To be fair, if the situation continued to develop like this, the situation would be stabilized in a few hours and enter a rather long cycle. Almost, woo! The grand horn sounded once again in the void, causing Hui and the others' expressions to change drastically. They were sweating profusely. Now, the only thing they needed to be wary of was the power of Origin in the other party's hands. Especially that horn. The moment it was blown, it had caused the manifestations and constructs to go berserk. This time, the sound of the bugle horn was even more hurried than the first one. The heavy pressure was like a violent storm slapping on one's face, making one feel suffocated and flustered. This didn't seem to affect the entire void, but only the area in front of them. Master Hui. This is the energy reaction of the mixed order, but it's rather weak. It seems like there's only a little mixed in it. F***ck. Since when did the mixed order become so simple? Hui cursed as he took out his greatsword and shield and looked at the big crack. At this moment, there was not much difference between the manifestation and the structure. They were still gushing out of the big crack like the tide and charging towards the realm of order without fear of death. However, when that energy came out, he felt that something was slowly changing. Withdraw the battle line and lean back a little. God knows what that guy is going to do. Hui shouted as he banged on his shield. I know. I seem to remember that this should be the second function of the Horn of Order. Suifeng quickly squeezed into the soul communication and shouted, causing everyone to be stunned. What's the second function? Why haven't I heard of it before? Brother Lei scratched his head. Because it was our teacher who gave the Horn of Order to the underworld. I still remember. Suifeng grinned. I still remember. This second function is, what is it again? Everyone was speechless. Suifeng's face darkened. They could foresee that this kid would not be able to keep his life when he returned to the realm of order. No matter what, let's blast it first. Billions of streams of order energy shone like the stars in the sky as they surged across the void towards the big crack. But there was a high-tier primeval guarding the crack. If they did not use their extraordinary power, they could not do anything to it. Now, they could not even interrupt the horn. The only thing they were sure of was that the second function of the horn was not for them. Then, it should be a different kind of strengthening? Let's gather power first and clear out the manifestations and constructs nearby. Let's see what he's going to do. Suifeng, have you thought of it? I'm thinking. Suifeng's forehead was covered in sweat. I remember it very clearly. But suddenly, I can't remember in a moment of panic. I remember now. That's to restore the power of our own people. Everyone was stunned. Restore power? Only a few of the cannon fodders were left after a wave of energy. How could they restore power? What could they restore? Hui was stunned for a few seconds before he suddenly thought of something. He quickly shouted, "Gather the energy of the energy towers and aim at the smoke floating in the void. Shoot them down, quick." Suddenly, a dense abyssal death mist gushed out from the rift. Dozens of scarlet energy arrays suddenly emerged from the space around the rift. Each array condensed an extremely dazzling light, and all the energy was concentrated in the center of the rift. Then, they turned into a ring of energy and suddenly exploded. Just as we pressed down on the energy pagoda and was about to clear the black fog that filled the entire void, a nightmare suddenly descended. After the energy halo exploded, a strange energy suddenly spread to all parts of the void. When it came into contact with the black fog that filled the ground, the remaining energy that was only a few feet in size forcefully plundered the energy of the void in a short 2 seconds and recovered into a huge manifestation or a huge chaotic construct. Wherever the energy halo touched, the boundless black fog once again turned into manifestations and structures all over the place, filling up the entire space before him. It's really restored? Just a strand of energy can restore it to its original state? Hui was so anxious that he almost jumped. The ring of energy explosion just now had increased the number of manifestations and constructs on the battlefield by at least 10 million times. All energy towers, prepare to continue overloading. Brothers of the backup echelon, prepare to bring up the big yield. Prepare to clear out the battlefield at our doorstep. Oh ho! Come, Suifeng, come here. I'll beat you to death. This. You can't blame me for this? It's true. I just remembered. Suifeng's face was sweating profusely as he smiled bitterly. He really couldn't shake off this blame. If he had remembered it a minute earlier, they would have been able to get rid of a lot of the remaining black smoke. It's fine. Once it revives, we can just kill it again. After all, the number of manifestations we've defeated is enough to flood an entire region of the void. A sound that sounded like the resonance of multiple energies quietly rang out, accompanied by a slight tremor in the void. After the sound rang out, a vast expanse of dazzling energy arrays sprung up in the void ahead like bamboo shoots after a rain. In an instant, they filled the entire field of vision. Before the people arrived, the arrays arrived first. Hui clapped his hands calmly. He's awake? Then it's fine. We'll just have to fight again. But why did he wake up so quickly this time? Everyone smiled bitterly. You weren't so calm just now. However, the scene of fireworks exploding in front of them was indeed too magnificent and too shocking. Tisk, you've just arrived so you wouldn't understand. Let me tell you. Look at the scene in front of you. Hui smiled faintly and spread his arms. He looked at the scene in front of him that resembled a downpour. Every raindrop was a circle, and countless circles appeared majestically. Maple's power is enough to scatter the light of truth of order all over the void. This is the truth of the world of order. Ba. Everyone. Chapter 1743. Those gigantic magic circles smashed into the void, as if they were free of charge. There was not a single empty spot in the void, as far as the eye could see. The void was filled with magic circles and manifestations. Compared to the two, the latter was more numerous and unreasonable. However, the impact of the former was more powerful. The two things appeared in the void at the same time, and the latter was faster. However, the more magic circles they saw, the calmer they became. Let's put it this way, the colorful magic circles. Once 10,000 of them were activated at the same time, the void in front of them would be restored to its original state. As the largest and most violent killing machine in the world of order, its power was no joke. They wondered how the high-level premier would feel when he saw it. But what made Hui feel a little strange was that it had not even been a day since Maple finished the void collapse. Although he had the support of the realm of order this time, and it was not as dangerous as the lesser void turbulence, the price of breaking the defense of 3 high-level primeval was not something that could be recovered from by lying down for a day and a half. At that time, Maple's body was full of cracks and he was about to shatter on the spot. I was awakened by the sound of the horn. Maple's figure slowly appeared in front of them. He no longer looked as broken as before. He seemed to be in good condition. Well, actually, just by looking at the magic circles in front of them, they could tell that he was in good condition. It was just that the way he woke up seemed to be a little beyond their imagination. You woke up? We looked at him from head to toe and could not help but ponder. I have never seen a guy who can still jump around after being seriously injured. I'm afraid Yun Nuashing. Oh, that horn woke me up, but it also healed my injuries at the same time. Although I haven't recovered to 100%, it's enough. The rest can be slowly recovered. Interesting. Who blew this horn? Everyone who was nervously preparing their power to cooperate with him was stunned. Hui stared at him, raised his hand and pointed to the other side. He said dryly, "That horn was blown by the other side." "Oh, then, it's even more interesting, isn't it?" Yun Nuashing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Lei and the others looked at Feng and then turned to Sui Feng. Sui Feng forced a smile and scratched his head. "It's probably because the horn of order has been tainted by the presence of chaos. The presence of chaos has changed the nature of the horn of order. Life forms of order like us won't be affected by it, but life forms of chaos will be affected. Brother Feng, you're both, so you're affected together." Everyone looked up and was silent. So, the void was really interesting. They wondered what the expression of the high-level primeval opposite them would be if he knew that he had woken up the person with the horn. They pondered for a moment. If they were in the same situation, they would have found a hole to bury themselves in the void. They would be too ashamed to face the people of the chaotic void. In fact, the energy vibrations in the big crack suddenly froze. The high-level primeval inside was so stunned that he forgot to blow the horn. After a long silence, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "How did that guy get up so quickly? Damn, it seems that I have to keep a low profile. Damn, I'd better change my position. I don't want him to know that I'm here." He looked at the sea of light in front of him that was like a sea of light that was constantly expanding. The number and power of the array were constantly increasing, and he felt that his soul was trembling. Even though he had moved to a bigger crack, he could still see the sea of light that was constantly expanding after retreating a long distance. His mentality was a little unhealthy. No way, no way. Hurry up and get those bastards to come over and help. This guy who doesn't care about his life has the primal chaos, light of origin, and the primal chaos, origin energy. If he uses all his strength, he can destroy half of the underworld. I can't handle him alone. A series of violent movements that seemed to be able to turn the entire void and nothingness upside down came from all directions. As soon as he steadied himself, he felt an indescribable destructive movement coming from the entire void. He looked outside the big crack and saw that the sea of light from the magic formation was already spewing out energy, and 1/10 of the energy landed outside the big crack where he was hiding. It was probably just an accident, but it was enough to make the whole crack creak and tremble. 1/3 of the hundreds of big cracks were destroyed by the high-energy attack that covered the void. The crack where he was hiding dimmed by half because of the attack. When the void quieted down a little, He looked outside again. The void was really clean. There was not even a speck of dust left for him. The horn that he blew with all his might was equivalent to farting in the void. His mentality, which was already not good, was about to crack. Maybe I should gather some more power. What's wrong with that guy? He's only at the peak of origin. Won't you be invincible if you reach Yuanshi? He sucked in a breath of cold air until his teeth hurt. Pacing back and forth in the rift, he gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. Then, he turned around and threw an energy message into the depths of the rift. The situation is critical. Send 2 protectors to help me. The boundless void was only left with remnant energy. There were still many places where the remnant energy was too large and too high-grade, so it couldn't be devoured by the void in a single breath. During the slow devouring process, countless energy anomalies were released and floated in the void, speeding up their annihilation. The billions of formations hanging in front of the domain of order couldn't find any trace of the enemy, so they gradually retracted their formation and slowly condensed their energy. They stopped? The so many manifestations and structures in front of us are all gone? Sui Feng gestured at the void in front of him with his hands. They're gone for now. I don't know why they suddenly stopped attacking. But we can finally take a break. Since we killed the 3 high-level Yuanshi, we haven't had the chance to properly reorganize. Now is the time to recover the power of the realm of order. We shouted at the people in the realm of order. Yun Nuoshing stared at the void in the distance. She suddenly turned her head and said, "World of order, how's the arrangement at the front line? Origin energy, Yuanshi realm, have they been discussed?" "Not yet. Feng, your realm of order has only been completed for less than a day. Since the 3 high-level Yuanshi broke out, we haven't had any time to rest. We don't have time to arrange anything." Hui glanced at the void in the distance with the corner of his eyes. He rolled his eyes and said, "Do you have any ideas? Let's hear it." Yun Nuoshing turned her head and nodded at him. Node 0, all the peak origin cultivators who have completed their divinity carriers should go and break through immediately. Node cities, origin temple, observer dimension, you can go anywhere you like. The warriors of the realm of gods have been preparing for a long time. If necessary, you can go back to the realm of gods to break through faster. Hui quickly waved his hand and said, No, the defense of Node 0, I'll hold on." Yun Nuoshing turned her head and stared at the void in the distance. Her deep eyes seemed to be able to see into the underworld. "If you need 100 years, I'll hold on for 100 years. If you need 10,000 years, I'll hold on for 10,000 years." This directly spread through the realm of order, startling everyone. They looked at each other and remained silent. They lowered their heads and tidied up the realm of order. If all the peak reciprocity cultivators who were about to break through were taken away, the realm of order would lose around half of its population. It was no longer the same as when the front line had just been established. They had many peak reciprocity cultivators now. If all the peak reciprocity cultivators left, less than a third of the realm of order would be left. No matter how long it takes, I can easily buy you this time. Moreover, I'm not the only one in Node 0. Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked at everyone. The colors in her eyes surged gently. Go. For the distant future, we need to take a gamble. Your strength is indispensable. Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. After a long silence, half of the people knelt on one knee and clasped their hands. A loud shout shook the void. Yes, God. Watching this group of people disappear on the spot, Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and continued to say to Hui, "Let everyone in the realm of gods at the front line break through first. This time, 70 to 80% of the origin cultivators in the realm of gods should be able to break through to the realm of primeval." How can it be so fast? Hui smiled bitterly. 100 billion years of preparation, 100 billion years of preparation, plus 100 billion years of harvest from fighting the underworld here. Even so, only more than half of the peak origin cultivators in the realm of gods were ready to break through to the realm of primeval. However, their path was blocked by the tide of chaos. The remaining half were younger than the others who had been at the peak of origin. It was up to them to say whether they were ready or not. However, they could indeed break through to the realm of primeval. There was also a portion of them who were even younger. Those who had just reached the peak and were still in a sealed state could only wait slowly. Hearing Huey's words, Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. Then we can only wait. How long will it take for you to deal with the origin energy in the front line? She then turned to look at Brother Lei and the others. Don't worry, we have already arranged for people to deal with it before we came out. Brother Lei spread his hands. However, there are more frontline worlds. It will take some time to use the world barrier to contact the world barrier and let the origin energy spread quickly. However, in less than in less than a year, not only the frontline worlds, but even the void frontline will be covered with suitable origin energy. Then, it will be a long time to adapt. Suifeng turned to look at the frontline worlds in the distance. Fortunately, the world core of the frontline worlds is somewhat related to the origin energy. Almost half of the law creations in the void frontline are linked to the origin energy and the origin law. Many people here have already adapted to the origin energy, but it will take some time to get on the right track, hundreds of billions of years. Hui and Yun Nuashing were speechless. When the origin energy is ready for everyone to use, it will take another few trillion years. In other words, after this period of time, the combat power of the void frontline will usher in a huge leap. Hui was speechless again. Well, it was the origin energy after all. Even if it was a weakened version, ordinary beings of order would not be able to adapt to it easily. It was normal to take some time. After all, it was only a few trillion years, not a few eras. Feng, what's the plan you mentioned just now? Hui asked through the soul transmission. He hadn't forgotten that Maple had mentioned a vague plan about the distant future. That's right, just based on the telepathy between the two of them. Tui, tacit understanding, he didn't need to think to know that Maple was planning something that wasn't very positive. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment before turning to look at him. She slowly said, Hui, if I give you 6 eras, can you become a high-level premier? Hui was speechless. Yun Nuashing did not stop. She turned to look at Suifeng and Suifeng. What about you? In 6 eras, using all methods and unscrupulous means, can you become a high-level premier? The many heirs were stunned and looked at each other. This was a slightly difficult question. They had not thought about this part of the problem in detail. Brother Lei stepped forward and replied on behalf of the others. It should be not possible. Because of the void law? That's right. It's already difficult for the laws of the void to give birth to someone at the primeval realm. It'll be very difficult to advance further, even if we have Her Eminence's power. Brother Lei nodded with a sigh. But Huey's level has improved before. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and pointed at Hui. I can't say for sure. There could be 2 possibilities. First, Hui Jun is the heavenly god of primordial beginning in this era, so even if the strength of the laws and order is weak, she can still increase her level. After all, the heavenly god of primordial beginning is not bound by the void, so she can increase her level. This is the theory that teacher told us before, but no one has studied it. After all, the void back then did not have such conditions. Second, Hui Jun has not reached that level yet, so she can still increase her level. Yun Nuashing pondered the meaning of this sentence and said, on the other hand, you all broke through in the previous era. Even if you escaped the influence of the tide of chaos, you are more or less limited by that era. If you want to break through again, you need to get rid of some of the shackles. Or maybe you are stuck at this stage because the strength of the laws and order of the void is not strong enough. Brother Lei grinned and nodded. He did not need to finish his sentence when talking to Brother Feng. Brother Feng could understand by himself. So the result is… Yun Nuoshing murmured. She tilted her head and saw Hui slowly raise his hand. Hui? Well, although I don't know what's going on. Hui raised his hand and laughed dryly. But I feel that I can slowly break through. But it may take a long time. Did your intuition capture the limit? Brother Lei waved his hand. No, I tried to explore higher realms. So far, I have not found the existence of the barrier. Maybe. Hui scratched his head. Seeing Feng's thoughtful look, he quickly waved his hand. But to reach the high-level premier in 6 eras, I think it's not very possible. So don't have too much hope. I'll try my best to go in that direction. After saying that, he smiled bitterly. Maple is really difficult. This is not the previous era. The destruction and loss of all kinds of conditions and environments made the road to the Yuanshi realm difficult. Under such difficult conditions, he still had to run quickly on this bumpy road and not fall flat on his face or be covered in mud. It is really difficult for him. Sui Qing's gaze fell on Yun Nuoshing. She saw that he lowered his head and muttered to himself. Sometimes, he looked up at the void and then looked down at his hand. He seemed to be deducing something. Combined with what he just said about the high-level premier, she seemed to be able to think of something. You want to attack the underworld? The group of people who were thinking about why it took 6 eras and how to reach the higher level of the premier all popped out their eyes and looked at Yun Nuoshing with a weird expression. When they saw Yun Nuoshing and Sui Qing slowly nodding at each other, they felt that it was reasonable. To end this war and win, they had to attack. Even if the other side could not break in, they could not let the underworld go unscathed. Defense would never hurt the enemy. In the end, it would only send oneself to reincarnation. A certain origin sky god said in the 30th era. Therefore, it wasn't that they couldn't understand Maple's thoughts. If they really wanted the world of order to win this long battle, they would need to go all out in an attack. It's still far away for us now. Without a high-level premier, this idea is just empty talk. If there is a high-level premier, we can bring the origin energy and the land of origin into the underworld. We have a chance of winning. However, Yun Nuoshing stopped, stroking his arm, and sighed to the void. However, we still have time. While they are waiting for time to pass, we are also bidding farewell to the time that is slowly passing. If we're talking about the necessary conditions, it's not impossible to gather them. Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked at Brother Lei and the others. Under their horrified gazes, he dug his claw into his own heart. Ouch! Sui Feng covered his chest with a ferocious face. Pain. Phantom pain. Huey's face was calm. He was very calm. He slowly took out the world core of the origin continent from the light in his heart. Then, he slowly took out the model of the land of origin that had been stored in his soul. The two merged into one, forming a world that floated in his palm. Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath and handed it forward to Brother Lei. The conditions left by the origin sky god, along with the laws and order of that ancient era, as well as 196 types of origin energy. Perhaps this is the best condition for you. Brother Lei looked at the ball of light in his hand with a toothache. Although he was not clear about the connection between the inheritor of destruction and the ball of light, if he were to pull it out rashly, it would definitely. Anyway, it would hurt him to look at it. Moreover, it would definitely affect him. This, just as Brother Lei was about to speak, Sui Qing stepped forward and reached out to press on the ball of light. With a gentle push, she stuffed it back into Yun Nuoshing's chest. The latter was stunned. He tilted his head and looked at her in confusion. The impact would be too great for you. Sui Qing shook her head and looked up slightly to meet his eyes. Then, she spoke seriously. 10 million years. If we still can't find the way after 10 million years, then we would ask you to help us, who are foolish. Her deep blue eyes and the white light that flickered like the stars in the galaxy. Yun Nuoxing did not see any signs of joking or hesitation, nor was she being stubborn. After thinking for a while, she nodded. That's fine. I'll listen to you and wait 10 million years. Then, we'll see what's going on. Sui Qing nodded and smiled faintly. That's fine. She believed that they could find a way to break free of their shackles in 10 million years. If they were trapped in the ancient era and could not move forward because of their own reasons, and had to be injured in order for them to break free, it would be an unerasable shame for herself and the title of inheritor. There was a slight roar of energy in the void. Everyone looked up and saw that the void that had stopped for a long time was quickly gathering energy again. The big crack trembled, and enemies surged out from it like a tide. They were even crazier than before. In the big scarlet crack in the distance, there seemed to be one or two highly threatening life forces. Perhaps they were waiting for reinforcements. Perhaps this was the reason why they suddenly stopped attacking. 2 more guys came. 2 mid-tier Yuanshi. They are very close to the higher tier. Brother Lei muttered and scratched his head. What a headache. Even if we want to attack the underworld, we still need to reach the higher tier of Yuanshi. Looking at the void, Yun Nuoxing caught a glimpse of scarlet that slowly appeared. She let out a long sigh and slowly floated out from the realm of order. The first light and the origin energy appeared on her body at the same time, responding to the roar of energy. Whether it was the path to the world of order, the predicament that the void had to face, or everything that he had to face because of his crazy obsession, they were all in front of him at this moment. Perhaps there were still some shadows and fog that had not been brushed away. However, it was no longer important. All of his thoughts and ideas had cut off all the branches of his thoughts. What was left was only a path that intersected and collided in the void. It's all for the sake of survival. Floating in the general trend of the void, that's right. That's the path that we have chosen. It's the opposite of your path. It's an entanglement that can never be solved. Chapter 1744. Time. It had been too long. Even they could not remember how much time had passed. Day after day of slaughter and battle, day after day of watching the void crumble and return to its original state, they were numb. They were completely numb. Everyone who stayed in the void had long become emotionless war machines. Apart from pouring energy into the void and thinking about, who am I, where am I, what am I doing for 2 seconds before waiting for time to pass again, there was perhaps no other change. Well, that was not entirely the case. After all, combat still required energy and a bit of brainpower. However, after repeating one set of attacks for so long without any change, one would eventually become numb to it. One would habitually unleash one's own moves, habitually unleashing tons of energy forward, or simply pressing on an energy tower to unleash a torrent of energy into the void without aiming. Regardless of where the attack was aimed, it would definitely hit the target, and the number would definitely not be small. Regardless of how one fought, it seemed to have become a fact that would never change. Yuankong breathed a sigh of relief and closed her little notebook. It was only when she was heavily injured or exhausted that she would have the time to retreat into the realm of order and write a few short words in the countless notebooks that she had replaced to record the time that had passed. Well, she had almost wanted to use energy orbs to record such information recently. After all, the notebooks that she had replaced weighed hundreds of tons, and those hundreds of tons were the weight of the time that they had passed, the heavy time that they had spent fighting endlessly in the void front line. Time. Yuankong muttered as she took out an energy orb that was inscribed with the rules of time in the Grand Yuan realm. Taking a look inside, she muttered to herself for a moment before opening the notebook again and recording the current time on the top of the last page. 55 eras and 10 million years. It's almost 4 eras. After writing this time, Yuankong only reacted in hindsight. The pen in her hand trembled slightly as she looked up at the void outside the realm of order. The first light hung high in the void, and he had turned into an indestructible star that hung there forever. Forever. These 4 eras had never stopped for a single day, and the billions of magic arrays had never dimmed or faded away. However, the people in the void frontline had been going back and forth, dying and reviving, stopping, or breaking through realms in a hurry. Tiny events in reality, washed back and forth around him like a torrent. Only he alone hung there forever, becoming an indestructible ray of light in the void. The vast aura of origin and the energy of the primeval realm reverberated back and forth in the void. There were energies from them, and also from the people and monsters on the other side. That's right, it had been 4 eras. The void of order was no longer weak, and could only rely on him to bear the pressure of the entire frontline. In the past 4 eras, many beings of order had entered the primeval realm in this reopened environment. The number was huge. Oh, speaking of this, the third person to enter the primeval realm in the world of order was still Jingjie. Even though it happened to be the time when the laws and order were liberated, and many people entered the primeval realm at the same time, they were not faster than Jingjie. After that, among the first batch of primeval realm cultivators, a considerable portion of them were from the celestial realm, such as Monarch Green. Speaking of Monarch Green, because the place he guarded had always been on the other side of the void, his unruly voice could only be heard in the daily reports. It was said that after he entered the primeval realm, he was so energetic that it was as if he was possessed by a big idiot. He rushed to the side of the big crack in the abyss of death fog and crushed hundreds of fledglings and dozens of beginner primeval from the underworld to death in the void. In the end, a mid-level primeval rushed out to cause trouble and threw him back into the realm of order. However, it was said that before he was thrown back, he gathered the power of the realm of order and destroyed half of the soul of that mid-level primeval. As for the situation at the front line, Yuan Kong's gaze swept around. Endless energy was fighting, colliding, and an indescribable energy was violently intertwining, disintegrating, and destroying in the void. Both sides did not give in. Both sides were deadlocked in a domain in the void, and it was difficult for the other side to compromise or give in. Has the power of the manifestation and structure become stronger? Yuan Kong muttered to himself. It seems that it hasn't been long since they collectively sublimated into the primeval realm. Why did they undergo another change so quickly? Therefore, even if the power of the realm of order had increased a lot, even if the realm of order had its own primeval realm, they were still deadlocked in the void. In these 4 eras, they were not the only ones who had changed. The underworld was also trying to find ways to strengthen their power in the battle. Neither side gave in and used all means to press the other side into the void and beat them up. However, the one who had changed more was the realm of order. After all, the high-level primeval of the underworld had not changed since he appeared and hung in the big fissure. Even when he was killed by the big idiots, void collapse in the big fissure and rushed out to fight the realm of order, his presence had not changed. Perhaps it was difficult for the underworld to make their own people more powerful. That time, both of them had suffered heavy injuries. He already had the order realm of the primeval stage, and with the support of the big idiot's various supportive powers, he had fought with him head-on. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries, and he had almost left the 2 mid-level primeval stage cultivators who had followed him in the void. Her hand that was flipping through the small book paused for a moment. Yuan Kong let out a sigh. Unknowingly, I thought of the past. 4 eras, such a long time. 4 eras had passed, and there was still no high-level primeval in the front line of the void. Brother Lei, Sui Qing, and the others had searched for a long time and finally found the effect that allowed them to break free from the weak suppression of the realm of order and law of the previous era. Although their combat power had improved during this period, they were still far from reaching the level of a high-level primeval. The plan of the big idiot had been in the preparation stage, even though he had personally prepared for 4 eras. Yuan Kong looked at Mu Kong from afar and her gaze paused on the initial light. She thought for a moment and walked towards the initial light. Her body flashed twice as she walked into the area covered by the light. The sacred and vast light was mixed with the extremely pure aura of order and extremely pure aura of chaos. Although it was the aura of two types of order, it made her feel a little relieved. She found that lone figure in the first light and thought for a moment before slowly walking towards him. Her consciousness filled the entire domain of light. She knew that he already knew that she was approaching him, and because of that, he had diverted his attention slightly. "What's wrong?" Just as she walked to the side of the big idiot, she heard an ethereal voice that resonated with the void. Yuan Kong looked up at him for a moment and then tilted her head to follow his gaze. It was the place where the high-level primeval of the underworld was guarding. His gaze had never left the high-level primeval for 4 eras without relaxing. "I'm a little confused, so I came to have a look." Yuan Kong sat down at his feet and sighed. "I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm used to raising my hand, used to wiping out everything that comes at me, used to pouring my power, used to letting everything get used to it. As a result, it's a little ridiculous. I can't even understand what we're doing now. So, I came to find you." "Has your spirit reached its limit?" Yun Nuoshing looked ahead and replied softly. "Maybe." Yuan Kong hugged his knees and buried his face in his arms in silence. Anyone who had fought in this hellish place for 4 eras would be at a loss. From the first 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10 million years, to the first 100 million years, followed by 1 billion years, 100 billion years, 10 million years, and finally, an era had passed, and everything had become silent and numb. In the first 1,000 years, one would feel that 100 years was nothing more than that, and it would pass in a few moments. The first 10 million years would feel that 1,000,000 years was nothing more than that, and it would pass in a few moments. It was nothing more than a small thread in the course of time. And then 4 eras had passed, and it was no longer a thread. "Big idiot, where are we now?" Yuan Kong asked in a muffled voice. "We're still at the edge of the upper plane." Yun Nuoshing's gaze that was fixed on the high-tier premier finally moved away for once. He looked at the void in other places and turned to look at it for a few seconds before returning his gaze to the Great Rift. The void seal has not moved after that great shift. It's still a long way from the 3rd defense line. But once we reach the 3rd defense line, Yuan Kong suddenly looked up at the side of Hao Ren's face and muttered in a muffled voice, Is. Yun Nuoshing remained silent and nodded. They were retreating as if they had returned to the initial phase of the battle. The void front line would be forced to retreat every once in a while due to the pressure that kept accumulating. Although they had really retreated, the 2nd defense line did not collapse. It was a decision he made 3 eras ago when the underworld risked their lives to launch a surprise attack. Before that, he had spent a lot of effort to loosen the 2nd defense line in the void so that it could move along with the void seal. As for the surprise attack that forced the 2nd defense line to retreat, in a nutshell, 20 high-tier premier and more than 1,000 mid-tier premier fledglings besieged the void front line. As for the manifestations and constructs, those were conventional units that did not need to be recorded. Even if they were recorded, there would not be an accurate number. It was a fierce attack, and the battle was quick. It ended in just 3 days, and both sides had paid a heavy price. On the underworld side, more than 1,000 fledglings were wiped out. Only 7 of the 20 high-tier premier were left, and they ran back in a state of death. They were infected by the rupturing energy of the original light, and it was not known whether they were dead or alive. At first, it sounded like a great victory, and the results were amazing. But if you think about it from another perspective, knowing that all the spiritual temples on the void frontline were full, perhaps it was not that surprising. Hao Ren still remembered that it was Yuan Kong who was in charge of the post-event report. He remembered that after the surprise attack, the little girl had written a sentence in her mysterious little notebook. Average number of deaths of Order warriors, +1. What she meant was that in those 3 days at the void frontline, everyone died once, and they were wiped out. In that battle, almost all of them, including the top forces, had fallen. Except for a few who did not dare to die because they had to withstand the Void frontline when everyone was not there, the Void blockade was also retreating again and again, retreating from the upper and middle realms to their current position in just 3 days. The underworld had also been in hot pursuit, determined to destroy the entire Void frontline in one go. In the end, they were injured, and the Void frontline was broken to the point of collapse. The Void blockade was riddled with holes, and it took a lot of time to repair it. For the next 2 eras, there were no more battles of this scale. Perhaps they were afraid that the power of the world of order had slightly taken shape, and they knew that after that battle, they would not be able to easily wipe out the front line of the Void. Thus, they slightly restrained their evil intentions. Perhaps they were still busy with their own matters, or perhaps, God knows why. Phone. Another voice rang from the screen of the first light. The battle that kept replaying in Yun Nuoxing's mind quietly dissipated. She turned her head together with Yuan Kong. Hui, who was bathed in blood, slowly landed on the screen, panting heavily. Yun Nuoxing turned her attention slightly and said flatly, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you so free to come here today?" Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He threw away the shield and sword in his hand and slumped in the screen. "What free time? Phew, I've been beaten back. I need to rest for a while. I almost sent myself back into the spiritual temple again." Jing Yun, that bastard, can't take it easy? She got herself into trouble again. Yun Nuoxing had a calm expression. This is a common thing. After retreating to the upper plane, they would be killed by the other side for no reason, dying in the spiritual temple and waiting to be revived. After all, the underworld would also throw out a group of deadly things for no reason. Perhaps it was a mid-level primeval fledgling, or a primal chaos construct with a mid-level primeval fledgling as its core. Perhaps it was something deadly, such as Yun Nuoxing looked up and looked at the side of the large fissure. There were a lot of black, twisted constructs that looked like melted and mixed things piled up there, releasing scarlet light in the void. In the scene of bursting energy light in the void, the light of the twisted mixture was dimmer and harder to find, but their attention never left it. Sanctum of spawning. Just as they had guessed, the consciousness of the abyssal death shroud created by the sanctum of spawning was used to create a primeval spawn with consciousness, which was equivalent to a primeval being born quickly. Those things had not reached the stage where they could be mass-produced, but it was enough to affect them greatly. Fortunately, the newborn consciousness of the abyssal death shroud was relatively newborn young. They were formed under their force distortion and consciousness modification, and the primeval beings that were born quickly were too young compared to the old primeval beings that had lived for who knows how many years. They possessed the true power of a primeval but could not fully unleash it, but that level was enough to cause some damage to the Void frontlines. The sanctum of evolutions beside the crack was only one of them. They did not forget the scene they saw in the lower plane. Sanctums of evolutions filled the void. The battle situation seems to have stabilized at this stage for now, right? We sat paralyzed in the light screen, looking at the void in the distance. His gaze locked onto an area that was surrounded by countless silver thunderbolts, and he grinned. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. "You said that an era ago." Hui smiled bitterly. They had been in this state all along. They had been in the state of seemingly stabilizing, but every time this happened, the underworld would throw out a large number of things to interrupt their seemingly stabilizing state, and then they would enter another small-scale chaos. But it was actually not a big deal, as Feng Hengjiu was here. He knew this sentence was a bit of a jerk, but it was true that he had been hanging here to shine on the void, and the situation in the void front line had been stable. This situation could not be changed even if there were many more primeval gods in the void front line. The meaning of Feng Hengjiu hanging here at this moment was that he himself was the most powerful killing weapon, and he needed to stay here to monitor the underworld, in case the high-level primeval hiding in the big crack suddenly rushed into the battlefield and started a massacre. This was a kind of tacit understanding between him and Feng Hengjiu. They both knew where they needed to stay and knew each other's weight. Therefore, this was also a contest and war between the two of them, which had not ended even after 4 eras. How is the situation in the frontline world now? The origin energy has completely covered the frontline world and the void frontline, and is still gradually increasing the concentration of the origin energy. The next change in the void frontline may take more time. How about the frontline world? I don't know. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. You should ask the others. I haven't dealt with this kind of information for many years. Hui smiled bitterly. He had forgotten about that. He just said that Feng Hengjiu needed to focus on the confrontation with the high-level primeval. There were many things he was responsible for before, but now he did not have the time to deal with it. The frontline world is developing well. It was Yuankong who spoke. She slowly stood up and reported softly. The origin energy's transformation of the frontline world is faster than the void frontline, but it may be trillions of years before there is a significant qualitative change. In the current situation where the origin energy covers and affects, more than 80% of the lifeforms can directly come into contact with the weaker origin energy, and about 10% of them can use the normal origin energy. 10%. Hui frowned, scratching his cheek. That meant that 10% of the lifeforms could remove the fusion between the energy in their bodies and the origin energy. But it will take a long time before they can fully use the origin energy and reach the level of inheritors, right? Yuankong spread her hands. It is the power of the origin god after all. According to what you said, this thing is not for everyone to come into contact with on a large scale. This is equivalent to mass-producing inheritors of origin, and the time it takes is extraordinarily long. It is the same even if they come into contact with the origin energy from birth. Hui smiled bitterly. It took Brother Lei and the others a few eras to become inheritors from scratch, and now they are mass-producing inheritors in the frontline world. Well, there is no change. It will still take a few eras, but this time it is not one by one, but a group of people, a group of inheritors. I went to take a look a few days ago. The progress is quite good, but it will take a little time. Brother Lei's voice rang from the soul. In the beginning, all lifeforms can adapt to the environment where the origin energy exists. Then, some people began to be able to mobilize the origin energy, then touch it with the body, and finally transform their own energy. It is a step-by-step process, and there is no way to skip it. Are you sure it will only take a little time? Hui could not help but grumble. Yes, it will only take a little bit of time. Brother Lei grinned and smiled bitterly. It will only take 1 or 2 eras. Judging by everyone's condition now. 1 or 2 eras. The eavesdroppers could not help but repeat. Whether the void frontline could hold on for 1 or 2 eras was entirely dependent on whether the other side would go crazy or not, and it was not up to them to decide. Since the last time when the 20 high-tier primeval charged and broke through the frontline, they knew that even if 2 eras had passed, and the power of order had increased a lot, the fact was still the same, and there would not be any change for the time being. If we insist on holding on, we can still hold on. Right now, we're not in a situation where we're being suppressed by them. If they dare to come again, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Brother Lei snapped his fingers in response. And let them break half of the void blockade again? Then this time, we will retreat directly to the third defense line? Huey's teeth chattered. Well, speaking of the third defense line. Hui suddenly changed the topic and looked at Maple. Maple, can the third defense line be directly transferred here? If the 2 defense lines are combined, it will increase a lot of power, right? Yun Nuoshing shook her head without thinking. I don't have time. It will take a lot of energy. As long as I am facing off against him, I will not have time to control the third defense line. Hui and the others smiled bitterly. However, you can transfer it, but it will take a lot of energy. You may need some time to deal with it. Yun Nuashing tilted his head as he spoke. However, this way, we will have no way out. We will bring the last line of defense here. By standing here, we will be announcing our final strength to them. In the future, as long as there is any defeat. Yuan Kong's body trembled a few times, and her pretty face turned pale. It will mean a complete defeat. Then, forget it. Let's leave some hope for the future. Hui smiled bitterly. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. Before she turned her gaze back, she suddenly said, "How long will it take for you to reach the high tier?" 3 or 4 eras. Hui could not help but smile bitterly. That was almost the 58th and 59th eras. Whether the void front line could last that long was another matter altogether. Even for us, it's about the same. Brother Lei could not help but smile bitterly. He could not help but mumble, "Brother Maple, this speed is already very fast. In our current state, the strength of the void is still, if that is the case, 3 or 4 eras." Yun Nuashing nodded slightly and sighed faintly. "If we can't do it perfectly, and find the one and only one in the billions of stars, we would rather defend this place than fall in vain in other places. And remember the billions of moments, bid farewell to the countless times of the past, embrace the void and sleep here forever. That is a sliver of life derived from billions of worlds. Can you capture it?" Chapter 1745. There were 2 things that were publicly acknowledged in the void frontline: conditions. The conditions to declare the end of the war. Probably because Hui and the others had been nagging about it, everyone in the void frontline knew about it. One of them was naturally Yun Nuashing ascending to the premier realm. As long as he ascended to that realm, with the help of the 196 types of origin energy that he had complete control over, he could directly crush the underworld into a flat piece of cake. The world of order would win a great victory. Congratulations, congratulations. The second condition was more difficult than the first one. For example, a heavenly god of origin would descend from the sky. Ha ha. Ha, alright, this was just a joke. An unrealistic, whimsical idea, a daydream. Other than these 2 straightforward conditions, there were other normal ways. For example, more than 1,000 people ascending to the premier realm. This way, they would have the power to fight the underworld head-on without being at a disadvantage. Perhaps they would not be at a disadvantage. But what if the underworld had a peak premier? They did not even dare to think about it. If there really was one, they could only accept their fate. There was nothing they could do about it. But they had been fighting for such a long time. The entire world of order had been in an abyss of suffering for more than 10 eras. How could they give up so easily? And then give up the entire world of order? Dream on. At that final moment, even if they had to destroy all the life of order and destroy the entire void of order, they would not let the underworld have an easy time. This was the common thought of everyone in the void frontline. At first, it should have just been a crazy obsession of the observer. No one knew when it became engraved in everyone's hearts. It was a thought that belonged to the last line of defense. It was said that they could not do it. But the observer could. When the time came, they could all go to the road of reincarnation to report to the underworld together. They would walk hand in hand, and all the living beings would be friends. Thinking about it, that scene should be quite lively. It was just that they did not know if the special rules of the road of reincarnation and the underworld could accommodate so many people at once. If the underworld was overcrowded, the administrator would probably go berserk, right? That scene was not common. As for why they suddenly thought of this, phew, it was just thinking about the consequences of some big and small matters. Some consequences that they could not help but think about. Excited? That's the territory of the Netherworld realm, but I can't say that I'm excited. After all these years. Lord Green turned around and looked at the endless void. Seeing those manifestations and structures coming and going, his face turned green, and he retched at the city wall. I've fought to the point where I feel like vomiting when I see them. Ugh. In the middle of the 56th era, time was still unknown. The matters of the world were still moving forward, and the void had never been peaceful. Lord Green stood on the city wall and looked at the battlefield. The forces of order and chaos were fighting back and forth. Even though it was a small battlefield in such a spacious area, he had already seen the process of every fight. It came and went repeatedly. Yes, he was not slacking off. As the power of the world of order continued to grow, this battlefield had also returned to its slightly relaxed state from a few eras ago. It was no longer like the past few eras where everyone had to squeeze their own strength and constantly charge forward to maintain the balance of the situation. The power of order was growing. On the other hand, on the side of the netherworld realm, well, their power, manifestations, structures, and so on seemed to have not changed for a very long time. No one knew if this path had come to an end, or if they did not have more energy to deal with it. No matter what, for the front line of the void, as long as a portion of people had free time, they would have many opportunities to rapidly grow their power. Check. Well, the production speed of the special energy towers is still a little slow. It was rare that Lord Green did not stand on the front line and rush through the void. At this moment, he was nestled on the city wall and communicating with his subordinates about the situation of the node city. This part of the preparation has to be sped up. Let some people. Forget it, I'll go and help personally. The matter of guarding the front line can be left to that guy. That guy. This Yuanshi tier order warrior scratched his head blankly. After thinking for a while, he finally understood. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Oh, you're talking about the deputy commander. I'll go and inform him now." After sending off the warrior, Lord Green continued to look at the crystal ball in his hand. The dense information turned into thousands of strands of energy that flowed freely in the crystal ball. He casually picked out a piece of information and looked at it for a moment. Then he could not help but murmur, "Lord Maple and Lord Hui have already started preparing an era in advance. Such a long preparation time. World light clusters? Those that have been destroyed or have reached the age, and the world core. Well, the law entanglement points. Why is Lord Maple looking for these? Forget it, Lord Maple must have his own ideas. There are also many abandoned world light clusters in the void here. The world core and the law entanglement points can only be dealt with now. Hey, you, tidy up all the abandoned worlds that were tidied up in the void last time and send them to Node 0. There will be someone there to help receive them." An order warrior standing on the city wall cupped his hands, turned around, and disappeared in a flash of light. "Also, get someone else too." Lord Green was startled. The world core and the law entanglement points, these two things had a huge impact on the source world, especially the world core. If this thing was gone, it would be out of balance in minutes. Then, with a bang, it would ignite fireworks. Make man-made ones. He did not know if the talisman met the requirements, but it should not be a problem. Since it was not mentioned, it should not be a problem. After sorting out his thoughts, he looked at the order warrior in front of him and waved his hand. "Go to the logistics department and ask them to prepare some world cores when they are free. Then, go to the void and find the law entanglement points of each world. Try your best not to affect the balance of those worlds and bring them back." The unlucky order warrior listened in a daze and walked into the node city in a daze. At this moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The existence of the law entanglement points did not have a huge impact on the source world, but packing them up and taking them away would still have some impact on the concept layer of the world's laws. If he wanted to not affect it as much as possible, he could only deal with the aftermath while dismantling them. Special energy towers. Well, new origin energy runes, small magic circles, small charms, all with origin energy. After sending off the two order warriors, Lord Green continued to stare at the energy ball. After a while, he put his hands on his waist and sighed. It seems that before going to war, I need to change all the military forces of my people to models with origin energy as the base. No wonder it took an era, or even more time to prepare. As for what came after, there was more information recorded in the crystal ball. It would take a very long time for the arrangements to be made. It would take an era to rectify the entire void front line. Lord Green thought about what had just happened and felt that it was still a little inappropriate. He quickly found Lord Huey's soul seed. Lord Huey, what kind of strength do you need for the world cores that Lord Feng wants? An ordinary Origin World's world core? Or do you want to make one yourself? Both are fine, as long as you maintain a stable enough strength. The quality is not a problem. Quantity, the more the better. Lord Huey's voice rushed into the soul transmission in the next second. It sounded hurried. Obviously, the other side was busy. After hurriedly responding to him, he hung up and ignored him. He also heard a lot of noise coming from inside. It might be that thousands of soul transmissions were opened at once, and the sounds were all clashing together. Lord Green listened for a while and felt that there was nothing to interrupt for the time being, so he closed the soul transmission and let out a long sigh of relief. Such a large number of preparations and the mobilization of the entire void front line seemed to have nothing to do with the arrangements of the front line itself. In that case, there was only one use. The 56th era. Phew, it seems that it's not too far away. Time has slowly pushed all this to us, forcing us to make a choice, but it's also holding a knife to our necks. To what extent do you want us to do? Lord Green sighed and squeezed his hands. He looked up at the void and muttered to himself, "Can we reach the peak of the middle level of the Premier before that day? If we can step into the high level of the Premier, is there no need for Lord Feng to take such a step?" Node 0. While everyone in the void front line was in an uproar, Node 0 was the busiest place at the moment. It was the core of the void front line and gathered the highest level of power in the void front line. At this moment, it was busy because more than 1,000 nodes were busy transporting the things that the observer needed from various places in the void. They moved without stopping and without delay, although most people did not know what the observer wanted these seemingly useless things for. The observer space. At this moment, the observer space had been submerged in endless energy. All the energy in the void was converging toward this space. At a glance, it was full of flowing lights and vibrant colors, filling all the colors in the world. Looking carefully, in this sea of energy, there were hundreds of light clusters floating in it. A figure stood at the top of the entire sea of energy. His gorgeous eyes stared across space at the void, seemingly vigilant and observing something. Lord Feng. There were sparkling ripples in the sea of energy. Jing Yuanji appeared beside the figure accompanied by a weak spatial flow. She turned her head to look at the latter and said respectfully, "This is a new batch of world light clusters, and, should we deal with them in the same way?" "Well, throw them down." Yun Nuoshing nodded gently. Jing Yuanji received a response and raised her hand gently. Thousands of spatial vortexes appeared beside her, facing down towards the sea of energy below. The internal space suddenly opened up and countless balls of light, balls of yarn entwined with light, as well as irregular structures with abnormal energy movements appeared. All of them plunged into the sea of energy, producing a series of gurgling sounds as they were swept up by the undercurrents of the sea of energy and brought to various places. After throwing the world light clusters, the heart of the world, and the entangled points of the rules into the sea of energy, Jing Yuanji turned her head to look at Lord Feng. "Are you still vigilant of that person?" "I had nothing to do, so I took a look." Yun Nuoshing nodded. The one she was referring to was the primeval god of the underworld who had led the manifestations and constructs in the battle against the void frontline. However, that primeval had disappeared for almost half an era, and there were only manifestations, constructs, and fledglings left in the void frontline, with the strongest being a mid-tier primeval fledglings. Those high-tier primeval underworld beings had already left the battlefield, and no one knew what they were up to. With the high-tier primeval gone, the manifestations and constructs' offensive power returned to the state they were in several eras ago. Thus, they gained a lot of breathing time, and could use the extra time to make preparations they had to do. For example, the Void frontline was currently in a state of bustle, and it was because of this time that they could do what they wanted to do. However, although the primeval god of the underworld had left, they still had to be vigilant. If they let their guard down a little, what if the primeval god of the underworld had brought troops to attack them? Jing Yuanji, who had been standing beside him in a daze for a while, quickly regained her senses. Lord Feng, what are your orders? Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her light blue eyes. There was no sadness or joy on her face, but a completely frozen expression. After a while, she slowly said, "If I give you another era, can you reach the high-tier primeval god of the underworld?" Jing Yuanji was stunned. Mei Mao blinked for a moment, shook her head, and suddenly said, "But, if you must, I." Yun Nuoxing flicked her finger on the girl's forehead and looked away. "If you can do it, then do it naturally. If you can't, then go in that direction for the time being. There is no need to force yourself to achieve that goal. After all, things in this world often go against your wishes. How are Jing Yun, Sui Feng, and the others?" Jing Yun is still in the Temple of Origin, and Sui Qing, Sui Feng, and the others seem to want to reach the high-tier primeval god of the underworld as soon as possible. They have not come out for thousands of years. Jing Yuanji said softly, rubbing her forehead. "You have pushed yourself too hard." Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply. "Even so, that realm is not something you can enter as you wish. The general momentum of the void, the strength of the void's limit is there. If you want to reach the high-tier primeval god of the void by force, isn't it because you have been nagging us to reach the high-tier primeval god of the underworld? Naturally, we have to risk our lives to find a way." A cheerful voice that was accompanied by bright sunlight suddenly rang over the sea of energy, startling both of them. They turned and saw the white-robed Lord Guardian walking over the waves of energy with a cheeky smile on his face. "We also have our own battlefields where we have to risk our lives. We can't just let you risk your life all the time, can we? Oh, you. Don't be so conflicted about whether you are willing or not. Aren't you conflicted about reaching the high-tier primeval god of the underworld? You are clearly stuck at the high-tier primeval god of the underworld, but you are conflicted about not wanting us to risk our lives." We kept poking Maple's forehead as he said, "There is no need to talk about this. We will do our best to reach the high-tier primeval god of the underworld. Maple, you just have to worry about your own things." Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment before nodding. "But what do you want so many worlds and those things for?" We looked at the vast sea of energy below and couldn't help but poke Yun Nuoxing with his elbow. "Tell me honestly, are you going to do something special?" "Special stuff. Naturally, it needs to be something special to be useful." Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms in front of her abdomen. "As for what I am doing, can't you tell what I am doing?" "I can tell. I can probably tell a little." We grinned. "But I am too lazy to speculate. I want you to say it yourself." Yun Nuoxing was speechless as she glared at him. She said flatly, "Quantity. Quantity changes. Qualitative changes. That's it." You might as well not have said anything. You've collected so many world lights and those other things. Who doesn't know that you intend to use them to build a Tower of Babel to deal with those things? But will it really work? Huey's voice became serious as he spoke. The imaginary enemies were all high-tier primeval gods. This was also the reason why Maple wanted them to reach the high-tier primeval god of the underworld. To deal with enemies of this level, using quantity. Well, since he reached the mid-tier primeval god of the underworld, he had been thinking about this. Based on what he had seen, it should be difficult to achieve the goal. But Maple. Well, he might be able to do it. I am not sure. This is the only thing I can do. Yun Nuoshing sighed. I am just a weak, pitiful and helpless primeval god of the underworld. Hui and Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly at the same time. Weak, pitiful and helpless? None of these words had anything to do with the person in front of them. This guy could crush the void of order 5 eras ago. Even if 5 eras had passed, he still seemed to be a primeval god of the underworld without any change. But if someone really said that he had not changed in these 5 eras, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. It was just that the path he was going to take was destined to be very remote. Jing Yuanji pinched her pretty face and suddenly blinked. Lord Maple, there are guests coming to Node 0. Guests? Hui trembled violently. The last time he heard these 2 words was 5 eras ago. There was no news of that group of troublemakers after that. It could not have been 5 eras. Jing Yuanji saw that Lord Hui was sweating nervously. He kept winking at her where Lord Maple could not see, which made her a little confused. She knew that Lord Hui seemed to be very nervous about the word guests this time, but she did not know the reason. After thinking for a while, she said directly, "Si Yu and Qing Huang are already waiting there. They said that an old friend is coming." Old friend? Yun Nuoshing, who was always calm, and Hui, who was sweating all over, were startled. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "Old friend at this time? Weren't all his old friends at the Void frontline? Everyone he knew from the Cloud Continent was also here." Jing Yuanji shrugged. "They said it's a secret and only told me to tell you. If you have time, you will understand. If not, just pretend that they didn't say anything." Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other. The former thought for a while and nodded. "Then let's go. There is an observer space here. I don't need to stay here all the time." In the hall of the City Hall of Zero City, Si Yu and Feng Qing Huang were sitting on the sofa. Across the table from them sat a little girl who looked about 12 years old. She had long grayish-blue hair, and was wearing simple clothes from an unknown world. She looked a little travel-worn, and there were all kinds of strange auras around her. It seemed that she had come here from somewhere incredible. When the door to the hall was pushed open, Si Yu and Blue Phoenix hurriedly raised their heads and looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was walking at the front. After thinking about it, they restrained themselves. Meanwhile, the little girl sitting on the sofa opposite them suddenly jumped up. Heavenly God of Origin? The little girl with long grayish-blue hair suddenly turned around and was startled. "Why are you here? Why did your aura become? Oh, this?" Yun Nuoshing and the other two were startled. Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other. This little girl's appearance was a little familiar. This little girl's appearance. They seemed a little familiar. The little girl with long grayish-blue hair saw them frowning and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Did the past 5 eras make you stupid? Do you need me to remind you? Like an altar or something?" "Ahem, I remember now." Yun Nuoshing coughed and waved her hand. "I just remembered. But you didn't have a code name, so it was a little difficult to recall." The 3 of them sat down beside Si Yu and Qing Huang. Yun Nuoshing said, "You left for many years. Have you made any progress?" Hearing this, the little girl sighed and shook her head. "I've circled the entire Deyuan realm tens of thousands of times, but I haven't been able to find any trace of it." Hui smiled bitterly. "I don't know if this is good news or bad news. Speaking of which, that thing really likes to wander around the void. And it leaves a little tail wherever it goes." The little girl smiled bitterly and pulled her hair. She quickly waved her hand. "Let's not talk about this. This time, I'm here to good news or bad news." Yun Nuoshing coughed and spoke first. "I don't know what kind of news it is." The little girl smiled bitterly, took a sip of tea and said, "I just came back from the 5 Elements realm. In the void over there. There seems to be a group of powerful people of unknown origin." Yun Nuoshing and Hui slapped their faces at the same time. Their hearts were full of bitterness. It's here, it's here. After waiting for so many years, it's finally here. That group of shameless people finally made a move on the lower elemental realm. After being defeated in the 8 elements realm for so many years, they finally set their sights on the lower elemental realm. They really made a move? Maybe they're just scouting. Currently, there are no signs of war or destruction. Unknown, powerful people frequently appear in the void. And it's not just the 5 elements realm. There are also some unknown figures in the 3, 4, and 6 elements realms. The overly powerful laws and order have slightly interfered with the gods guarding the void. But I've already reminded the altars in the various elemental realms that they will make contact with the gods. The little girl shook her legs gently. The heavenly god of Origin's protection that you've reactivated has suppressed their power. In theory, it shouldn't be as dangerous as you think. She saw the few people in the hall hanging their heads and sighing bitterly. She quickly said, I know that you guys are also very busy here. I'm not here to disturb you guys. I just feel that there may be some things that I need to tell you guys. The situation in the lower elemental realm may not be as serious as here, so there's no need to worry for the time being. That's what you said. We looked up with a speechless face. This topic itself is worrying us. Phew, you really don't need our help? Probably, maybe. The little girl scratched her head and laughed dryly. She laughed like a completely unreliable guardian. Chapter 1746. Lower Primordial Realm. Lower Primordial Realm. This topic was mentioned a long time ago. At that time, they were still guessing what the underworld wanted to do by overturning the entire 8 primordial realm. Then, they met this seemingly unreliable guardian of the altar. Their subsequent guesses were more or less clear, but at that time, guesses were just guesses. There was no way to verify or know the truth. At this moment, since she said that she had seen figures that were suspected to be from the underworld in the lower elemental realm, powerful creatures that were definitely not locals anyway, then many things were more or less clear. The underworld was what they wanted to do and what they wanted to obtain. After going back and forth between the 8 primordial realm and the order void for 16 eras, they probably still hadn't touched the core of the 8 primordial realm. Finally, those things that couldn't hold back finally stretched their stinky claws to the lower primordial realm and were about to stir up a storm in the lower primordial realm. But it's also possible that their plan has come to an end, so they need to speed up. Since they can't touch the core of the 8 primordial realm, they can only find a few substitutes or something. Yun Nuashing opened her mouth to respond to Hui's long speech. Hui was silent. That was indeed very likely. Well, let's put this aside for now. In any case, their claws must have reached the lower primordial realm now. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the little girl. By the way, when did those people from the underworld appear in the lower primordial realm? This question is too difficult. The little girl smiled bitterly. It's just that I've recently discovered some life forms that don't belong to the elemental realm in the void over there. If you want to ask me specifically when they appeared, I've asked the altar guardian consciousness of the 5 elemental realms, and it replied recently. Recently, for hundreds of millions of years, right? We couldn't help but smile bitterly. The group of people in the hall couldn't help but smile bitterly. In any case, the concept of time had become extremely vague to them. For them, the concept of time had become even more vague recently. For them, it was just a short period of time. It wasn't a problem at all. Yun Nuashing covered her face and sighed. It's better to make some preparations in advance. We don't know how much power the protection of the Origin Heavenly God can suppress from the 8 primordial realm. If something goes wrong, well, we can't afford to gamble on this. Are you going to the lower primordial realm? Hui tapped his forehead with a headache. At this moment, the void front line was fully prepared for the upcoming battle. If they suddenly left, just sending people down was definitely not enough. The two of them might have to go down personally to make some preparations, such as adjusting the protection of the origin heavenly god or something. As for participating in the war that might break out in the lower primordial realm, forget it. They were really understaffed. They couldn't be in two places at the moment. Humans could only save themselves. Amitba, what the hell are you doing? Seeing Hui putting his palms together and chanting the Buddha's name, Yun Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. After a moment, she turned her head and ignored this weird guy. She looked at the little girl and asked, "Have you already informed the guardian consciousness of the core of the primordial realm?" "When I discovered the abnormal life form, I went to inform them. I also knew that this was a serious matter, so I didn't delay." The little girl shrugged. But whether or not the lower primordial realm can form a force to resist and stop the invasion of the underworld, this question is really hard to say. You couldn't help but mutter, "I think that if the abyssal death mist pushes across, it might be gone." This is really possible. With the special nature of the abyssal death mist, even if the people of the underworld don't come down personally, they only need to throw a bunch of derivations and the abyssal death mist down, and the lower primordial realm's world of order will be destroyed in a matter of minutes. After all, the other primordial realms were not like the 8 primordial realms. The life forms in the worlds of order did not know much about the concepts of order, chaos, void, rules, and so on. Especially the first 3. The 6th and 7th primordial realms might be fine, but the 5 primordial realms below were really completely unclear. The only ones who knew about these in the entire void might be not more than 1% of the life forms. That's right, the total number of life forms in the entire void. The little girl said solemnly, that 1% also includes the celestials of the various primordial realms, the guardian race of the primordial realms. As for the rules, this was very messy and entangled. The rules of every world were different, and there would be differences in individual cognition and the definition of the existence of the world itself. As long as they did not approach and unify the macroscopic void rules, the so-called Great Tao that one knew of or other things only applied in one's own world. So this thing could actually be put aside. What's the origin of those celestials? They seem to have always existed? Hui felt a little curious. When he heard about the celestials, he felt that it was related to the heavenly god of origin. It's just a kind of observation rules that exists in the void itself. It's a concept. If you want to treat it as a self-protection mechanism in a life form, it's more or less the same. They are life forms that are appointed by the void. They exist with the void, and only think and act for the sake of order and the void. Due to their superior status, they are. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. Similar to you, they are observers. The celestials are the fairest in the entire void, the fairest and most just to order. Yun Nuashing tugged at her hair and suddenly said, "Since you mentioned order, does that mean that the other primordial realms also have the existence of the chaotic void?" Of course. The little girl couldn't help but raise her voice a little. In the entire great primordial realm, the war between order and chaos is eternal. It's just that the war between order and chaos in the other primordial realms added together is not as fierce as the war in the entire 8 primordial realms. This is based on the relative extent of each primordial realm. The war between the first primordial realm and the 7 primordial realms added together has never been expanded to the size of more than 100 conventional void regions, but the 8 primordial realms, the little girl immediately fell silent. Yun Nuashing and the others smiled bitterly. The war between order and chaos in the 8 primordial realms had already turned the entire 8 primordial realms into a battlefield. There's no need to mention it anymore. After smiling bitterly, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ponder. It seems that when the heavenly god of origin and the others slapped the great primordial realm into 8 parts, they also split the void of order and the chaotic void into 8 parts. Otherwise, there's no way for the void of order to evolve. At first, He thought that the chaotic void only existed in the 8 primordial realms. Ah, I remember something. Yun Nuoshing suddenly looked at the little girl. Was there only one core of the primordial realms in the beginning? The little girl was startled. 8 primordial realms. Oh, it seems that you don't know. What I mean is, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. After thinking for a while, he directly threw the information about the chaotic void to the little girl. Obviously, she was stunned. It seemed that the information about the great primordial realm being split into 8 parts was something that even someone like someone like her, who was related to the void, might not know. After about 5 minutes, the little girl blinked her grayish-blue eyes and shuddered. Wow, that's amazing. So such a thing actually happened? It seems that you really don't know. Yun Nuoshing frowned and pulled at his hair. That's strange. Could it be that you were also created by the heavenly god of origin? But you don't have any origin energy, origin rules, or any kind of aura related to them. You don't look like a creation of the origin, but I can really feel that your altar is somewhat related to the void. I don't know. Don't ask me. The little girl shook her head vigorously. Yun Nuoshing ignored the answer and continued to murmur. Speaking of which, the core of the primordial realm should be directly related to the void of order and the chaotic void. This kind of thing that is related to the structure of the void itself would not be biased in terms of concepts and rules. There must also be rules related to the chaotic void in the core of the primordial realm. If that's the case, then you and the altars of the cores of the primordial realms below should have been one before the 56th era. However, it was later slapped into 8 parts by the heavenly god of origin, so one divided into 8. The original one disappeared and became the current you. You might not even have memories of that time. I don't know. I don't have this memory. The little girl continued to shake her head vigorously. But what you said is quite possible. Yun Nuoshing continued to murmur. If only we could find a core of the primordial realm to take a look. Everyone, sensing that the hall had suddenly quieted down, Yun Nuoshing came back to her senses and hurriedly waved her hand at everyone. I was just thinking about it. We don't have the time or opportunity to do so now. We are busy preparing for war, and also dealing with how to stop the underworld's invasion of the lower primordial realms. Right, the underworld has the energy to split into 8. Oh, split into 8 primordial realms, but we don't have the energy to do so. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that they are divided into 8 primordial realms? We can, with a cold expression, a cold light flashed across his palm in front of his neck. Hui nodded vigorously to express his agreement. Take advantage of their unpreparedness and attack their anus. Everyone. What he meant was that he understood. But why did he say that in such a creepy way? However, if the underworld wants to deal with the lower 7 primordial realms, maybe they don't need that much power, Feng Qinghuang said softly. Then the two fell silent again. If they thought about it carefully, the underworld might not need that much power to deal with the lower primordial realms. A team of Abyss Death Fog, led by a beginner Yuanshi. That's enough. They don't need more. Just give them a little more time. Although the Yuanshi's protection was still there, it could suppress the people from the lower 8 primordial realms to the limit of the primordial realms. Taking the current 7 primordial realms as an example, perhaps a divine realm expert would be the limit, and that expert would be the kind who had just entered the divine realm. No matter how silly a Yuanshi was, being suppressed to a beginner divine realm expert was still a Yuanshi expert. That was different. If a warrior threw away his sword, he could still pick up a branch to use. If an ordinary person picked up a sword, well, he could be a chef. That was the meaning. Hui heaved a long sigh and stood up quickly. Anyway, let's find a way to adjust the protection of the divine realm of origin. I have an idea. I'll go and take a look first. You guys wait here for a while. Take a look? Where? The little girl casually replied. Hui had already slipped away. She could only look at Yun Nuoshing. The realm of the gods. Yun Nuoshing looked at the distant void. He had not looked in that direction for a long time. The protection of the divine realm of origin was reactivated in the realm of the gods. If that's the case, any adjustments to the protection of that concept will have to be done in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoshing heaved a long sigh and stood up. You look travel-worn. You seem to have rolled around in the void of chaos. Go and rest for a while. We'll talk again when we returns. After sending the little girl to the resting area in the hall, Yun Nuoshing and the others returned to the observer space. We still had no idea how long it would take to deal with it. He also used this little time to prepare. Jing Yuanji thought for a moment. She was about to go to the teleportation zone of Node 0 to collect the gathered goods and resources. So she slipped out of the space. The vast space was only left with the endless boiling sea of energy and the three people floating above the sea. By the way, is there anything special going on with you two? Yun Nuoshing looked at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. The two girls had forcefully broken through to the realm of primeval some time ago. As he had been hanging in the void outside of Node 0, his attention was mostly focused on the opposite void. No one told him about it, so he did not know about it. He kept it a secret for a long time. It was only when he felt that the two girls' auras were not right that he realized it. He wanted to go and have a look, but because the situation at the front line had been busy, and the two girls had grown up and had a mission to fulfill, they had not seen each other for a while. It was only for a few thousand years. The two girls shook their heads. They leaned close to him and stared at the sea of energy below. Feng Qinghuang whispered, "What are you doing?" "I'm making a trump card." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and threw out a ball of energy that contained 196 types of origin energy. The boiling sea of energy became even more violent. A trump card that is enough to make the underworld tremble. I can't break through to the realm of primeval, so I can only use the simplest and most unorthodox method to create some surprises. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang stared at the sea of energy below. After a while, they gave up. They could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Even though they had reached the realm of primeval, and were even more powerful than him, they still could not understand what he was doing. He said that he was gathering energy, but the momentum of pulling the entire void towards him was obviously exaggerated. Is there anything we can do to help? Siyu could not help but ask. They were already in the realm of primeval. They could definitely help. Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw the two girls' expectant eyes. Then he suddenly realized, these two girls are in the Yuanshi realm. That's right. Now he really realized. Before, he had only heard about it and recognized it, but because his brain was not here, he did not realize it. He thought for a while and raised his right hand. A large ball of energy began to gather in his palm. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang stared at the gathering process nervously. The whole process made them dizzy. After all, the one standing in front of them was an inhuman who had been playing with energy for countless years. It was not something that they could do even if they were in the right realm. The gathering energy finally condensed into a colorful energy crystal the size of a thumb. Yun Nuoshing pinched the crystal and looked at the two girls. Do you understand now? Feng Qinghuang hesitated for a while. Yes. We may have to try it first. No rush. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Take it slow. Even if we throw the failed product down, it won't have much of an impact. It will be broken down into pure energy by the sea of energy below. If it isn't broken down, then it has reached the standard. Is there any special use for qualified energy crystals? Siyu tried to make the strange energy crystal and asked curiously. Yun Nuoshing nodded. It is used as an energy node. It is used to rewrite the energy nodes of those abandoned world light clusters. A world light cluster needs about 100 million of those small crystals. It is condensed into a hole in the conceptual layer of the rules. The two girls' hands trembled. 100 million. You may feel that it is a lot when you first start. But after you get used to it, it will be much faster. I can finish one in 1 or 2 days. However, I still need to make many adjustments to the whole world light cluster. Haha, it is quite complicated. It takes a lot of time to deal with one world light cluster. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang smiled bitterly. Sure enough, some things could not be done just because one's level was right. In the next 2 days, the three of them were busy. Jing Yuanji would come to the observer dimension 3 or 4 times a day. Every time, she would go to the teleportation zone to receive the material sent to Node 0, the huge pile of abandoned world light clusters and other things. Even when Yun Nuoxing was busy, he did not forget to stare at the void. It was a habit that he had developed over several eras. If he did not stare at the void, he would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, he might have to go down in a few days. He had to make some preparations at the front line of the void. Speaking of which, with millions of primeval heavenly gods guarding it, it should not collapse when he came back, right? This time, he would not be gone for too long. He would just go down to the lower realm to make some arrangements. Well, forget it. He should call Brother Lei or Suifeng. After waiting for another day, we rushed back from the realm of the gods and called them to the main hall of the Node City. His face was covered in dust, and it was obvious that he had been in that abstract space. God knows what kind of strange thing he had done. For the time being, it has strengthened the power to restrict the life forms from crossing the primeval realm. But as for how effective it is, this is really unknown. After all, we are all primeval realm guys. So, I have to go down and adjust it myself. Hui said after taking a sip of water. Why can the protection of the primeval heavenly god be adjusted? So, why can you adjust that concept thing? You don't have the primeval heavenly god's aura on you. The little girl said blankly. This is a very mysterious question. In fact, we also want to know the answer. But we have no way of knowing. We only know that it can be controlled by us. We shrugged. This was a question that had been bothering them for a long time. It was even more troubling than the problem of the chaos void. Well, there were some things that did not need to be thoroughly understood. At this moment, they only needed to know that this thing existed. As for what to investigate, it would be difficult to achieve unless they pulled out a primeval heavenly god from the cycle of reincarnation. But we can basically guess. It is one of the mysterious 771. Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. It would not be wrong to push all the arrangements left by the realm of order to this 771. The little girl. ? The adjustment. I don't think I can do it alone. Maple, come with me? Hui rubbed his cheeks and laughed dryly. Yun Nuoxing was already mentally prepared for this outcome. She stood up unhurriedly and said, The preparations at the front line are done. When we leave, Suifeng will keep an eye on the situation on the other side of the void. If something happens, he will be able to call us back. As long as the underworld doesn't suddenly throw out 100 high-level primeval heavenly gods, there shouldn't be any problems. When are we going? The sooner the better. If the arrangements are made, let's go now. It shouldn't take too long. They really left without saying goodbye. This time, only the three of them were going. Jing Yuanji, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang stayed at Node 0 to help look after the place. After all, it was not something that required a big fuss. The three of them just needed to go and get it done quickly. In a corner of the void in the realm of 7 elements, an extremely powerful energy suddenly appeared from the sky. Accompanied by rolling energy and countless strange phenomena, a wall that looked like an amethyst appeared in the void. Brilliant purple light spread across the void. Then, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the purple wall. 3 figures fell from it. Whoosh! As soon as they landed in the void, the 3 of them were tied up by layers of transparent energy chains 1 meter away from their bodies. Their surging aura also dropped rapidly in the blink of an eye. The speed was as fast as jumping off a cliff. In just a short while, they fell from the primeval heavenly god level and the peak of origin to the level of a new heavenly god. Then, they stood firmly and the chains disappeared. This weakening is too fast. Hui waved his hand and looked listless. Ah. Heavenly god level. Weak heavenly god level. It feels so tiring. Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and looked at herself. She could not help but say, the protection of the origin heavenly god is like this. That degree of weakening includes oneself, so no one can take advantage of it. Weakening oneself? Yes. Just now, I felt that all the origin energy in my body moved at the same time. Cooperating with oneself completed the suppression and sealing. Yun Nuoxing nodded and clenched her hands slightly. However, this seal seems to be able to be broken. You guys probably can't. This should be the privilege of the origin heavenly god. It seems to be possible to use the origin energy. It's probably to deal with some special situation. Alright, let's not talk about this first. What do we do now? Where do we go first and how do we deal with it? Huey's heart thumped. He scratched his head. How do we deal with it? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and slowly rolled up her sleeves. I'll count to 3. 3. Hey! I got it. Huey's strong desire to live made him quickly raise his hand. Looking at Maple's fake smile, he forced a smile. Anyway, let's go to the center of the 7 elements realm first. It's easier there. Looking at Huey's direction in the void, the little girl could not help but put her hand on her forehead and sigh. I feel that everything is a little unreliable. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a faint smile. You've seen it once before. Hearing this, the little girl sighed again. She remembered now. Both of them were unreliable. Chapter 1747. Look for the gods of the 7 elemental realm? On the way to the center of the upper plane through the void, Hui stammered out the plan that he had thought of long ago, as if he was squeezing toothpaste out of his toothpaste. After a total of 1,000 or 2,000 words, only the 7 words he just said were useful. If one thought about it carefully, it was the most straightforward way. However, they knew nothing about the situation of the 7 elemental realm. Who knew? Wait a minute, even if the 2 of them did not know, there was still one more person. Yun Nuoxing immediately looked at the little girl. Have you come into contact with them? What made him helpless was that the little girl shook her head. No, I haven't. The gods of the 7 elemental realm. I have been in the 7 elemental realm for tens of billions of years, but I have never seen them. However, when I was wandering among the stars, I heard the name mentioned by other beings of order. Yun Nuoxing heard that and sighed helplessly. We can't make a big fuss, can we? Hui suddenly trembled. He grimaced and stared at Maple with a funny face. Don't make a fuss. The scale of your fuss is different from ours. If you make a fuss in the 7 elemental realm, I'm afraid that the void will be disintegrated by your rules. You have already torn the 8 elemental realm apart. Just leave a house for the people of the 7 elemental realm and don't make a fuss. Yun Nuoxing. No, why did it sound like he liked to tear down houses? Even if the 8 elemental realm was the best at tearing down houses, it was definitely not him. Weren't those bastards from the underworld even more ridiculous? Ahem, anyway, let's take it one step at a time. It's not nice to tear down other people's elemental realm just because of a disagreement. Ah, we found the center of the upper plane. Let's go. Hui quickly waved his hand to divert Maple's attention. Yun Nuoxing just nodded when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. That's not right. We came down to adjust the shelter of the heavenly god of origin, right? Why do we have to, Why do we have to look for the gods of the 7 elemental realm? And run to the center of the upper plane? Can you explain it to me? This thing needs to be dealt with in the center of the void of order. Hui replied with his hands on his waist. Alright, I'll believe you for now. In the 7 elements realm, due to the existence of the shadow information, There was not much difference between the 7 elements realm and the 8 elements realm of the upper body. At least, there was no obvious difference on the surface. The rules of the upper, middle, and lower planes were clearly separated, and the marks of the rules of the void itself would not be much of a problem due to the difference in the 8 elements realm. They only needed to slightly eliminate the aura that they brought with them when crossing realms, and they would look no different from the people of the 7 elements realm. By the way, what language is used in the 7 elements realm? Yun Nuoshing suddenly thought of a question. The common language of the myriad races. The little girl replied, in the previous era, the heavenly gods of origin had already made adjustments to the laws of the Great Yuan realm. That wisp of laws flowed through the weak connections between the Great Yuan realm and the laws of the Lower Yuan realm. Now, the language that can be used in the 8 primordial realms is the common language of all races. If you just walk around the center of the void of the upper plane, you basically don't need to use any language. In those 5 eras, I rarely communicated with life. I was always alone in the void, wandering around the void. Yun Nuoshing grinned bitterly. You're alone. That's not the same. Then, he pointed at himself and Hui. With the 2 of us moving void collapse level events, we'll create some unexpected situations for you. Hui glanced at Maple and fell silent. The little girl immediately became a little worried. She raised her head and sighed. You guys take it easy. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He didn't know if this passive skill would work in the 7 elemental realm. He hoped that it wouldn't work. He had caused enough trouble in the 8 elemental realm. If the 7 elemental realm got involved, considering that others would also have to go through a calamity, he felt a little apologetic. He sighed. His spirit subconsciously wandered and touched Jing Yuanji's soul seed. After thinking for a while, he asked, Yuanji, how's the situation in the void front line? Is there any problem? Jing Yuanji also felt a little surprised. Lord Maple and the others had just set off and they had already sent back the news. However, she did not delay. Lord Maple, everything is fine. How are things on your side? How's the situation in the 7 elements realm? We haven't encountered anything yet. Well, I'm just trying to see if there's any problem with soul transmission across the elements realm. It's fine as long as everything is fine. After telling each other that everything was fine and confirming that the void front line was fine, Yun Nuoshing was also a little relieved. But he had been talking about it not long after he left. It seemed that he was indeed a little nervous. Since he was unfamiliar with the 7 elements realm, he did not use the kind of long-distance void transmission method. Instead, he honestly flipped through the void region one by one and transmitted slowly bit by bit, for fear that he would misunderstand the rules of the void and throw himself into an inexplicable place. Half an hour later, he successfully arrived at the center of the upper plane of the 7 elements realm. In the dark void, other than the world light orbs floating in the endless sea, there was nothing else. There weren't many world light orbs either. This was the number of world light orbs in a normal timeline world. They were like stars hanging in the void, but they seemed too lonely and empty. The sparks that weren't particularly dense couldn't illuminate the void. I'm already used to the noise and chaos on my side. Now that I've come to the quiet void of the 7 elements realm, I keep feeling that something is missing. We stared at the void with sparse sparks and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had been immersed in the noise and madness for a long time. It was rare for him to come to a quiet place with peace and quiet. He was a little unused to it. If you want to make it more chaotic here. Yun Nuoshing began to move his hands. Stop fooling around. We coughed dryly and turned to the little girl. Let's not be in a hurry. Where did you see that person who crossed worlds last time? Although it was near the center of the upper plane, that world light cluster had probably drifted somewhere with the waves of the void. How many years has it been? The little girl smiled bitterly. But this void is so quiet. We should be able to make some calculations. Anyway, let's find the place first. Yes, it's quiet. Yun Nuoshing touched his ears and breathed a long sigh. It's so quiet. Hui took a deep breath as well. This peaceful, quiet void without the impact of order and chaos was really too boom. Yun Nuoshing and the other two were speechless. It was really annoying. Yun Nuoshing and Hui, who had long been accustomed to the endless sounds of destruction and destruction in their ears, immediately entered a state of low pressure. They turned to look at the place where the sound of destruction that contained the destructive power of the rules came from. In the center of this void, where the world of light was the most concentrated, there was suddenly a bright energy shadow that exploded, and the vibrating energy movement was transmitted to them through the void. Let's go and take a look. Yun Nuoshing raised her spirits and walked towards the place where the energy explosion occurred. Hui and the little girl looked at each other and smiled bitterly as they followed behind her slowly. The little girl could not help but mutter, "It's really a disaster generator. We haven't been here for long and something has already happened." When they were still some distance away from the scene of the battle, Hui suddenly stopped and stared suspiciously at the place where the energy explosion occurred. "I feel a familiar presence that doesn't feel right." Yun Nuoshing also stopped. "What familiar presence? What's wrong?" Hui stroked his chin and frowned. "It feels a little like the presence of the underworld, those fledglings." Yun Nuoshing's expression stiffened. She subconsciously took out the Netherworld Ruins sword. Hui held back the billions of magic circles and did not activate them. "Don't be in a hurry to fire. Wait for me to finish. It feels like the presence of the fledglings, but there's no presence of the death mist in the abyss. It's also not the fledglings themselves. Maybe they've borrowed the power of the underworld." Yun Nuoshing reacted. "Oh, after all, the highest level they can reach is the level of a newly ascended heavenly god. They do need those things from the underworld to assist them, right?" "Probably so. But I think it should be related to the power of the natural order and the power of order." "Feng, you don't often fight with fledglings, so you don't know. I've fought with them many times. This presence can trigger my reaction. It definitely has something to do with the underworld. If it has nothing to do with it, I'll eat noodles upside down in the void." Yun Nuoshing glared at him. "I heard from Jingyun that you still owe her a meal of noodles?" "Hui. That, and there's no up, down, left and right in the void. Aren't you just cheating for food?" Hui laughed dryly. His face was full of sweat. Let's go and have a look. Our luck is not bad. We've just arrived and we've already met those people from the underworld." Yun Nuoshing frowned unnaturally as she watched Hui hurriedly sneak towards the place where the energy was erupting. The little girl had only met those guys who might have come out to scout the area. She did not expect them to have already started attacking. And from the looks of it, they did not intend to launch an army as soon as they arrived. Instead, they wanted to use the power of the world of order to cause them to disintegrate from the inside, and then overturn the 7 elemental realms? These guys are still so insidious. However, could he conclude that those people from the underworld no longer have any more power to be unparalleled in the 7 elemental realms? Or could it be that they were not ready to be unparalleled, so they were just warming up in the void of order now? If that's the case, we might have to stir up some trouble here too. Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself. What did you say?" "I said, if the underworld wants to stir up trouble in the various elemental realms, we have to stir up some trouble too." After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the periphery of the battle. They were still invisible from a distance, so they could directly observe the energy flashes that occasionally erupted in the void in front of them. Weak energy outbursts. Perhaps because the rules and order were not particularly strong, a battle of this level in the void seemed too forced. Whether it was the energy that was emitted through the void or the energy that had already erupted, it was quickly annihilated under the influence of the void's power. It was unlike the battles in their 8 elemental realms, where the void could be sunk when they fought. If the 7 elemental realms were a weakened version of the 8 elemental realms, then the degree of weakening of life in the 7 elemental realms was far greater than the degree of weakening of the void. When life that stood at the top of the world fought, the degree of destruction to the void, well, it was obvious at a glance. But there's something wrong with one side. Look at that side. The energy they emit obviously stays in the void for a longer time. We pointed at one of the groups and said, "Is that the group that you said has the aura of the underworld's fledgling?" Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and took a closer look. She could not help but smile bitterly. She had been in charge of the overall situation for too long, so she was not very clear about the small details. Her senses were already used to being immersed in the abyss's death fog, order, and chaos. She was not as clear as we about the aura of the fledgling. Of the 2 groups of people fighting in front of them, one was a humanoid creature, and the other was also a humanoid creature. That was nonsense. Let's talk about it from another perspective. On both sides of the battle, there was a group of people who had probably escaped from the world of light. They were fleeing in the void pathetically, and had no intention to continue fighting. On the other hand, the group with the fledgling's aura was chasing after them relentlessly. They were determined to bury the former in the void. As the 2 groups of people chased and fled in the void, they soon rushed into their close-range attack range. That was when they could see the situation clearly. Among the group of people being chased, there were more than 10 young people who looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. There were a mix of males and females. At this moment, all of them were pale and panicked. Their realms were far from being able to cross the void. Therefore, they were wrapped in the law domain and brought into the void. Other than this group of young people, there were a few young men and women who were desperately fighting against the forces chasing after them. They then led the others into the void. They were at a loss as to where they should escape to. This group of people was obviously not in good condition. Furthermore, they were dragging along more than 10 burdens. Just escaping from the world of light might be very difficult. While Yun Nuashing and the others were observing for a while, the pursuers behind them suddenly sped up. They split into 3 groups and rushed to the front, surrounding the group of people in a sealing circle. Even the law domain had been opened, trapping them in this place. "Hee, where do you think you are escaping to, little fellas?" A man in white standing at the forefront of the void looked down at the 10 or so little fellas in the sealing circle. He flashed the weapon in his hand and laughed strangely. "Who are you? We have no enmity with you. Why do you have to kill us all?" Among the surrounded group of people, the young man spoke with a gloomy expression. "There is no reason. You just need to know that someone wants you to die." The man in white waved his hand and pointed his weapon forward. He was filled with killing intent. "Do it. Leave no one alive." "Phone, that guy spoke. Looks like he should be the leader. Let's not delay any longer. Take him." We made a choking gesture at the man in white who spoke first. "Oh, that's fine. I'll leave the 7 in the back to you. Leave the few in front to me. I'll tie up the remaining one." Yun Nuashing nodded. She turned to the little girl and said, "You'll be the same as before. Field control. I'm the best at it." The little girl spread her hands and nodded with a smile. While the 3 of them were not in a hurry, the group of people in white had already launched an attack. They launched a fierce attack on the group of young people in the sealed circle. Waves of violent energy surged out like a tide. The terrifying energy phenomenon was like the birth of countless gods and demons. The instant they attacked, it was an attack that killed them instantly. Everyone in the circle was filled with despair. The young man and woman with tears on their faces also clenched their weapons at this moment. The energy in their bodies boiled as they prepared to fight to the death. Bang! Just as the energy was about to break through their law domain, an invisible energy suddenly spread out. The vast energy coming from all directions froze and then turned into ashes in an instant. Even the void trembled slightly. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Whether it was the group of young people who were prepared to fight to the death or the group of people in white, they were all stunned. Who dares to meddle in other people's business? The white-robed captain's gaze swept across the void, and the weapon in his hand drew a few cold glints. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a series of screams that rang in his ears. "Boss, run! Run!" He had just turned his head to look at other places in the void. When he turned his head back, the dozen people in white fell from the void like birds with broken wings. They quickly melted into the void, and not even a trace of them was left. This even more bizarre scene caused the young men and women who were surrounded in the blockade to be shocked. While a wisp of disbelief surged into their eyes, they were also slightly bewildered and uncertain. "Hey, young man, I have something to talk to you about," a low chuckle echoed quietly in his ears. It was as if the void was murmuring beside his ears with the lingering sounds of destruction. Every sound was soul-stirring, causing the white-clothed captain to instantly feel a chill from head to toe. It was as if his blood was about to freeze. He abruptly turned his head, only to see a pair of gorgeous eyes occupying his entire vision. Those eyes that contained countless wills, caused him to faint before he could even react. He fainted with just one look? The little girl looked at Yun Nuoshing and couldn't help but be a little shocked. She curiously looked at his colorful eyes that were fading away and trembled. "All right, no wonder he fainted." Yun Nuoshing grinned and raised his hand to snap his fingers. The chains of order wrapped around the leader in white. "Just one look is enough to deal with these little things. Do you really want me to dig a hole in the void?" The group of young men and women blinked in shock. They clearly didn't see anyone in the void just now. How did there suddenly appear three people? "Young lady, thank you for saving us." However, they didn't care about that for now. The young man who was walking at the front hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands to Yun Nuoshing. He couldn't suppress the joy in his heart, and his voice was a little excited. Yun Nuoshing faintly sighed. "Forget it, I'm used to it." He calmly waved his hand and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to be happy. We helped because we need. Do you understand?" The young man suddenly understood and hurriedly nodded. "Benefactor, you helped us. If there's anything you need me for, just let me know. However," he turned around and looked at the group of people who were still in shock. He smiled bitterly and said, "Can you give me some time to settle my people?" Yun Nuoshing's hand shook and threw the leader in white to Hui. He looked straight at the world of light that they had escaped from and said, "No problem. Did you come out from there?" "Yes. However, there." The young man's expression was a little unnatural. "There's no place to stay there. The entire source world belongs to them." "Oh, that's good. Let's go there." Yun Nuoshing nodded. What he said gave them a big fright. The young man's face was also full of panic. "You mustn't. That place is already, it's okay." Hui shook the white-clothed captain with all his might. "We're going to find trouble with them. Oh, you guys can just follow us. Don't be afraid. You'll be fine if you follow us." Hui shook the leader in white like a windmill and gave the young man and the others a thumbs up. He revealed a dazzling smile, which made them a little stunned. While they were stunned, Hui and the others had already dragged them to the world of light. The young man and the others who had just calmed down smiled bitterly. They had just escaped from there, and now they had to run back. Although the three people in front of them seemed to be very powerful, no matter how powerful they were, could they fight against the power of an entire source world? It seems that the entire world of light has indeed been occupied by them. We looked into the starry sky and couldn't help but nod. The entire world is filled with that stench. It's the kind that can't be concealed even if you want to. Yun Nuoshing yawned in response. The power of a world's light group will only take a short while. Wait a minute, this is the Seven Elements realm, their power is suppressed, then a short while is not enough, let's wait a little longer. We're from the Yuxian continent. We're just a family with a good inheritance in our own continent. We're only second-rate in that star field. A month ago, a group of people in white came from nowhere and descended on the Yuxian continent. They immediately suppressed the main power of the entire continent. Then, they purged the entire continent. The young man whispered. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the three people not far in front of him. Our family fled for half a month. In the end, only we escaped. He tilted his head and looked at the group of young men and women behind him. Probably because they suddenly turned around and ran back, they looked very nervous. Even if nothing happened at the moment, they couldn't relax. Well, a part of the fire seed escaped. That's pretty impressive. We couldn't help but fold his arms and nod. Although it's not good to be sarcastic now, you have to recognize the reality. Not many people in the same world as you can escape. After all, it's that group of people. Yun Nuoshing and the little girl sighed in their hearts. It's that group of people who overturned the 8 elements realm behind the scenes. Chapter 1748. There were a lot of empty spaces in the void and planetary systems. In the vast and boundless space, there was a considerable distance between every world and every star. There would always be some weird things hidden in the territory that was so vast that it was difficult to accurately count, including some ill-intentioned things. However, that unscrupulous bastard was obviously not in the void or the stars nearby. That bastard might have used some method to create a group of executors and then ran off to other places to continue his great undertaking. This method of slowly destroying and inciting the forces of order and causing them to kill each other was not very effective. The only thing that could be seen from this was that the bastard had too much of a bad taste, and that he definitely did not prepare his own power. The Pingxian continent was a planet that was peaceful and lifeless. Only the residual energy was slowly weakening and dissipating here and there. The scenery of green mountains and clear waters that could not be completely destroyed had also been torn apart. The scale of the city before them was quite large, and it was not difficult to restore the once magnificent scene from the ruins. But now there was only a beehive-like cluster of debris in front of them. The streets and scenery were all buried in the smoke. The once tall buildings that occupied a large area were only left with some bases, and there was not even debris around them. It might have been directly devoured by a powerful destructive energy. There were also tall buildings that were torn into 2 halves. If not for the amazing strength of the material itself, it might have collapsed into a pile of debris. It was a completely destroyed city, and not in one fell swoop. It was not difficult to find 3, 4, 5, 6 signs of destruction. Black embers, wreckage, and debris piled up all over the ground. The mixed energy eroded the smell of the debris and gradually spread into the air. It was rare to see a street without too many traces of destruction, and before them was a ground full of corpses. The hundreds of corpses were mostly ordinary lifeforms. Post-divine tier lifeforms basically did not leave behind corpses. This law was also in effect in the 7 elemental realms. The corpses all over the ground were a mix of ordinary people, soldiers, and some lifeforms with some strength. Most of them died because their internal organs were shattered by energy, and some fell from the sky like dolls. Apart from those who were left with half a body, legs, or upper body. Well, considering that there was a group of inexperienced young boys and girls here, he would not say such disgusting things. Hui swung his hand and threw the group of white-robed people in his hand onto the pillar in front of him. Other than the white-robed captain, who had been captured at the beginning, the other few people seemed to be stationed in the Yuxian continent to continue causing destruction to ensure that no one survived. When they landed, they encountered them and conveniently pressed them to the ground. Now, the group of young men and women whose families had been destroyed were all glaring at the group of white-robed people. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger and hatred. "All right, how should we deal with these guys now?" Hui clapped his hands and pointed at the group of people in white. "I reckon you guys don't know anything either. Why don't we try asking, where did you guys come from? What were they doing here? Have you seen the person at the top? The captain in white raised his head and sneered at we. Idiot, your actions today will bring destruction upon yourself. You Divine energy transformed into golden flames that engulfed the white-clothed captain. His frenzied roar reverberated through the silent street, sounding particularly horrifying. All right, you disobedient fellow. After incinerating the corpse, we waved his hand and looked at the other man in white. Then, what about you? There's no need to interrogate him. Yun Nuoshing jumped down from a broken pillar that was 1 meter tall. She glanced at the group of people in white and said indifferently, "Their souls have been shackled by that power. I tried to pry into them, but I couldn't find anything." What? You should have said so earlier. If you had said so, I wouldn't have brought them back. Hui was stunned when he heard that. He looked at the group of people in white with disdain. He casually opened a crack in the void and threw the group of people into nothingness amidst their screams. He watched as they were swallowed up by the rules of nothingness bit by bit and disintegrated completely. Only then did he sigh. This is great. What can we do without any clues? Why don't we deal with the protection of the origin heavenly god first? Yun Nuoshing raised her head. The Pingxian continent was completely devoid of life. There were still energy bursts from the world of light here in the depths of the star field. They might be able to find something there, but they would only be able to find that group of people in white. However, it was still necessary to defeat that group of people and save the people on the life stars that were surrounded by them. Save them first. Things have gone beyond our expectations. We have to think of a way to salvage the situation and stabilize the situation. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. It would be easy to deal with if there was only one person. However, I never thought that he would do something like this in the world of order. If things were allowed to develop on their own, perhaps the world of order would collapse on its own. Still, there is a chance that the gods would come to the rescue before things get to the worst. But before they come to the rescue, I should make the first move. Yun Nuoshing growled and stabbed the Netherruin's sword into the ground with both hands. That familiar posture and that familiar energy made Hui pale with fright. Just as he thought that the observer's brain had gone haywire and was about to unleash origin, chaos to flatten the world of light, he saw the observer's body tremble slightly and split into 40 or 50 illusory energy figures. Then, with the great sword in her hand, her figure flashed and disappeared from sight. I thought you were going to yell, "Origin, chaos." Yun Nuoshing pulled out the Netherruin's sword and rolled her eyes at the abnormal guardian. If I did, this place would have collapsed already. Those energy figures are enough. For now, let's see how things go. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and put away the Netherruin's sword. Then, she suddenly cursed. Wait a minute. How did things escalate again? Didn't we just come here to arrange that thing? You'll have to tell that shit stirrer. Hui spread his hands and sighed helplessly. Although they had planned to come here to adjust the origin heavenly god's protection, who would have thought that the underworld had already made a move on the 7 elemental realms? Moreover, they had used such an insidious method. That was why it was said that plans could not keep up with changes. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head in distress. We don't have much time to stay here, and we don't have the time to clean up this chaotic place. It seems that we can only use some abnormal methods to fight for time. Abnormal methods mean. Hui paused. Seeing Maple's uneasy expression, he immediately understood. As expected, you still want to flatten the entire world. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and turned around to flick his long hair. He looked at the group of young men and women and said, "The Yuxian continent has already been destroyed. It is probably not safe to leave you here. How about I bring you to other planets with living beings?" "That's all right. Sorry to trouble you." The young man thought for a moment and nodded. Right now, they had no better place to go. The Pingxian continent had already been destroyed, and there was not a single life left. There were only mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Don't be in a hurry to relax. There are still some things that you need to do. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed with a myriad of colors. She waved her hand and threw out several energy runes to brand the young men and women. As you can see, the goal of these shit-stirrers is destruction and destruction. It's not just the Plingxian continent, but other planets and other worlds as well. We don't have much time to move around. Try to gather all of you who have lost your minds because of the sudden disaster. You will have to deal with the rest by yourselves. Patting the shoulder of the young man who was at a loss, Yun Nuoxing said in a deep voice, "Whether you gather your strength for revenge or self-preservation, it's up to you. The only thing I can tell you is that this is a war. It's not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Moreover, it's far from over. You guys go deal with that shield. I'll take them to clean up the shit-stirrers in this world." Yun Nuoxing turned and said to Hui. Then, without another word, she led the group and soared into the sky. "That fellow is really impatient." Hui helplessly shook his head and sighed. "Although time is indeed a little tight, haha, let's hurry up." The little girl glanced at the place where Yun Nuoxing disappeared. She couldn't help but mutter, "He won't cause any trouble, right? Well, I think." Hui, who had a little enthusiasm just now, suddenly had a gloomy expression on his face. He bitterly said, "Well, under normal circumstances there's actually no problem. But if there's an abnormal situation, looking at how Feng is in such a hurry, I'm afraid something will happen." "Something small?" "Something like destroying half of the 7 elements realm's void." The little girl, "But there's no other way. We're really in a hurry now." "Well, we can only pray that Feng will be merciful." Hui smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and left the place with the little girl. Being merciful or something like that didn't exist. The best way to end a battle was to completely destroy one side of the battle, or to kill both sides together. He didn't know why this group of people in white became the puppets of the underworld. But since they had already decided to be controlled by that kind of thing, there was no need for him to be merciful. In the end, if all of this was compared to the void level, it was just a collision and battle of lives. No matter what the story behind it was, no matter what kind of experience they had in the past, as long as they reached this level, it was no longer important. Standing on this kind of battlefield, there was only life or death. It was not particularly troublesome to annihilate all the people in white in the light cluster of the entire world into the void, especially when he decided to set aside his bottom line and do whatever he wanted. He would only do it more decisively and simply and crudely. Just like the part of the energy doppelgangers that he had just released from the Plingxian continent. Well, when he brought people to another place where there was still a breath of life, all the people in white there were already dead. Those energy doppelgangers were very conscientious in their duties. They rushed into the starry sky and continued to find another place to vent their anger. Well, they really were venting their anger. He could feel the remnants of resentment from his doppelgangers. It seemed that he should have carried a little bit of resentment when he split them out. Damn the underworld. It was bad enough that it caused trouble for him every day. It just had to obediently bombard one place. Why did it have to extend its stinky hands and feet to the lower elemental realm? Now, he still had to come to the lower elemental realm to clean up the mess. At this moment, on this living continent that still had traces of war, another group of people who had obviously gathered their entire army but could only stand there in a daze after half of the enemies were wiped out. They were gathering and resting on the broken land that was full of potholes. When the leader saw the owner of the dozens of energy doppelgangers appear in front of him, he clearly shuddered. "Thank you for your help, miss." Stop. Yun Nuoxing reached out to stop the leader's long-winded speech and pointed at the people he brought with him. Then, she said to the leader, "I have told them about what is happening in the void right now. They will tell you about it. Guide, it's fine if you think that way." Just listen to what should be done and how to deal with it. If you don't want to become a meaningless energy that fades into the void in the future, it's best that you gather all the power you can now. The leader listened blankly to Yun Nuoshing's long speech. After a long while, he asked dumbly, "What's wrong with the void? They have declared war on the void of order, and you have already started fighting. That's it. I still have something to do here, so I'll take my leave. See you in the void another day." Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuoshing came and went like a gust of wind, leaving them all at a loss. The only thing they could understand was that there was going to be a war, and they had already started fighting. Perhaps because they were at the center of the void's upper plane, the speed of their fight was exceptionally fast. Following the same steps to wipe out all the white-robed people in this entire world of light and leave directions for the lost lifeforms, Yun Nuoshing wandered around the nearby void. When he arrived at the Seven Elements realm, he had coincidentally picked a random world of light, and had yet to see what was going on in his neighbor's house. When he hurriedly looked into the dozens of nearby world of light, he inhaled sharply. It would have been better if he didn't look. Holy crap, the battle had already turned the world upside down. 2 world of light had already been destroyed, and when he looked inside, the entire starry sky was filled with the presence of death. There was not much life, and he could even see the white-robed people finishing their carpet search and retreating. Were they really going straight to the root of the problem? Destroying the center of the upper plane first, and then slowly dealing with the rest? Oh no, how was he going to fight this? Should he ask the front line of the void to call a small team over for help? Or should he just use Wushuang to stop this void first? Just as Yun Nuoshing was busy sighing, a strange movement came from the void. It seemed to originate from the entire concept layer of the rules. It was a kind of, it could probably be regarded as a natural astronomical phenomenon. It was like watching the sky turn yellow bit by bit when it was close to dusk. Occasionally, it would turn blood red, and even the moon would be dyed orange red. That kind of natural feeling, but one would be used to this kind of normal astronomical phenomenon. They would not even stop for long because of this and continue moving forward. They knew that something had happened, but they treated it as a matter of course. Probably, something beyond imagination had secretly made some adjustments. Yun Nuoshing pressed his chest and frowned slightly. Divinity and divine right have been further suppressed. Such a large-scale influence originated from the rules and concept. It seems that Huey's side is done. I didn't expect that the protection of the heavenly god of origin could really adjust. Maple. Hui and the little girl appeared beside Yun Nuoshing together. The two of them followed his gaze and looked at the light of the worlds. Their expressions did not look good. Is it already that serious? It was already hundreds of millions of years ago when we discovered their appearance. Such a long time is enough for them to do a lot of things. What's happening right now doesn't look like something that can be arranged in just a few hundred years. Who knows how much effort they have put into this? Yun Nuoshing rubbed his forehead with a headache. However, just by looking at the battle, it should be a battle that started recently. That was the only thing that he could be sure of. Deliberately watching the worlds of order kill each other? What a bad taste. By the way, after the protection of the heavenly god of origin was adjusted, the divinity and divine right of those who cross over would be suppressed at the same time. I think that the other side might have already sensed it. Yun Nuoshing looked at the void and said calmly, "It's that group of people from the underworld." Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that because they knew that the heavenly god of origin was protecting them, they felt that it was too inconvenient or too difficult for them to make a move, so they chose to instigate the forces of the worlds of order to make them busy fighting among themselves? Huey's expression froze when he heard this. Isn't that bad? What should we do? Should we go after him? I don't know. I haven't thought of what to do either. I just hope that he can treat it as a normal thing and ignore it or something. That should be impossible. However, we don't have time to stay here and play hide and seek with him. We don't even know where he is, so how can we deal with him? Yun Nuoshing sighed bitterly and turned his gaze to the light of the worlds, just now. Right now, we have only urgently gathered the remnant forces of one world. Although there are instructions left behind to tell them what to do, at the moment, we haven't decided whether to go to the 6 elemental realms or stay behind to provide some support. It's hard to decide. Hui scratched his head and said without any reason, "Do you think that the celestials of the 7 elemental realms have been killed?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. The little girl shook her head gently. "Not really. Even if the heavenly god of origin of the 8 elemental realms came here, it wouldn't be so easy to kill the celestials under the protection and suppression of the heavenly god of origin. At least, it would be impossible for just 1 or 2 people to do it. The celestials have stood in the void for the same period of time as the void. It has been a few epochs. You can rest assured." Hui did not feel relaxed after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he suddenly snapped his fingers. "Feng, if you can't think of it, I have an idea. Let's call 2 people from the front line to help. We don't need the heavenly god of origin. Just send 2 people of the origin realm to help. Just like what they did, we can push the situation in the dark. We will continue to the 6 elemental realms and the 5 elemental realms. When we are done with these things, if each elemental realm has its own problems, we can solve them separately. Instead of dilly-dallying here and not knowing what to do, why don't we do what we have to do at present?" "You said it." Yun Nuoshing also thought for a long time after hearing this. After thinking for a few minutes, she still could not think of a more suitable way. She could only sigh and nod. "Well, it seems that this is the only way for now. My shadow doppelgangers are not easy to control across elemental realms. If we leave them here to act at will, it's hard to say what will happen to the 7 elemental realms. Let's send a few people to clean up the mess. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when they saw an unknown person crossing the elemental realms for a stroll, it should have just been an early warning signal. It was within the scope of emergency preparations. However, the first person who discovered it was wandering around the great elemental realm at that time, and the 8 elemental realms were in chaos, so he did not have time to take a look at the lower realm. Therefore, that early warning signal was ignored just like that. When they came back to their senses a few 100 million years later, the disaster had already taken shape, and they were now in a panic trying to save something. Phew, was there really a need to save something? Well, there was still a need to save something. After all, their purpose was to hide the location of the core of the elemental realms of the 7 elemental realms. That thing, well, they did not know where it was. The little girl seemed to know, but she only vaguely said that it was in the void of order. As for where it was now, they still needed to find it. But it was not a big problem. They did not have to find the core of the elemental realms of the 7 elemental realms. As long as they could ensure that the elemental realms of the 7 elemental realms of order were a little safer, even if a fight broke out, it would not be a one-sided battle. As long as the above conditions were met, it would be enough. However, it was just that seeing the underworld stirring up trouble here and hiding in the dark, it was really a little irritable. Sending reinforcements to the 7 elemental realms, huh? When Jing Yuanji received the news from Lord Feng, she felt a little helpless. As expected, the underworld has already made a move there, and it's not peaceful. While the front and back of the house are on fire, they still have to think of a way to save the neighbors next door, even though they can't even save themselves. 3 to 5 people should be enough, according to Lord Feng's plan. She wanted to confirm with Lord Feng, but there was no response from the other end of the soul transmission. She tried for a few minutes, but could not contact Lord Feng, who was far away on the other side of the elemental realm. Could he have gone to the 6 elemental realms? Should I also? Cough. Forget it. She should just stay at the front line of the void. Right now, the 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1 elemental realms were probably in a mess, and it was a mess that could not be cleaned up in a short time. Chapter 1749. In the void, the resonating sounds of energy reverberated. It was as if one was standing on a reef on the coast and listening to the rolling thunder caused by the waves crashing against the mountain walls and boulders. It was very shocking, both visually and auditorily. The energy traces that filled the void were energy runes that were only 2 fingers wide. Words and lines were squeezed together without leaving much space. From afar, it looked as if a golden curtain had fallen in front of one's eyes, fluttering in the void like ribbons and silk. It was exceptionally gorgeous. When the thunderous roar that reverberated in the void gradually weakened, the huge golden curtain in the void also gradually became transparent. Finally, it disappeared into the void, and the thunderous roar also gradually faded away. Well, it's done. Now, even the protection of the first Yuan realm has been set up. Let's patrol one more time. If there's nothing else, let's hurry back. Hui clapped his hands and smiled faintly after seeing the golden light dim. He tilted his head and said to Maple and the little girl. The little girl scratched her head and looked at the void where the golden light dissipated. She could not help but frown. Did you notice that the arrangements you made in the first Yuan realm and second Yuan realm seem to be very— Well, I'll tell you straight, don't mind it. I keep having a feeling that it's not very sturdy, as if it can be easily pierced through. You can tell. Hui scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. That's actually not my problem. It's because the first Yuan realm and second Yuan realm are too sparse. The little girl could only shake her head helplessly. The situation in the first Yuan realm and second Yuan realm was quite terrible. But this did not mean that the environment was really terrible. It was just that for the 3 of them, the first Yuan realm and second Yuan realm were very bad. It was the kind of bad where they could not acclimatize. However, the first Yuan realm and second Yuan realm were not a problem for the beings in the first Yuan realm and second Yuan realm. This was the best example of living in the current void environment and being controlled by the void. When they came from the 8 elements realm to the first and second elements realms, their realms and godly rights had been suppressed to the lowest level. If they returned to the 8 elements realm in such a state, they would be just like ordinary people, about the level of a kid who had just started cultivating for less than 2 years. This was already the ceiling of the first and second elements realms. It was unknown why the shadow information passed down from the 8 elements realm was so weak. So far, other than the 7 elemental realms that were on the verge of total chaos, the other lower elemental realms were relatively safe. No one knew that there would be a turmoil in the near future, and they were not sure if it would happen. They were just making preparations in advance to prevent trouble before it happened. Later, there were also people who came to arrange the future affairs of several lower elemental realms for them. Only when the other places were safe and sound could they gather all their thoughts to fight against the underworld. If the lower primordial realm were to catch fire as they fought, and the core of the primordial realm fell into their hands, then this battle would be— The silence and emptiness of the first and second elements realms had its advantages. With such emptiness, the underworld would probably be too lazy to come and cause trouble. They would only focus on finding the core of the primordial realm. The difficulty of finding the core of the primordial realm was at the level of full stars. Even if the heavenly god of the beginning wanted to find the core of the primordial realm, it could only be a coincidence. Hui tilted his head. The void, the emptiness, the deathly silence of the void. It was really, really empty. In the past, when he was in the deity realm, he would look up at the starry sky in the open field at night. Billions of stars accompanied the moon. Even though it was such a vast and beautiful starry sky, when he was at the other end of the starry sky, he would also see that the starry sky was so empty. The distance between each star was far less than what he saw in the deity realm. The same was true for the void. The voids of the 8 elements realms and the 7 elements realms were almost the same, But the world light clusters that existed in the first and second elements realms were not as simple as looking at each other across the sea. These two voids were really barren. How barren was it? In front of them was the center of the upper plane. In front of them were 6 world light clusters. Yes, 6. That was it. The surroundings were all empty voids. Even the voids close to the world light clusters were pure black instead of pale purple. You don't understand? Then he reported another number. In the 8 elements realm, since there were 10 or 20,000 timelines that were squeezed into the 0-point world, there were more than 80 or 90 world light clusters in the center of the 7 elements realms. There were also groups of light clusters a little further away. They were scattered everywhere like small villages and towns. There were more than 70 world light clusters in the 6 elements realms. According to the pattern, the number of world light clusters decreased gradually. Oh wait. He forgot one thing. When the 4 elements realm was cut to the 3rd elements realm, there was a steep drop. It was really the strength of the void jumping into water. Behind it was the sea. In the center of the upper plane of the 3rd elements realm, there were only about 20 world light clusters. Well, when he thought about it this way, it was understandable that the 1st and 2nd elements realms were so barren. The degree of weakness of the 1st and 2nd elements realms makes me feel that these 2 elements realms are like a half-finished product. Hui scratched the back of his head and said, "It's like the whole great element realm is a cake. 5 parts of it are given to the 8 elements realms, 4.5 parts are unevenly distributed to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th elements realms, and the remaining half parts are given to the 1st and 2nd elements realms." Actually, this was deliberately arranged. Yun Nuoshing suddenly spoke. Her eyes that were casually looking into the void seemed a little empty, as if she was absent-minded. However, her words were very clear. After the end of the Chaos Era, the God of Origin divided the great element realm into 8 parts. He left the 2 most important parts in the 8 elements realms and divided the rest below. The 2 parts you are talking about, the original void of order, the original void of chaos. Yun Nuoshing nodded gently. The remaining parts are just fragments that were forcibly cut out to meet the conditions. However, because they became fragments, they met the conditions themselves and finally evolved into the other 7 elements realms. This is the answer they told me. I see. Hui nodded in realization. He raised his head and looked at Feng. Seeing that he had been looking at a certain place, Hui also looked at the void curiously. "What are you looking at? You have been staring at it since the beginning." "I am looking for a place." Yun Nuoshing raised her hand and pointed up, and said softly, "The location is the 3rd element's realm. It is something that happened a long time ago. If I had not just come down from the 3rd element's realm, I would not have suddenly recalled this matter." "A place?" Hui crossed his arms and was also very curious. "What place in the 3rd element's realm can attract your attention? Is it related to the God of Origin?" When these words were mentioned, Yun Nuoshing could not help but tremble. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It had been a few eras, but there was still a shadow in his heart that had not dissipated in time. After a moment of silence, he seemed to be wondering if he should say this matter. After Hui poked his arm for a minute, he decided to say it. "The abyss of 10,000 spirit." Yun Nuoshing carefully looked at the expressions of the 2 people. They were stunned. Only then did she ask unhurriedly, "How is it? Have you heard of it?" "The abyss of 10,000 spirits." Hui touched his chin and looked at the little girl in silence. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. This small expression fell into Yun Nuoshing's eyes, and he also understood something. This place might not have existed in the Dark Age, or it might have existed, but it had not been known as a fierce place, or it might not have a name yet. The abyss of 10,000 spirits had always existed since the ancient age. That's right, it had always existed. It had always existed in the 139th era. He was not sure at that time. At that time, he had not gone to the third element's realm, and there were not many people who could cross realms. This information was forcibly cut off by the void. However, according to the information left by Jiluanhui, at least from the ancient age to the 100th era, the abyss of 10,000 spirits still existed. This was interesting. The world light clusters of the third element's realm had a much shorter lifespan than the world light clusters of the 8 elements realm. They would be annihilated in 100 billion years to 10 trillion years at most, and those were the indifferent world light clusters. Some of the more violent world light clusters might burn themselves up in a few billion years. According to the observation he had just made in the third element's realm, as the rules of the Great Void became weaker and weaker, this number would only be lower and not higher. This was one of the limiting conditions. The second limiting condition was the Great Samsara. This void that existed like a gatekeeper every 20 eras would push the entire Great Origin realm back to its mother's womb. The worlds of the 8 elements realm would be completely annihilated. Except for the 3 big worlds and some extremely special things, there would basically be nothing left. According to this, was the abyss of 10,000 spirits itself a special existence? Could it really be related to that origin? He did not dare to think about it anymore. He always felt that if he did, he would have a stomachache. What kind of place? Hui scratched his head and asked. What kind of place? What kind of place? How should I put it? Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and pinched his hair. He pondered and slowly opened his mouth. It's that kind of very rare, very inexplicable. I'll tell you this. It's a world in the 3 elements realm, but it has the imprint of the God realm. It's the kind of imprint that people get when they break the realm outside and return to their hometown from the sky. You know what I'm saying, right? Divine God level, it's the brand of the Divine God level that is calculated by our level. And it's not suppressed. This thing shouldn't be suppressed in the first place. Huey's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you? Yun Nuoxing covered her face and smiled bitterly. When I first learned of this news, I also suspected that the void was playing a joke on me, but that's the truth. Hiss. But that's not right. Although this era is a little chaotic, there are still some people who cross over. Since it's such a special place, why haven't we heard of it? Hui scratched his head in confusion. Because many people died. Those who crossed over from the 8th element's realm were suppressed, and then were killed by the brand of the Divine God and thrown back to the 8th element's realm. They probably felt that it was too embarrassing, so they didn't have the nerve to say it. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands. She was talking nonsense. Since Hui had never heard of the Dark Age, then the abyss of 10,000 spirits either didn't exist, or it hadn't been discovered yet. Okay. It's not that I can't understand. Hui scratched his head. Then have you found the place? Not yet, I'm still looking for it. Yun Nuoxing shook her head with a bitter smile. She swept her eyes across the third element's realm's barrier and looked in the direction of the third element's realm. The place you're talking about. The little girl suddenly recovered from her contemplation. I think I know it. I think I've been there. Been there? Yun Nuoxing and Hui both turned to look at her. Have you been there when you were wandering around the third element's realm? The little girl nodded. I didn't pay attention to that place at first. It was the consciousness of the third element's realm's altar that mentioned it to me. That's why I went to take a look out of curiosity. Just as you said, with the brand of the Divine God realm as a natural barrier, such a barrier erected in the third element's realm is basically indestructible. Is it the brand of the Divine God realm or the brand of the Heavenly God of Origin? Yun Nuoxing asked. The Divine God realm. The little girl answered with certainty. Then she shrugged. But it's been hundreds of millions of years. It could be 1 billion years or even tens of billions of years. Who knows if the brand of the Divine God realm will become the Heavenly God of Origin? Yun Nuoxing nodded on the surface, but she was a little doubtful in her heart. The barrier of the divine god realm could indeed block the great samsara, but it definitely wouldn't be completely undamaged. She had only heard of this place in the ancient era, but she had never really been there. She heard that there were only a lot of divine god realm brands in sight. People back then probably couldn't see the brand of the heavenly god of origin. Anyway, we'll know when we get there. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. She waved her hand and opened a purple portal in front of her. She took the lead and walked in. Hui and the little girl followed closely behind. Hui even closed the door. Turning around, the three of them took a deep breath at the same time. The aura on their bodies slowly rose. Soon, they recovered, but not much. Do you still remember where the abyss of myriad spirits is? Hui turned to look at the other two. Let me think about this. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and opened the portal across the void again. As she opened the door, she said, I only remember the location of the lower plane. Although it's been many years, I heard that it's very special. There are some restrictions and strange things, so it shouldn't be too far away. Hearing that, the little girl clapped her hands. If we can determine that it's indeed the lower plane, I have a way to find it quickly. I still vaguely remember the aura of that place. After passing through this void teleportation gate, the little girl swayed left and right on the spot, constantly sniffing left and right with her small nose, causing Yun Nuoshing and Hui's expressions to become a little strange in an instant. Why is this fellow looking for a path like that? Found it. It's here. The little girl waved her hand, and the power of divine destruction enveloped the three of them in a flash. Yun Nuoshing and Hui's expressions were full of subtlety. It was not so convenient to find a way in the void, especially to find a place where they had been before but only vaguely remembered the aura. It was very easy to confuse one's memory, mix up the aura with other auras, and find the wrong place. They had already experienced this kind of thing personally. After wandering around in the lower plane for a long time, about half an hour of Deyuan realm time had passed. The three of them confirmed their location through the last void portal and returned to the surface from the depths of the void. UNG, everything is as usual here. We ran into some trouble in Deyuan realm. We'll be back in a day or two. How's the void front line? Everything is fine, Lord Feng. I wish you a safe journey. After the void portal, Yun Nuoshing first reported to Jing Yuanji, who was far away in Deyuan realm. Except for him and Hui, the others could not communicate through the soul seed across the void. What they borrowed was actually the power of the realm of the god. He was also worried that suddenly disappearing without any news for a few days would scare the girl to death, so he was used to going to a new place to report that he was safe. How is it? Have you confirmed that you've found the place? Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed across the endless starry sky. They were directly teleported into a world of light. His eyes were fixed in front of him together with Hui and Yun Nuoshing. Yes, it's here. I remember this aura very clearly. The little girl nodded, and her expression was a little strange. But at least hundreds of millions of years have passed, or even billions of years. Why is it still like this? I don't feel any change. The aura of time is fixed at about 13 billion years, about the same age as this world of light. Wait a minute. Hui looked at the thing in front of him, but his eyes flashed. There's another time axis hidden under this thing. Look, that seems to be its own time axis. The time this time axis reveals is more than 55 eras. Yun Nuoshing answered the question on behalf of him, and let out a long breath. It's about the same time as the new history of the Deyuan realm. Hui and the little girl were silent. They didn't think much of it when they heard it just now, but now they felt that it was really a little strange. Yun Nuoshing's gaze slowly moved from the cold starry sky to the front, and roughly looked around. This was a stellar system with a decent aura of life. The outer circle was shrouded by a thin layer of gas clouds, like a layer of barrier that separated the inside from the outside. There were a total of 8 planets and a star of moderate size. Excluding 2 small guys that were too close and 4 big guys that were too far away, there were still 2 planets that could be chosen as the habitat for life. However, one of them was an orange-red star that was ranked 4th. It was far away from the sun, and was not very suitable for ordinary people to live in. However, it was not impossible to set up a nest there. Separated from it by a ring of rubble, the star that was closer to the sun happened to be in the most suitable range. It was also the place where the aura of life in this stellar system gathered. It was also the destination of their trip. A small blue planet that had the most brilliant colors and the most precious aura of life in this starry sky was nearly 80% of its surface was covered by the blue ocean, shrouded in clouds and fog. From afar, one could not see the ups and downs of the land, only yellow, green, and green. Heavy ice and snow with the heavy aura of hundreds of millions of years covered its extreme south and extreme north, like a guard. Well, I really can't think of too many words. Hui snapped his fingers and interrupted the chanting stage. When he saw Yun Nuoshing and the little girl looking at him, he could not help but laugh dryly. I have seen too many planets with life. I have seen all kinds of strange models and normal models. You want me to look at a planet that alternates blue, white, green, and yellow? Well, it's too normal. There's nothing special to say. Can we skip this step? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. There was no such step in the first place. The 3 of them approached a little from the distant starry sky. Perhaps because they had gone around the angle, they saw a gray-white sphere appearing behind the blue star. It was probably the satellite of this star. Its surface was bumpy and there were many scars on it. They were a series of scars left by it when it took the beating for its home planet. Judging from the aura on the surface, it was slightly older than its home planet. Hey, Feng, look at that gray-white sphere. It also has 2 timelines. One is following the flow of time, and the other is like the blue star. It is hidden by itself. The 2 timelines are the same. The blue star and its companion star have the same timelines. Yun Nuoshing could recognize it with a casual glance. Then, under Hui and the little girl's gaze, she slowly raised her hand and slammed it down on the blue star in the distance. This star region trembled because of the slap, which made Hui and the little girl feel a toothache. Just when they thought that the tragic scene of annihilation and destruction was about to erupt, they saw that this starry sky was so quiet that there was no movement at all. There was no radiance in all directions, and there was no earth-shattering scene. However, they did hear a ka sound just now. They subconsciously thought that it was the sound of the starry sky shattering. Look at that star. Yun Nuoshing stretched out her hand and pointed at the blue star. Faint energy threads appeared on its surface, as if they were attached to the star and drew a trace around it. That is the self-defense left behind by the imprint. When it is fatally threatened, it will automatically reveal itself and then turn into a barrier that encompasses the entire star. Hui nodded. Look, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple energy thread. There are a total of 10 to 20 barriers. Your slap just now made them feel a fatal threat and jump out to block it? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. It was just a casual slap to make them reveal themselves. If it was a fatal threat, they would have already counterattacked. Okay. Hui smiled bitterly. He scratched his head and stared at the star below. His gaze shifted along the energy light spots that wandered around the energy threads. After a while, he withdrew his gaze. His face was full of confusion. It is indeed a divine imprint, but why? This is the 3rd elemental realm. Why would there be divine imprints in the 3rd elemental realm? Moreover, they are in a state of overflowing energy. They are not suppressed by the origin heavenly God's protection. Some of the imprints are very old, and some seem to be left behind in this era. Hui continued to look and scratch his head. Feng, how small is the probability of people from the 3rd elemental realm going to the 4th elemental realm? The probability of life in the upper realm is not small. No, the probability of life in the middle realm being able to go to the fourth elemental realm is not small. However, they need a certain amount of luck. As long as they can endure for a long time, they will naturally find a chance to go to the fourth elemental realm. Yun Nuoshing replied. Then what if they break through the barrier of the elemental realm and go to the fourth elemental realm by themselves? That's nonsense. Then what if people from the third elemental realm go to the eighth elemental realm? Hui crossed his arms and gestured with his hands. The third elemental realm busied themselves for most of their lives and went to the fourth elemental realm. The fourth elemental realm struggled to go to the fifth elemental realm. The fifth elemental realm crawled to the sixth elemental realm. Then, they repeated the process twice and finally arrived at the eighth elemental realm. What do you think of this scenario? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. You are joking with the void. Hui pointed at the blue planet in front of them. Look, isn't there a void joke in front of us? Yun Nuoshing and the little girl. That was indeed a void-level joke. They could not deny it. There must be a reason for this, a joke on the level of the void. As for the reason that was so complicated to the point of playing with probability with the void, Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Let's go down and take a look. Maybe we can see something. Chapter 1750. The sky blue color rapidly approached in his eyes. The dark starry sky in the corner of his eyes was quickly replaced by the figures of all things in the world. The wind that blew past his ears was like a sharp wind blade, with a subtle aura. In front of his eyes, through layers of white clouds, fell from the sky. The sea below gradually turned from a flat pattern into a three-dimensional object. The traces of life on the earth gradually became clear in his sight. Hui suddenly blinked his eyes and looked at his palm in confusion. Colorful lights constantly appeared on his body, and a huge amount of energy gushed out from his soul. Feng. I feel that the seal seems to be loosening little by little. The power of the Yuanshe realm is slowly recovering. The shocking words made Yun Nuo startled. The three figures falling from the high blue sky stopped abruptly in midair. He looked down at the entire blue star from high up in the sky, and his gaze became a little strange. He pressed his chest a little unnaturally. I seem to have this feeling too. It's the problem of the rules of this star. The little girl stood on the clouds and looked down at the entire land. Her grayish-blue eyes lit up slightly. Although I haven't completely seen through it, I seem to feel that the rules of this star are, independent of the void. Not affected by the rules of the void. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He looked at the sky and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head. No, not exactly. If I have to say, it should be similar to the realm of the gods. Although it is in the void, because of its own rules or other reasons, a considerable degree of its rules are self-contained. Only a small part of them flows with the rules of the void. It is the same type as the realm of the gods. However, in terms of degree and level, it is much inferior to the realm of the gods. Moreover, this rule seems to only be effective in the realm of the three elements. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, energy began to gather in the palm of her right hand. After a while, a grayish-white energy chain as thick as a baby's arm appeared in her palm with a clang. It's probably this rule. Look, it can only take effect in the three-element realm. If it's used in the eight-element realm, it will be useless. Of course. After all, this is the three-elemental realm. Although I don't know why this. We looked down at the earth and the many traces left behind by life, and fell silent for a while. Strange worlds can survive. But no matter how special it is still under the control of the void of the three-elemental realm. Throwing it into the eight-elemental realm. No, it shouldn't be a problem to throw it into the eight-elemental realm, right? Hui was stunned by his own words. Only then did he notice Maple's strange expression. Maple, you mean, if we throw this three-elements realm into the eight-elements realm, it will explode? Yun Nuoshing nodded and waved his hand to disperse the energy chain. The part of the rules that this star is connected to the void is all to lock itself in the three elements realm. It's different from other normal worlds. If other worlds were to cross over, they would at most encounter earth-shaking rule turbulence. If this star were to go over, the rules would completely collapse within a minute and turn into ashes. It was not particularly difficult for a world to cross over. From the beginning to the end, it was just a change in the rules. It was just digging up the roots and continuing to take root in a new place. There was no difference. Unless the world's structure was too weak, it was basically impossible for it to be destroyed immediately after changing places. The star in front of him might be a special model. After looking around, I've confirmed that there aren't any energy imprints above the heavenly God realm. It seems like these life forms that ran out of this star for some reason have all stopped at the heavenly God realm. We looked up at the sky and said after a moment, "What about the world core?" "It's hidden." "I don't know where it's hidden." We touched his chin and pointed at a place. 10 seconds ago I saw it in that direction. After a while, it turned to another place, and now, you see, even its shadow is gone now. Probably sensed that we are looking for it and is trying to find a way to get rid of our attention. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. A world core with long legs running around. This is also very impressive. And it doesn't seem to be running around in the concept layer of rules, but wandering around in a certain layer of space in the real world. What, wandering around in the real world? These days, people can't even live in the concept layer of rules anymore. They have to stay in the mortal world to get some smoke and fire to survive in that dark place. It's not incomprehensible. What the hell, it's incomprehensible. Speaking of which, why is there a world core running around in the real world? It ran away again. I just felt its aura. We suddenly turned around and pointed at the other end of the ocean. He scratched his head helplessly. Did that guy really feel that we are looking for it, so it has been changing its position and hiding for fun? Yun Nuoshing reached out and knocked Hui's head. You are the one who is fooling around. The power of the Yuanshu realm has recovered to 50%. Can't you find where that little thing is hiding? Hey, it's someone else's territory, right? And this is the 3 Yuan realm. We can just casually release an aura. Hui spread out his hands and his expression became slightly solemn. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled bitterly. Do you believe that the whole starry sky will explode in the next second? Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. This was the truth. In fact, it would have been better if they had not inexplicably recovered their power. Now, for some reason, the protection of the heavenly god of origin had lost its suppressive effect on them. Then, with a heavenly god of origin who was on the verge of high level, a peak pseudo-origin, and a consciousness whose existence concept was equivalent to half of the void of the 8 Yuan realm, the 3 of them could casually tremble. The 3 of them looked at each other and looked up at the starry sky at the same time. Then, they looked down at the ground. After a while, they turned around and used millions of layers of energy, rules, and chains of order to tie themselves into a huge dumpling that was 20 feet long. When they felt that their aura had been adjusted to a suitable level, they breathed a sigh of relief. But, this blue planet is actually a mortal world? I thought that with such special and strange characteristics, it should be a world similar to our world. I didn't expect it to be, too ordinary. Hui looked down at the earth below with his hands in his pocket. His eyes fell on the traces of life. If he did not deliberately let his eyes look closer and only look down with his eyes, the traces would only be big enough to attract attention when they were connected. When he looked closer, he found that the large traces were all pieced together by many independent individuals of different sizes. The mountains and fields in the city forest, the cities in the wilderness, the rivers, and the forests. These traces left from ancient times were integrated with the new creations created by those lives. Far and near were constantly changing and switching, but it was not abrupt at all. It's just that the air is a little smoky. The energy is thin. Among billions of lives, there are not many figures with hidden energy traces. The energy level of this mortal world is so low that it's outrageous. When I sneeze, the energy left here is hundreds of times more than the energy of this planet. Even the lower plane of the 3-yuan realm should not be so depleted of energy, right? Hui coughed twice, frowned and fanned in front of his nose. And the smell of the mortal world is so heavy. It seems that there are not many places that are particularly clean. You just said that it's a mortal world. Isn't it normal for the smell of the mortal world to be heavier? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and could not help but frown. It's indeed quite smoky. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at Hui. Are you done? Why are you still sealing yourself? Hui looked at the tens of millions of layers of thick seals on his body and did not know whether to laugh or cry. I can't help it. I'm close to the high level of the Yuanshe realm. It takes some time for me to seal myself. After waiting for another 2 minutes for the Yuanshe realm troublemaker to finish sealing himself, the three of them landed on the ground. Hui hurriedly looked at the landscape in all directions as he landed. His eyes were almost shining with golden light. Yun Nuoshing did not expect him to be so interested in the man-made landscape produced by these lives. He was not so happy when he was in the 8-yuan realm. Oh, although it's a mortal world, the things in the mortal world are really beautiful. Look at the level, look at the scale, look at the traces that symbolize blood, sweat, and desperation to break free from the shackles. The traces created by life are so beautiful no matter when I look at them. After staying in the void for a few eras, looking at the dark void and those things that are neither human nor ghost every day, my head hurts. Look at these are the things that people look at. Look at that building, look at that garden, look at that mountain, that water, it's really, boom! He fell from the sky at a speed of a few miles per second and smashed heavily on the ground. The ground immediately cracked open, forming a pit with a diameter of hundreds of feet. Billowing smoke and gravel soared into the sky. The cracks on the ground looked like the corpses of hundreds of giant centipedes. It was really a headache. Yun Nuoshing and the little girl fell to the side speechlessly. Looking at the guy who had crashed into the ground, they could not help but fall silent. It's fine if this guy is just looking at the scenery, but when he's falling from a high altitude and his eyes are looking around randomly, he doesn't even look forward. Instead, he directly crashed into the ground. What should they do with this pit? Come out, you silly girl. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at the bottom of the pit. Someone's coming. If you don't want to be stared at by the people here, quickly run away and move. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness. If they were to rush into a city with tall buildings, they would probably smash through a lot of buildings. Hui awkwardly climbed out from the center of the big pit and scratched his head. I was fascinated. He hurriedly slipped away from the crater. After a few flashes, he was already several hundred meters away. Only when he was far away did he hear frightened voices coming from behind. Some people had already surrounded the crater. Half of them were doubtful, while the other half were calm. They circled around the crater and pointed at it, as if they were going to come up with something. Yun Nuoshing did not have the nerve to go up and tell them that a certain someone had smashed his head into the pit. She was afraid that it would scare them. Although we rushed down without a care, where are we going now? Yun Nuoshing subconsciously opened her mouth and asked, causing Hui and the little girl to be surprised. This observer of the celestial realm who did things hastily, was brave, resourceful, and opinionated, and instantly set up the 5 eras plan. Now, she was actually asking them where they were going and what they were going to do? Speaking of which, weren't you looking for this world? Don't look at me like that. I have not been to this kind of... Yun Nuoshing looked around. Low energy level world. Although I have been curious about this world for a long time and wanted to come here, when I came here, I felt that it was just like that. Excluding the strange rules and abnormal factors, it seems like an ordinary mortal world. There is nothing too special about it, and for the time being, I can't find anything too special. Well, it was too normal and did not feel special. He did not know how the name, Abyss of 10,000 Spirits, was spread. Before he came here, he thought that there would be all kinds of things that were not good, but when he came in and took a look, well, it was a normal world. Perhaps the name, Abyss of 10,000 Spirits, was actually created when they crashed into those barriers and died. What did you do when you came to these places in the past? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at Hui. Hui raised his head and thought for a while. He waved his finger a few times. Eat, drink, and play? Anything else? Nothing else. Don't tell me you still expect to find something in this kind of world, like fighting or something. Hui chuckled and reached out to pat Feng on the shoulder. If you can't find anything unusual for now, then don't look for it. Come, walk around here with me and have some fun. It's not easy to come to the mortal world. Just treat it as a holiday for yourself to relax and relieve your stress. The void front line is still fighting over there. The underworld is suffocating in its nest, and its claws have reached out to the other 7 primordial realms. You're telling me to have some fun? Hui slapped his hand over Feng's mouth and dragged him forward on the street. All right. It's been a day and a half, and it's rare to come here. I remember that you have not been to this kind of world before. Just treat it as a trip to broaden your horizons, okay? Yun Nuashing was silent for a long time, thinking over and over again. Looking at Hui's passionate and occasionally playful little eyes, she sighed helplessly. The latter immediately understood that she had compromised. So, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and brought the 2 of them to the nearest city. The 3 of them moved in a mighty manner. After all, the 3 of them were big killing machines in the entire Dayuan realm. They were mobile sources of disaster. Yun Nuashing was really worried that the 2 of them would go boom, crack, bang, or something like that. She did not know if the 3 primordial realms could withstand a beating. Well, it was not that she could not understand Hui's crazy behavior. After all, she had been at the void frontline for a few eras, killing and rampaging non-stop. Few, but they were not the only ones risking their lives over there, even though they risked their lives more than anyone else. Well, she just felt a little apologetic about running out to have some fun when the entire void was still in chaos. In the past, going to other worlds in the void was a business trip to look for fragments. But now she was openly slacking. All right, Feng, you'll go crazy if you continue to force yourself. If you go crazy, we won't be able to fight this war anymore. Seeing Feng's silent and contemplative look, we patted him on the shoulder and sighed. When we were still at the front line, you don't know how many people asked me to persuade you to rest for a while. You're the only one who didn't take yourself seriously. Your Siyu and Qing Huang almost cried because of this, you know? Well, now Yun Nuashing really had nothing to say. Hui grinned and turned his head. Then, he was stunned. He had just found a random alley and teleported out. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards a bustling street. He excitedly rushed into the street and was surrounded by 3 handsome men and women who did not look like normal people. They had the temperament of gods and were wearing clothes that did not fit in with this world. In a short while, they were surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Young man, your clothes are really good. Han costume or Tang costume. The fabric is really good. Look, it's so tight and it must be very comfortable to wear. Which shop did you buy it from? Sister, your earrings are really beautiful. Where did you buy them? The whole family looks like models. They even deliberately wore ancient costumes. Are they shooting an outdoor scene? Is there a photographer hiding nearby? Excuse me, sir. Can I take a few photos of your family? Your daughter is so cute. I'm so envious. Yun Nuashing and the other 2. It's over. They felt that there were a lot of things to complain about in this chatter, but they did not know whether to complain or clarify. They did not know whether they were going crazy or these people were going crazy. But if they were surrounded by people again, they really felt that they would go crazy. Hui saw Feng's face turning gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cold sweat gushed out of his forehead. He quickly stood in front and said, "No, no, no, he's that. Please move aside. Don't flash, don't flash. Please move aside. Don't pull my hair. It's really not clipped. Feng, move aside." The three of them disappeared at the other end of the street amidst the noise and the frequent flashes of light from a large group of passers-by. "Well, do you think this? Well, is it fun? So you like this kind of thing? You like to be surrounded by a large group of people?" In a small park with not many people, Yun Nuoxing's face was gray. His luxurious windbreaker, that represented the realm of the gods, was pulled a little crooked. He collapsed on a bench in the park, and could not help but mutter. The little girl beside him was still tugging at her messy dress and hair. Huey's face was full of dry laughter. He was hiding behind the bench, and laughing dryly. I was careless. We just came out for a stroll, and it was equivalent to a god descending to the mortal world. We didn't change our clothes or disguise ourselves. I forgot." Hui laughed dryly. "However, it seems that some things can't be covered up. Putting that aside, just by looking at his long, black hair that reached his waist, his robe that looked like a splendid outfit, and Feng's long hair that almost reached his ankles, he didn't look like a man's exquisite face. He looked like a 16-year-old girl wearing the most gorgeous clothes to get married. Forget it, he couldn't continue. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and glanced at him. "A family of 3, right? Why do you look so happy?" No. Hui could not help but laugh bitterly. After all, Feng's appearance. Everyone at the Void front line knew and was used to it, but he did not expect to be treated as. Well, let's not talk about it. If he mentioned Feng again, he would go crazy. "Little star, do you want me to dress you up?" In the spiritual world, the little angel and Frost were laughing crazily because of the scene just now. At this moment, they were still holding their stomachs and laughing out loud in the mansion. Yun Nuoxing glared at the two girls with a black face. He already looked like a girl without dressing up. No one would think that he was a man when he walked on the street. If he dressed up, forget it. He did not dare to think about it. Frost continued unhurriedly, "Do you want clothes? I have a lot here." Yun Nuoxing was so anxious that he wanted to stomp his feet. "Can we talk about something else?" The little girl watched the two of them complain and could not help but sigh. She tugged at her grayish-blue long hair and said faintly, "Should I change my appearance? After living for dozens of eras, I did not expect to be treated as a child one day. It's just a matter of appearance." Hui laughed bitterly. "But that's not right. Have you never been treated as a child? If you go out like this, people will worry about whether you can cross the road in peace." The little girl looked at him and sighed. "I haven't seen many people, and I have never been to the mortal world. Plus, I don't have the aura of a normal life. In short, no one who has seen me will really treat me as a child because of my appearance." Hui continued to laugh bitterly. This was the mortal world. Compared to their essence, existence, rules, and all kinds of characteristics, the mortal world was more superficial. With her appearance as a little girl and Feng's appearance, it was obvious from the passers-by's reaction just now. I just said it once. Anyway." Hui stood up abruptly and patted away the grass roots and dust on his butt. He turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. The two of them waved their hands and said, "If we want to integrate into this world, we have to tidy up our—" Hui gestured himself from top to bottom. "Our clothes and appearance have to be tidied up. Otherwise, when we go out, it will definitely be like just now. Feng, take off your clothes." "Yun Nuoxing, your clothes do not look like those of the mortal world. You will attract the attention of half the city wherever you go. If you don't want to be surrounded by people, hurry up and change your clothes." Hui waved his hand. "By the way, cut your hair." Yun Nuoxing straightened her hair and threw it at Huey's face angrily. "Cut. You cut. I haven't cut this damn hair for a few eras. Cut it for me if you can. Hui and the little girl. Wait a moment. Yun Nuoshing suddenly shouted, leave half for me. Don't cut it all. Hui. Chapter 1751. Mortal World was the name given to some of the worlds in the lower four realms of the Diuan realm. It referred to those worlds where the laws were not strong enough, or where the laws were not complete, resulting in most of the life forms being ordinary people. There was no clear ratio for this most, nor was there a definite number. Generally, judging whether it was a mortal world was judged from the concept of laws. Most of them were gathered in the lower planes, but there were also some in the upper and middle planes, just that there were fewer of them. Generally speaking, such worlds were born in the void and were like that. However, there were also some worlds that were not like that at the beginning. They might have a decent energy concentration at first, and the laws of heaven and earth were strong enough. As time passed, the laws of heaven and earth fluctuated but basically stabilized. Then, one day, the energy level of the world began to fluctuate. After hundreds of millions of years, or even millions of years, it finally became a mortal world. That was the situation on a macroscopic level. In detail, it could be a problem with the world core. Most of the time, it was a problem with the world core. For example, the world core was born with such a standard. As for the latter, well, it was nothing more than the winds and waves in the void affecting the world core. In the end, the strength of the void was insufficient, causing an originally normal world to become an abnormal world. It was an overall, wide-scale downgrade. As for such things in the void, it was hard to say. After all, in the lower four realms, the number of life forms that knew the concept of the void was not more than 1%, or even less than half of 1%. Among them, the Protoss of the various primordial realms accounted for a portion of that 1% and half of 1%. As for the number of life forms that clearly knew the void and could roam the void well, it would be reduced by 10,000 times. They definitely existed, but their numbers were extremely small. Of course, even if there were 1 in a million, there were still 100 of them. Given the data, the more accurate situation in the void would be as follows. Out of 100 million races, only 100 races could challenge the void. That would be much clearer, and it was simply a little exaggerated. There were many forms of life in the void, and humans could be considered another race as long as they followed the rules of life to a certain extent. However, it was not that easy to gather 100 million races, and even the gods would have to spend a lot of time to search for them while roaming the void. Moreover, even if they managed to gather 100 races, they would not really be able to roam the void without a care in the world. That 100 was just a qualification. After all, it was just theory and data. What stood in the way of theory and data was the probability phenomenon known as the void. If it was really unhappy, it could simply wipe out 20 races, sneeze another 20, shudder another 20, and throw the remaining 40 into the same void region. Once they emerged from their own worlds, they would fight against each other, and then 39 would be gone. That would be quite exciting, digression. Anyway, that was how it was. Most life would be trapped in their own worlds if nothing unexpected happened. As for the void, which was a higher level of life, they were completely unaware of the divide between the higher levels, and as long as they did not know about it, they would always be subject to the laws of their own world. That was the general situation of the mortal world. Although that was what he said, he did not mean to belittle the mortal world. On the contrary, he quite liked the sights and gadgets created by the little life in the mortal world. Regardless of which world it was, life had its own way of living. Just like the mortal world had its own way of living as well. They stood at a very high position and had their own responsibilities, slapping the chaos, the void, and the power of chaos as if their lives depended on it. As for the beings living below, they naturally had their own disputes and lives. It had nothing to do with nobility or lowliness, but was simply the result of the birth of the void. Well, as long as there was no problem with the void and the 8 primordial realms were still isolated from each other, there would be no problem with that statement. If one day, that would probably not happen, then there was no need to worry. Let's not talk about the void and the rules. This mortal world seems to be developing quite well. Hui raised his head and blinked at Maple beside him. He then said through the soul transmission, "It's quite exciting, especially this, 100, 200. It's the fastest development in the past 200 to 300 years. It's a leap in development that transcends an era." Upon hearing that, Yun Nuoxing also raised her head from the rapidly flipping book and said thoughtfully, "I remember the world of Navira." Who is it?" "A friend of mine." Yun Nuoxing stuffed the book back into the bookcase and opened another book. She flipped through 20 pages in a second, never forgetting anything she saw. She muttered future acquaintance in her heart and said indifferently on the surface, although his world did not develop from the mortal world, the route it took had reached the extreme of the mortal world. After all, it's in the 8 primordial realms. What is the extreme of the mortal world like? Hui muttered curiously. Sailing ships in the void. The ships are strong and the cannons are sharp. You can casually pull up a fleet of tens of millions of soldiers and execute divine judgment in front of someone else's door. Hui! This is a bit exciting. Speaking of which, does sailing ships in the void refer to that kind of transport ship? It looks like a ship, or it doesn't even look like a ship, but it's still called a ship by its name. It can be used to open people's heads. It's much more advanced than that kind of transport ship. Yun Nuoxing replied indifferently as she changed to another book. The development path of this world is the same as the world of Navira. It broke away from the promotion, advancement, evolution, sublimation, and other changes of most worlds in the void. It reached a point where it could stand alone outside of the Vientiane and not be afraid of the void. It embarked on a different path, but it's just as exciting. The sound of Yun Nuoxing flipping the pages of the book suddenly paused. She opened the book and pointed at the content on it for Hui to see. What's an atomic bomb? It's quite interesting. Let me see. It's fission, fusion. Oh, I seem to understand. Hui, don't look. Don't look. This thing is not interesting. What are you doing? Put down your hand. Stop your dangerous thoughts. Do you want to blow this place up? Yun Nuoxing shrugged. A burst of energy light between her fingers slowly extinguished. I've tried it. It's a pretty good way to release energy. It's quite powerful for the life of this world. But if it's placed in the stars or the void, this level of energy is not even comparable to the burp of a planet. Hui smiled bitterly. Turn it over, turn it over. Don't talk about this stuff. Well, it's true. With the current development of this planet, it's still too early to master this kind of power. The time is too short and the steps are too big. Fortunately, it's in the hands of some people who can master it. Yun Nuoxing yawned and put the book back in place. This was a library in a certain city. Perhaps it was a weekday morning, so there were not many people in the huge library. The row of seats near the window was illuminated by the bright sunlight. Although there were comfortable tables and chairs, no one was willing to sit there. They would rather lean against the bookshelves, sit on the wooden seats between the bookshelves, or sit on the ground, flipping through the books in their hands. It was quiet. There were only a few whispers between friends, conversations between the front desk staff and customers, and occasional suppressed dry coughs in the corner. As for why they came to the library, Yun Nuoxing, Hui, and the little girl, the three of them began to wander aimlessly on the street after carefully dressing up. The so-called carefully dressing up was just a change of clothes. Hui tied up his hair, which was unusually long for men, so it didn't look that long. Then, he changed into a white casual outfit. Yun Nuoxing. Well, it could be considered a more ordinary windbreaker, but her long, colorful, ankle-length hair could not be tied up at all. There was also no way to tidy up her changed appearance, so she simply left her hair untouched. The little girl also changed into clothes that were suitable for this world, so she didn't look so sensational anymore. They continued to walk on the street, wanting to find a place full of information about this world. After eliminating the method of pulling out the heart of the world and violently reading the information, they came to the library and began to flip through the dazzling collection of books. Although it was impossible to cover all the history of the entire planet's civilization just by looking at the place where the books were stored, through the books they could already see most of the things that the life on this planet had done in recorded time. This was even more so for major events. Of course, the records could also be skewed. Astrology, history, nature, science, energy, technology, scholarship, ancient literature. That should be about it. Hui subconsciously wanted to snap his fingers and throw the stack of books on the small wooden cabinet back. However, after thinking about where he was, he put the books back one by one. However, these are all things that can be displayed on the surface. Things that can be accepted by ordinary people belong to the surface. There are still many products hidden in the dark that can't be exposed. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at him as she calmly changed the books. There are also things that belong to the dark side in the divine realm. It's normal. Rather than saying that those things are hidden, the more important reason is that there is no need for others to know about them. This part of the information, this part of existence, is not very useful other than causing some unnecessary chaos. Those who are in a certain position will naturally come into contact with those who belong to that position, except for special circumstances. Hui nodded in agreement. What do you think those special life forms in the dark are doing now? He could not help but grin. Even if this planetary civilization had embarked on a different path, there were some life forms in the dark that possessed high energy. Oh no, the path was different, that possessed not weak power. Yes, he was sure of their existence, but to find them, he had to first analyze the energy used by this planet, and he meant the power. What? Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows. You want to have some fun? Hui nodded with a smile. Yun Nuashing gently closed the book and looked to the west. That's easy. We are now in a place called Huaxia. Go out and walk all the way to the west. There is a small area there, and there are many countries there. There are big and small wars there. Maybe we can meet one or two life forms with, special powers. Why does it sound a little awkward? As for those life forms, the little girl raised her head from the book and looked at Yun Nuashing. I have a way to find them. Other than the god of origin, no one in the great Yuan realm had been to more worlds than her. In places that had little to do with the energy system, the two of them might need some time to find those special life forms. But for her, those people with special powers were just as eye-catching. After all, she had already seen life forms with similar levels in similar worlds. It was easy to find them. Oh! Hui turned his head with interest and grinned at the little girl. Where? I'll catch one or two to play with. There are a few over there. The little girl raised her finger and pointed to the front. She said faintly, they are gathering power. It seems, you will soon, boom. There was a sudden explosion without warning, followed by a shockwave. The glass windows of the library exploded into flower petals under the strong impact. The petals splashed out like sharp knives. A scorching aura rushed into the library on the third floor together with a burnt smell. At the same time, the huge impact sent the bookshelves and more than a dozen figures near the windows flying. The three of them, who had long been sensitive to energy, released a weak energy at the same time, pressing the glass shards that were as sharp as knives to the ground. At the same time, a shock wave came unexpectedly, blowing their clothes and hair up. The people and objects around them all fell backward, and some even flew half a meter away. When the bookcase in front of them came crashing down, they reached out to hold it, and a large number of books came crashing down on them. Before the world could recover from the violent roar, There were dozens of screams in different tones that resounded throughout the entire library and the streets outside. The shrill sirens from the cars also joined the musical drama as accompaniment, and in an instant, the world became chaotic. The street outside the window was covered by billowing smoke. One after another, battered and exhausted people stumbled into the library. Specks of blood splattered on the dust-covered floor, which was particularly eye-catching. At the same time, the belated fire alarm of the library rang. "I don't think this is our fault." We pushed the bookshelves in front of him away. Looking at the messy scene around him, he could not help but laugh dryly. God knows. Yun Nuoshing looked around and quickly walked to a collapsed bookshelf. He reached out and lifted the bookshelf up. The books that were under it were also scattered around. He reached out to push the books aside and carried a girl out. Probably because she was close to them, she only experienced the feeling of being drowned in a sea of books. Then she was hit by the bookshelf. Blood dripped from her head and slanted across her beautiful face. The colorful energy was very light. It almost flickered, but it was quickly pressed down. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. After thinking for a while, he changed to a pure white, a normal energy and injected it into the girl's body. It healed the wound on her head and replenished her life force. He carried the girl and walked out. "Anyway, let's get out of here first." The streets were noisy and chaotic. Thick white smoke that could not be dispersed covered the entire sky, obscuring one's vision. The people on the streets were in a panic and did not know where to run. They could only follow the crowd as they hurriedly passed by. In the distant sky, there was still a thick black smoke that could not be dispersed. It seemed to have solidified in the air. What a low-quality energy! Yun Nuoshing frowned. He raised his hand and subconsciously used his energy to wipe away the smoke. "Shu, wait a moment. If we make even the slightest noise, we will be invited for tea." Hui hurriedly waved his hand and looked at the black cloud falling scene. "Anyway, let's save the girl first. The scene looks quite intense, but the actual range of destruction is not as large as we imagined." After being washed by the shockwave from 200 to 300 meters away, although the surrounding scene was messy, it could only be described as messy. Other than the cars that had stopped in an emergency and blocked the entire street, there was no more damage. They did not know what happened at the center of the explosion. "I thought this would be a very harmonious place." The little girl's soft murmur fell into Huey's ears. He shook his head helplessly. "How can there be such a good thing? There are bad things happening everywhere, especially in this place where there are obviously ordinary and extraordinary people coexisting, and the latter are obviously in the minority. There are more things that happen secretly, and once they happen, it will be even more troublesome. There are few people in high positions, so you feel that you are that way. Something like that, something like that." There were not many people on the street. The remaining people were still running in the direction away from the outbreak of the chaos. Yun Nuoshing and the others also hurriedly led people in that direction. On the way, they also pulled some people who were trapped by the chaotic scene and sent them to a safe place. Only then did they quicken their pace a little and go to the place where the chaos broke out, to join in the fun. However, they were obviously late. 5 to 6 minutes had passed since the explosion. When they glanced at the place where the black smoke was billowing, there was not much breath of life. In these 5 to 6 minutes, the scene had been quickly sealed off by a large group of heroic figures in uniform. "Ah, seems like we are late." Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at the center of the scene from a distance away from the blockade line. What they saw were the remnants of the explosion, the damaged buildings, and the people in uniform shuttling in the smoke. However, they could not find the culprit. They probably ran away. However, there were very obvious energy traces left behind. We looked at the scene and suddenly grinned. He patted Maple on the shoulder and pointed to a place. After that, he quickly ran towards the place where the energy traces led him to. Yun Nuoshing looked at someone's back speechlessly and sighed. "What a playful guy." He wants me to be careful, but he also wants to get himself involved in the storm. I really can't understand this guy's way of having fun. More than 20 miles away from the library, which was already at the other end of the city, 3 masked figures slowly walked into an old alley filled with junk. They casually opened an iron door and went in. The smell of smoke and fire that had not completely dissipated from their bodies still lingered in the air. The old hut looked more like a narrow storage room. The 3 of them, together with a table, a bed, and 2 chairs inside, could not fit anything. There was an exquisite wooden box on the table. It looked like the surface of the box was scorched by fire. Before they could sit down in the room, a low laughter suddenly sounded. "You guys are really fast. This is the thing that you guys want to get even if it would cause a big news?" The sudden low laughter made the 3 of them instantly stiffen. Their murderous aura skyrocketed. 2 of them pulled out the guns hidden behind their backs in an instant. One of them had a flaming fist in his hand. He did not hesitate to punch in the direction of the table. Then, the 3 of them suddenly froze in an instant. Hui sat on the chair as if it was his own home. He looked at the 3 masked men who were still filled with murderous intent. Then, he hummed a song and opened the wooden box on the table in front of the 3 of them. A brilliant but dim light leaked out from the wooden box. The wooden box was a stone about the size of a fist. It was dyed green and looked like a gemstone. However, the quality must be very poor. Wait a minute. This should be a kind of gemstone called jadeite that they just saw. It should be a raw gemstone. It did not look like an ordinary gemstone. It had a very weak. Wait a minute. It had a decent energy. Well, it was about the same level as the man with the flaming fist. What is this? Hui took the jadeite out of the box. He stood up and leaned over to press it on the face of the guy who burned him. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, I forgot that you are still immobilized. Hui scratched his head and waved his hand to remove the ability of the person in front of him. He repeated again, "What is this? What is this? You. How dare you stop? Forget it. I am not interested in knowing. Anyway, it is not something good." Hui waved his hand and sealed the other person's mouth. The gangster was so angry that his whole body was trembling. "You are the one who asked what it was, and you are the one who did not let us speak. Moreover, if you are not interested in knowing, why are you chasing after us? In the end, who is this person who suddenly came in? He had never heard of such a person here. Hui, someone is coming. If you are done playing, hurry up and leave." Maple's voice sounded in his soul. Hui also smiled and nodded. He stood up and clenched his hands. "Although I don't know what you are playing, it is not right to set fire in the city. Those who do wrong must be punished. Woo woo, woo." The gangster with the abnormal ability saw the white hand reaching for his head. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle-tip. The aura of death burst out from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. It was as if he was facing an indescribable ghost. The strong oppressive aura made his face almost turn white. An inhumane scream came from the soul transmission, causing Yun Nuoshing to be stunned for a moment. Standing at the top of a tall building and looking into the distance, he saw a large group of vehicles speeding over on the street below. They were approaching from all directions with figures with extraordinary strength. In less than a minute, they had surrounded dozens of streets in the surrounding area. Heavy firepower sealed off the area, making it difficult for people in this area to escape. Phew, this guy. What is he doing now? Yun Nuoshing put her hands in her pockets and sighed deeply. Chapter 1752. In the middle of the 56th era of the Diyuan realm calendar, in a certain world in the lower plane of the lower elemental realm or the tertiary elemental realm, a record was written on a blue living star in a corner of a small or medium-sized galaxy. It read, "God knows how many years in the Earth calendar. I'm too lazy to remember, so I crossed it out in a certain year, a certain month, A certain day, at a certain time, the Lord Guardian of the realm of the gods began to go crazy and inexplicably got involved in the disputes of ordinary people. The observer's note. Under the high blue sky. No, the weather was a little gloomy and gray. The sun was too lazy to care for the earth. On the other side of the city, more than 20 miles away, there were still ashes and black smoke that had not fallen in time floating in the air, gradually spreading to the surroundings. From afar, it looked like a black hill, and several sounds of people cleaning up the scene could be heard from the other side. Back to the sight in front of him, standing on the edge of the roof of an old 8-story building. The wind blew his long, colorful hair and short black windbreaker. A pair of bright eyes looked down at the black heavy vehicles that were constantly gathering below. Ah, they were specially made vehicles. Hundreds of vehicles carrying hundreds of murderous figures quickly sealed off this area of unknown name. The fastest vehicle that was rushing at the front suddenly stopped in the middle of this old street. The door was violently pushed open, and a line of figures in black clothes filed out. There was a figure with some power in that car. Yun Nuoshing had imagined that this person who appeared with a mighty lineup might be a young man with a cold expression who did not say a word, or a middle-aged uncle with a little beard and 2 or 3 scars on his face to tell a story, or a fiendish bald man, or even a guy who was armed to the teeth and whose face could not be seen. However, what he did not expect was that the person in charge who came out of the car was actually a tall and slender woman with a delicate and beautiful face, who looked capable and shrewd. Maybe it would be better to call her a girl? She did not look old, just in her early 20s. Speaking of which, in a world where the average life expectancy was 70 to 80, a young person should look like that, right? He didn't understand. For an undying being who had lived for more than 10 great eras, his soul already crossing over 100 great eras, this question was just too difficult for him. The girl below, who was wearing a light blue jacket and trousers and had long hair that reached her waist, was not in a good mood. Although she looked calm on the surface, it was easy to see the anger hidden deep within her. Coupled with the fact that she had just jumped out of the car and was now rushing forward in a majestic manner, it was guaranteed that she was planning to cause trouble for some people. At this moment, if there were no accidents, she should be related to the boom, 20 miles away. However, the person who was pressed down by Hui in the room was responsible for releasing the firecrackers, and she might be the one who released the firecrackers. Hey, it's done. Hui appeared beside him in a flash, smiling at him and the little girl with a relaxed and joyful face. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and then looked down. What did you do in there for so long? Well, I left something fun. Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up with a happy expression. The old and messy alley was quickly occupied by 4 or 5 bear-like burly men wearing sunglasses. The girl in blue quickly rushed to the front of the door and kicked open the iron door that weighed more than 100 pounds. The heavy impact resounded through the alley, and the iron door cracked open on the spot. Just as she was about to rush in, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The 3 masked men were tied up with their backs facing each other. They were thrown into the corner of the storage room like goods and passed out. On the table in front of them was the raw jade stone that had been stolen from her shop. On the wall in front of them, there was a sentence written in blood-stained flame-like handwriting. That's right, we stole it, he. The girl in blue looked at the scene in front of her and was a little stunned. It seems that there is an expert who has taken the initiative to solve the problem for us. An old man in a black tang suit with white hair and beard walked forward and looked at the raw jade stone in the wooden box on the table. He nodded and closed the lid, and handed it to the girl in blue behind him. The flame dragon stone is intact, miss, please keep it first. Elder Jing. The girl in blue nodded, and her cold eyes glanced at the line of words. Suddenly, she walked quickly to the corner and took off the masks of the 3 masked men. Her pupils trembled slightly. Elder Jing, look at these 3 people. Isn't this person a well-known figure on the world's underground dark roll? Elder Jing looked at the tall man in surprise. He looked at the man's hands, and there were obvious bloodstains on the tips of his index fingers. The burning words on the wall should be written by his hands. His meridians are broken, although he is still alive. He can only be a cripple for the rest of his life. The girl in blue frowned and waved her hand to call the bodyguards outside. Tie them up and send them to the dungeon for interrogation. I want to see who is going against my Zhou family at this time. Elder Jing, who do you think it is? The girl looked at the line of words and felt a little doubtful. Just as you think, I don't know which friend has this style. Elder Jing knocked on his old waist and shook his head. Let's find a way to find him. He didn't leave his name or voice. He just left this. It feels like he's joking with us. Maybe it's a passing master. The girl in blue didn't take his words seriously. She nodded casually, turned around and walked out of the storage room. Elder Jing sighed deeply and was about to leave with the girl in blue. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their earphones. Miss Elder Jing, there are 3 unidentified people on the rooftop near you. How should we deal with them? Unidentified? The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Yes. And they seem a little strange, I can't tell what it is. More than 1,000 meters away, on the rooftop of a 20-story building, a sniper who was lying on the roof moved his eyes away from the scope and rubbed them hard. When he looked into the mirror again to look at the 3 people, the blurry feeling came again. He could barely see the 3 people standing there and looking at them, but it was very blurry, as if something was interfering with his vision. However, when he looked at other places, he didn't have the same feeling. Am I old? He smiled bitterly in his heart and began to think about retirement. After muttering in his heart for a moment, he focused on monitoring the target again. However, this time, the colorful figure who had been watching coldly from the sidelines suddenly glanced over and their eyes met. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Even the ferocious beasts he had encountered in the forest did not have such a ferocious expression. His breathing froze, and he almost fell back with his gun in hand. What the hell is that? Permission to snipe? Test the target? The voice that rang in his ears made him quickly recover from his fear and panic. He didn't even know if it was his Miss or Elder Jing's order. He just followed the order and subconsciously squeezed the trigger. He aimed at the blurry figure that was emitting a colorful luster and slightly deviated from the position. Then, a roar that tore through the air clearly exploded in the air and rushed into the range of their senses, causing Hui and the little girl to turn their heads casually. The moment they turned their heads, an unknown thing that left a conspicuous white smoke in the air rushed past half a meter in front of them. The late explosion covered the entire area. All the black-clothed figures seemed to have received a signal as they pulled out their guns and prepared for battle. They quickly found a place to hide and crept in the dark, releasing a dangerous aura like a poisonous snake. What's that thing? Huey's gaze followed the white smoke that slowly drifted to the ground below. The originally flat road had a hole that was less than half a foot deep, and a wisp of white smoke was drifting out of the hole. A lethal weapon made by the locals. There was a faint white light in Yun Nuoxing's eyes as he slowly raised his hand. I've learned a little about it. It has a good armed force compared to a single person. The most important thing is that although it's a close-range attack, the senses and reaction of ordinary people are basically unable to react to it. It's judged to have a fatal lethality. Well, it seems quite interesting. Hui nodded. A distance of 1 or 2 kilometers was quite far for ordinary people. Well, I feel a little interested. The other party deliberately missed, as if he's testing something. He has been aiming at me for a long time just now. I don't know why he keeps staring at me. Anyway, I'll try to respond first. Testing? Hui scratched his head and was a little puzzled. We're just standing here. First, we didn't do anything. Second, we didn't do anything. What's there to test? Well, although we're surrounded by others, it's not like we can't do anything. Wait a minute, Feng, what are you doing? Hui felt that something was slightly wrong as he spoke. He saw Feng raise his hand for a while, making a bow and arrow action. He couldn't see the bow or the arrow, but he could feel an energy gathering. Of course, I'm returning the favor. Look at my posture. What else can I do? Hey, stop fooling around. Stop it. Hui was shocked. Once that weak energy burst out, even if he deliberately controlled it and suppressed the power, it would definitely release an unconcealable phenomenon within a radius of 100 miles. The power that stood at the top of order was definitely not something to be trifled with, not to mention the power of the natural order. The power of the natural order. Feng's body was used to reacting faster than his mind. His attack power was subconsciously added with the destructive power of order and the natural order. What do you want to do to this fragile three-elemental world? Fellow cultivator, please wait a moment. An anxious shout suddenly sounded from the street below. He didn't care whether it would attract the attention of the people living in this area. Anyway, be careful first, touch Yun Nuoxing's hands that were pulling the bow gently. Hui suddenly pounced on him and pressed him to the ground. His loosened hand caused the energy arrow to change direction. The little girl also hurriedly used the void seal to weaken the power of the arrow. Although this attack wasn't strong under the deliberate control of Yun Nuoxing himself, and was weakened by Hui and the little girl one after another, this energy that was enough to distort space and the void had already drawn a distorted energy trace in the air. Finally, it rushed straight to the top of the clouds and slowly disappeared. Let's go, let's go! Hui shouted loudly. He hurriedly pulled Feng to the other side of the building and fled in a panic. As he fled, he scolded in the soul transmission, "Idiot! Idiot Feng! It's fine if I make a small commotion, but you made such a big commotion. Do you have to light fireworks to feel comfortable?" I didn't light it up." The three people of unknown origin hurriedly disappeared on the other side. Only then did Elder Jing stand firmly against the wall in horror. His eyes were still filled with unconcealable fear and shock. Just the leaked energy made him a little breathless. This was under the condition that they were tens of meters apart. If they were facing each other head-on, he might not even be able to move. Who gave you the permission to attack? The whole process from the attack to the counterattack was less than 10 seconds. The girl in blue rushed out of the alley exasperatedly. After saying this subconsciously, she wanted to find trouble with the attackers. However, she was stunned. She looked at Elder Jing, who was still frightened and had not retreated. Her heart was heavy. Other than them, who else could give the order to attack? Other than the few people from the Zhou family, there was no one else. Elder Jing, those three people are... Elder Jing shook his head lightly. I haven't seen them before. I also haven't heard of when there were three people of that level in this area. I'm afraid that they have reached a realm that doesn't belong to our era. A realm from a few eras ago? The girl in blue was slightly stunned. Isn't that a realm that only exists in legends? How can there be such people in this world? You have to believe it. Elder Jing knocked on his old waist and shook his head. The way the energy shook the space just now was a power that they could not reach in their lifetime. It was the first time he had seen such a power in his life. Fortunately, the other party didn't know what they were afraid of and didn't attack. Otherwise, we would be in trouble this time. In short, the first day of his arrival in this world ended just like that. It was a muddle-headed yet exciting day. He was unfamiliar with this place and had nowhere to go. For the time being, he couldn't find the next source of entertainment. He meant the purpose. He was still wandering aimlessly in this city in the middle of the night. The incident this morning had been reported on the news, reporting the damage caused and the casualties. Currently, the flat box that was placed in the TV was showing the scene of cleaning up the scene. The place that was destroyed was a shop called Zhou Dao that Hui Yao did not hear clearly. It seemed to be quite big. It was a chain store that spanned across provinces. It was said that there would be some activities in the near future. They even specifically mentioned the emerald stone that Hui Yao saw. The explanation to the public was that there was an explosion due to some malfunction, and the impact was huge. A natural gas pipeline explosion. Yun Nuoxing added to Hui's soul message. A kind of energy, a pipeline that transmits energy. But you and I both know that this is just an explanation to the public. The real reason has been covered up. By the way, what happened to the person you caught? Oh, I just casually patted him. Hui pretended to wave his hand. That guy's strength seems to be pretty good. I see that the people walking around the streets are all ordinary people. With his strength, he can even threaten a city. No wonder that group of people had to use that level of strength to surround him today. Most of them are well-trained ordinary people, but they are still cannon fodder in the face of this kind of otherworldly power. Otherworldly power. Oh, that's a good way to put it. Hui's eyes swept left and right. He could not wait to take in all the dazzling scenes in the world. He tilted his head and looked at Maple, who was wearing a hat to cover his eyes. He poked his arm with a smirk and asked, "Where are we going tonight?" The little girl was stunned. If she guessed correctly, Yun Nuoxing would definitely say whatever. Then, the initiative was back in Hui's hands. In that case, before the latter got involved in the next big news or created a big news with his own hands, she quickly pointed to the side. "I think that's a good place. How about we go and have a look?" Yun Nuoxing and Hui, who were about to casually respond, turned their heads when they heard that. On the bustling pedestrian street, people came and went, casting slender shadows under the street lights. Suddenly, a 3 to 4 meter high stone archway appeared a dozen meters in front of them. The lights on both sides of the road illuminated the grayish-white stone pillars. It seemed to be a corner of the street. The atmosphere inside seemed to be different from the bustling road in front of them. "It doesn't matter. Let's just walk around." Yun Nuoxing nodded and walked forward quickly. "Maple, you seem to have something on your mind?" Hui asked casually as he walked 2 steps to catch up with him. Yun Nuoxing had just nodded when Hui continued, "If you're thinking about the void frontline, then don't mention it." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. That was indeed the case. However, since he said that he wanted to rest for a while, he would not admit it this time even if he was beaten to death. So, he quickly looked ahead and made up a story. "I feel that there's a heavy time aura inside. There might be something good inside." Where they walked past the stone archway, the buildings in front of them changed from those high-rise buildings to small houses and pavilions that were only 2 or 3 stories high. Even the floor tiles were paved with stones that were not particularly smooth. Long red ropes were hung between the 2 or 3 stories high buildings. At the intersection of 2 red ropes, square lanterns were hanging above the street to replace street lights to illuminate the stone street. On both sides of the street that was 7 to 8 meters wide, there were neatly arranged stalls. The hanging lanterns reflected the flickering images of people. It was very lively. "Ah, this place makes me feel like I'm strolling at night in the realm of the gods." We could not help but laugh. Although it was a memory of several eras, it was still very clear. But the style and furnishings are poles apart. It looks like that, but it doesn't have the same taste. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and was about to ask him if he was homesick when this guy rushed to a stall and waved his hand vigorously, not caring about the crowded environment around them. "Maple, Maple, Maple! Come and look at this!" Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Although they had more or less changed some of their characteristics, there was no way to change the essence of things. They were too lazy to forcibly change their form. This shout attracted half of the people on the street, and it was estimated that half of their eyes would not move away from them for a while. Before the whispering crowd focused all their attention on them, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly lowered her hat, pulled the little girl and ran forward for a while. Hui, who was looking at the toys at the stall, also exclaimed and quickly put down the things and ran away. After running for a while, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and knocked on Huey's head with his fist. Don't worry about me. Hey, I like to be lively. You see, it's so lively here. Maple, you should live a livelier life too. You should be stained with the aura of the mortal world. Do you want me to find you a little girl or something? Let me give you half a minute. In the spiritual world, the little angel said faintly in the spiritual transmission. We already have 5 or 6 in our family. Don't make trouble for him. Hui was stunned. He patted his head and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Yun Nuoshing. These 2 guys definitely did it on purpose. Walking along this quaint street for a while, they could even see porcelain used to decorate crystals. Not far away, there was a lotus pond at a corner. There was an arch made of porcelain that was half a person's height. Looking from the place where they ran all the way to the inside of the arch, there was a lot of people coming and going. It seemed to be a popular gathering place in this pedestrian street. Wow. Maple, come and look at this. The things in this world are really interesting. Before we could calm down for half a minute, he exclaimed again and ran forward with a happy expression. He squatted down in front of an old man's stall that was full of all kinds of wooden carvings. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and hurriedly followed. Hold it in. Don't make trouble for me. When the old man saw that there was a guest, he sat up straighter and adjusted the gray hat on his head. He smiled at Hui and said, Do you like wooden carvings? I carved them myself. Just take a look. When Hui was fiddling with the wooden carvings, the old man also looked at Hui and couldn't help but say, Young man, where are you from? You're so handsome. I'm from here. Master, how much is this wooden carving? Local? It doesn't sound like it from your accent. If you like the wooden carving, I'll give you a discount. 55 yuan will do. The little girl was suddenly stunned. She quickly pulled Yun Nuoshing and waited for him to come closer before whispering, Did you get the money of this world? Yun Nuoshing was stunned and sweated. The money of this world seems to be recorded. This can't be fake. We'll be invited by the local police for coffee. Both of them were stunned. They looked at Hui, who was happily chatting with the wooden carving master. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. She looked around and clenched her hands. Are there any hooligans nearby? I'll go and get some money. Hearing that, the little angel almost rolled off the bed. These 2 guys. The first way to get money in other people's worlds was either to sneak into alleys or find hooligans. They were indeed a match made in heaven, who had been through life and death situations for more than 10 eras. Sometimes their ideas could even come together.